So there are two sort of completely independent issues coming up now. The hermeneutic situation that he's in, that is his sort of methodological considerations, and then the nature of selfhood. There's no particular connection as far as I can see. They just happen to be both in the same section. Maybe that's another sign of haste. Is there a connection? You're looking any more than with any subject. Of course, the hermeneutical method is going to get you connected to everything. But anyway, let's go on and do them. And if it turns out as we talk about them that there's a deeper connection than I realize, we can deal with it. So the first one is the methodological issue. And I just want to constantly sort of stress my reordering of it. It looks like finally, with guilt, conscience, resoluteness, death, anticipatory resoluteness, historicality, fate, and destiny, we now ought to have the whole of authentic Dasein in our grasp. But anything short of that, we wouldn't. So that's why I think you have to put all those pieces together first, and then you get to a point where you ask, have we now got the whole of the phenomena, so that we can and how are we going to, and what kind of whole have we got, and how are we going to deal with it? And it seems, remember we didn't know what whole meant, and why somehow you didn't have a whole when he starts the problem and brings in death and the ahead of itself. I think it becomes pretty clear that normally by whole he means the total structure of Dasein. And what's funny is he's got the total structure of Dasein when he's got the structure of care, and he's got the structure of care already in Division 1. So it's still not clear to me what is missing. He seems to be using, as far as I can see, synonymously, Dasein being authentic, being whole, and the totality of the totalness of the phenomena being exhibited in what Dasein is doing. I'll just read you 358, one of the places where you get these three all coming together. At the beginning, the very first sentence of that section on the hermeneutic situation. And by the way, I say, well, care and selfhood aren't in the same section. I said they were. They're just contiguous. And selfhood might as well be there as anywhere. So let's go back to now at the very beginning on section 63. So in its anticipatory resoluteness, Dasein has now been made phenomenally visible with regards to its possible authenticity and totality. And I'm pretty sure that the authenticity, totality is the same as the whole. And we've now made it visible. This is connected with the thing I said at first. But how he wouldn't be able to say that if he wasn't lucky enough to be reordered by me, because he wouldn't have everything there in its totality in whole yet. He'd have lots of explaining to do about historicality at the very least coming up. But he's got it the way we've got it. We've got it all total and whole. And now he tells us that as we study Dasein, we're always in a hermeneutic circle. And that's why this is the hermeneutic situation. And it's interesting that he seldom ever makes explicit the sort of rules of the game of doing a hermeneutic analysis. He goes over that very fast. It's funny how famous he is, I guess thanks to Gadamer for having introduced the hermeneutic method, when he says practically nothing about it. But he does say, when he introduces it, that there's a Vorhabe, a Vorsicht, and a Vorgriff, a forehaving, a foresight, and a foreconception, it gets translated, involved in a hermeneutic investigation, and that it moves in a circle. And he's going to bring up explicitly the circle. But if you look for it, you can see that he's doing the Vorhabe, Vorsicht, Vorgriff story as from the very beginning of the section. If you I'll read you the little pieces. The next sentence says, The hermeneutic situation, which was previously inadequate for interpreting the meaning of the being of care, now has the required primordiality. Dasein has been put into that which we have in advance. See, that's the forehaving. And this has been done primordially. That is to say, this has been done with regard to its authentic ability to be a whole. See, there's the whole coming in again. The idea of existence which guides us. Well, now stop with that. So the first thing is we've got in our forehaving the whole structure of Dasein, and we don't so much have it because we're in it. We are it, and that turns out to be important. You have to think, well, Heidegger's telling you that, and he'll come back to this, I will at the end, that he's authentic and that he's speaking from within a total understanding or experience, primordial experience of what it is to be Dasein. On 360, there's more about that. Well, I'm getting it out of the sentence at the end of the top paragraph. Every ontologically explicit question about Dasein's being has had the way prepared for it by the kind of being which Dasein has. That's a reference to the forehaving. That says, in effect, it's from within it that Dasein is going to describe it. And then he comes to the Vorsicht, that is the foresight, and there he says the idea of existence which guides us is as that which we see in advance, that's foresight, has been made definite by the clarification of our own most potential ability to be, and now that we've concretely worked out the structure of Dasein's being, its peculiar ontological characters become so plain as compared with everything present at hand, that Dasein's existentiality has been grasped in advance. That's the concept. That is, grasped in advance with sufficient articulation to give sure guidance for working out the existentialia conceptually. See that? So that's somehow a foreconception. I don't find all that very illuminating, but that he never explains enough about what these terms mean that you know why he's sort of got them in here, but I'm just telling you what he clearly thinks, that he's operating out of a forehaving, and he's got a particular sense that he's already committed to looking at existence, which is the being that takes a stand on its own being. So we're inside of an understanding of being and of understanding of Dasein. We've got as our way of describing that its being, that what's essential about it is that its being is an issue for it. And we've got as our goal to work out the existentialia. Conceptually sounds sort of strange to me. Sometimes he says articulate them. I mean, I don't know what he means by conceptual, but it's now gotten such a meaning that it sounds too much like a lot of intentional content. But all it means is that he's going to now spell out and describe in explicit detail the aspects of the existential structure of Dasein. Now, so far, and we're always moving in a hermeneutic circle, he's telling us on 358. On 358? I'm surprised. That's totally the circle. Yeah, 350. Well, what I just read is moving in the hermeneutic circle. That is to say, we are inside it. And that's all we're going to hear about the hermeneutic circle for a bit. Because a great big issue comes up in the next paragraph on 359, and I have to talk about it where it comes up. And to me, it's very important, and maybe it isn't important to anybody else, and maybe I made it up, and worry about it. But I think there are two different meanings of falling, or three, really. One of them means being absorbed in what you're doing. Another one means, I think, being so, it'll get clearer when I can only explain it when we're in it, so let me tell you more. But he's going to explain why. Let's try this angle. That he's going to tell us right now, but I'm going to come back to it, that when you do this kind of hermeneutic study of Dasein anyway, you have to do violence to the subject, you have to wrest the truth from the subject, and so forth. Now, that means at least you have to do formal indication, and we're going to come back to that too in a minute. But what I think is that there are two utterly different reasons that he's going to give us, and he doesn't have them very distinguished. I'll show you a place where he messes up, I think, right, in putting the two different ones together in one sense. And what are the two different ones? One is, coming up right now in italics, the entity which in each case we ourselves are is ontologically that which is farthest. And remember, that goes back to Division 1, that the being of Dasein is nearest and farthest away. And that's the claim, I think, that that the background of intelligibility, it has to be transparent and not something you can study, or not something you normally thematize, and not something you can ever completely thematize. It helps to think of it as the illumination in the room. Just as the illumination isn't something you see, but it's that on the basis of which you are able to see things. So what Heidegger thinks is our understanding of being isn't something that you normally thematize and think about, but it's that, in this famous word, that vorauf hin, everything is intelligible. Remember, being is that on the basis of which, that's the vorauf hin, everything is understood. And I'm saying the basis of which part of this is the background, and the background is pervasive and near, so pervasive and near that it's hard to talk about. It's covered up in that structural way, and that's one of the meanings of falling. Because so far, he hasn't said anything about why it's nearest, or why what's ontological, why what he wants to talk about is ontologically farthest away. And he's going to go on now and say something that sort of goes in a different direction. Our being amidst the things with which we concern ourselves most closely in the world, a being which is falling, guides the everyday way in which Dasein is interpreted, and covers up ontically Dasein's authentic being, so that the ontology which is directed toward this entity is denied an appropriate basis. That's still compatible with, you can't understand the background, the understanding of being. Normally, you understand things, and our vocabulary and our way of studying is directed at things, and that's covering up our understanding of our being as we deal with particular beings, and that's one meaning of falling. A little further, the primordial way in which this entity is presented as a phenomenon is anything but obvious, even if ontology approximately follows the course of the everyday interpretation of Dasein. And now you begin to get this sort of violent language. The laying bare of Dasein's primordial being must rather be wrested from Dasein by following the opposite course than taken by the falling ontico tendency of interpretation. Well, now falling is also fleeing, in which Dasein is motivated to cover up its structure. I don't know, I haven't got a reference to the word fleeing yet, but it will come around. Or if it doesn't, anyway, it has to be in there, because if the cover-up is an attempt to hide something, and there's what is hard to get a grip on because we don't have the right kind of concepts and so forth. That's this structural story about how it is hard to have a theory of an account, a phenomenological account of the structure of the background. That I wouldn't call that a cover-up, but that he says that Dasein covers up its authentic being. That and that you have to do violence to find it. That's a fleeing story. I mean, the ontological story isn't a cover-up. It's just a structure that is what is nearest is also farthest away, least accessible to. What is nearest and most pervasive is least acceptable. That isn't a question of a cover-up, and that's not a question I wouldn't even want to say of falling, though I think it has to come under his category of falling, as does absorption. It's a very broad category. But when you start saying that you've got to actually violently get to the truth about Dasein, that must be because Dasein is making a positive effort to fend off its and your Dasein getting at the truth. So you get this sort of, I mean, it's I think always in what he's doing. Look at the paragraph now that begins Dasein's kind of being. We're still in 359. Thus demands that any ontological interpretation which sets itself the goal of exhibiting the phenomena in their primordiality should capture the being of this entity in spite of this entity's own tendency to cover things up. Now, that's a hiding story and a fleeing story. It's not a structural ontological story, I think. It sounds too psychological, really. I hate it. I think the whole theme in Being and Time, the Dasein is sort of actually involved in fleeing and covering up its structure, is what Foucault calls the hermeneutic of suspicion. And I think Heidegger is an example of the hermeneutic of suspicion. Foucault's got this nice category that covers Freud, Marx, and Heidegger. And that puts Heidegger in very bad company, it seems to me, ontologically anyway. And that's what he's doing right here, because the hermeneutic of suspicion says that for some reason or other, human beings, and each one, Freud and Marx and Heidegger have different arguments, are motivated to cover up the most important truth about what's going on. And that the job of somebody studying human beings, whether Marxist, Freudian, or Heidegger, is to get at this deepest truth about human beings that's covered up. And moreover, when you do get at it and can face it, it's liberating, because a lot of the misery and distortion of social life or psychological life or just plain Daseining is caused by this tendency to flee and cover up. So the job of somebody who believes in the hermeneutics of suspicion is to force people to face up to what it is they're motivated to hide. All of that I just wish Heidegger didn't have. I don't think he needs it. I think all he needs is the structural point that it's hard to do a phenomenology of a being whose basic structure is to be the basis of all intelligibility. Okay, now you can say some things about this. Yeah, Ariel.
Well, it looks like you're sort of lost on this.
What?
It seems like you don't completely have this figured out, this whole aspect.
Well, I have figured out that he's confused. Let me give you one more thing before you say something. The clearest place where the confusion comes out, let's see, I just wrote confused in a page number. I have to find where it follows in the normal development of things. I don't know whether to look in here or to look at all of my markings, but my markings are so... And it's going to be an anticlimax, I'm afraid, but I find it very interesting, confused. Oh, here we are. Okay, on page 363. Okay, now what is distinctive, sort of almost exactly in the middle of the page, what is distinctive in common sense is that it has in view only the experiencing of factual entities, in order that it may be able to rid itself of an understanding of being. That's a fleeing story. It's just trying to get rid of an understanding of being. It fails to recognize that entities can be experienced factually only when being is already understood. That's a structural point. That's one of them is a kind of motivated cover-up, and the other one is, failing to do something isn't like failing to get rid of something is not failing. I'd have to find the words not to beg the question. You can't get rid of something without trying to cover it up. But you can fail to see it for just plain structural reasons. And so, okay, now, yes, I'm not mixed up. He's mixed up. But go ahead.
Well, I don't know. I guess, no, I like that point you just made, actually, a lot. I don't really, I realize I was just a student, and I haven't read that much Heidegger, but I really don't like the notion of putting him in with Freud and Marx on the basis of this, like, psychological, I can't take it, so I want to repress it sort of view. I mean, I really like the idea more, like what you were just saying just now, that it's sort of just like part of Dasein's way of being, that it just gets covered up. It's not like there's any like sort of psychological process that pushes it down or anything like that. It's just sort of the way we are is includes not seeing that.
Yeah, one of the best statements of it is, of all people, Don Searle. I would have brought it along. He says, we are not normally in the business of dealing with the background. We don't have the language to talk about the background, and it's very hard to get people to notice it without turning it into some object. And the whole point is it's supposed to be not an object. And I like that argument. That's fine. You don't have to attribute any sort of tendency to flee or cover up, or what was this that I just had, whatever that word was. What was it? Get rid of. You don't. It isn't as if there's anybody trying to get rid of anything. Okay, well, you want to say something about this?
Yeah, doesn't he imply with this idea of anxiety that there's a structural reason why this really takes place?
Ah, well, yeah, you're a straight man for this, because one of my favorite objections to Heidegger is that he has no right to base the fleeing on the fact that Dasein is exposed to anxiety. And why? Well, that's interesting. That's because, in the end, Dasein, and this is again, it would be the structure of the hermeneutics of suspicion. When Dasein finally holds on to anxiety, guess what? It's joyful. So, in the end, it makes no sense to say that Dasein is always fleeing or tends to flee anxiety. Why would it need to flee? Remember, anxiety isn't painful. It isn't sort of breaking out in a cold sweat and wringing your hands. Anxiety is a sense of the sort of basic spookiness of everything. And, okay, go ahead.
Well, I understand anxiety as facing up to the groundlessness.
That's right. That's what I was trying to say.
And in falling, you flee to the base self, which has this supposed ground that
Yeah.
you kind of find some sort of tranquility in.
Yes.
And in that way, it
Okay.
imposes fleeing upon us.
Yes.
We try to get away from this uncanniness or feeling.
Yeah, but that just reintroduces the point. Why should we be upset by ungroundedness? I mean, this is a kind of Wittgensteinian point. I mean, it's only because is it really true that we ask for the kind of ground that Descartes was asking for and Plato was asking for, and that human beings all over need that kind? Are the people in Bali suffering from the anxiety of groundlessness and rootlessness? Or put it another way, once you accept groundlessness, you can lead a happy life. You can get married and have children and climb Everest and do whatever you want. You don't need grounds to lead a good life. Yeah.
But I mean, largely he's critiquing Western thought. So
Okay. Well, then I'll just put it into Western terms. I mean, why should we think that ordinary people are suffering from this peculiar need to have grounds instead of just what? Well, but are they? Well, that's what you'd have to think, that they really are, everybody really is Cartesian, and moreover, and therefore not having grounds is very upsetting to them. I mean, Heidegger's got this sort of Wittgensteinian distinction between people who think that we're all grounded somehow and that there's in reason or nature or something, the basic intelligibility that we can rely on. Then there are the people who see that there isn't any basic intelligibility to rely on, and they think you've got to say it in German, they think instead of a Grund, there's an Abgrund. An Abgrund is an abyss. This is sort of a Sartrean thing. It looks like, boy, there's no ground. We are a feudal passion. It's nihilism and terrible. And then Heidegger says, why can't we just have an Ungrund, which is a non-ground? And that's what I'm saying. And why should we be fleeing the unground as if it were an abyss? When and the answer is somehow, if it's the Cartesianism has invaded our culture, then he's got another problem. because he says he's doing transcendental study about Dasein überhaupt, supposedly, not just Western post-industrial Dasein or something. And so the problem occurs all over the place. I just think fleeing is, you never should have bought it. It starts in the first hermeneutic of suspicion is Kierkegaard, I think. But that's a long story. Kierkegaard has at least got an interesting story about what we're fleeing. But go ahead. No, first yeah.
Yeah, actually, I was just about to mention Kierkegaard as
Oh, yeah?
an explanation for why. Although I think it seems right that his sense of fleeing kind of defies the structure that would say that anxiety can be positive and that that can create authenticity or occasion.
And yet that's what he thinks.
Yes.
Yeah. Anxiety is a good thing.
Yes, but I mean, there remains this, at least, even if it's not a justification of his belief, at least an explanation, that there remains this sense that there's a leveling impulse in us, that it's somehow not easy to do that, and that it's much easier to have an average intelligibility and be part of das Mann, and that's what most people do. And I mean,
It's sort of why do people want to take it easy? I mean, there's some psychological motivation being smuggled in here, and you could sort of push it around, but it shows up someplace.
Exactly. I mean, I think a lot of what's in Being and Time, especially what's very explicit, is all the structural points that he makes. But I really do think that smuggled in there is this sort of sense, like when you read the part on Das Mann, Heidegger seems to have this negative attitude about leveling, even though he could never assert that it was somehow negative because he's not making those kind of claims.
Well, the interesting thing is, I think, that he thinks that intelligibility is essentially leveling, and there's nothing wrong with leveling. And that's, again, when he says authentic Dasein is always in the one, because there's no way, you've got to have the one to have any way to do anything to get outside the concrete, immediate situation into some generality and so forth. So he's got to accept the one. So then the issue comes again. Then why this tone of shape up and you're fleeing into the one? Why not just say, of course, the one has got to be there, but the one is something you also have to resist, but not in the sense of that you don't have to resist your tendency to flee into it. You just got to, it's a complicated story, but I'll say it again, I say it often, work your way out of the one, not by getting more and more Fronemus-like, getting more and more able to respond to the unique situation. And even then, never completely, because there's always got to be this generality of the one in order to have anything intelligible. And so now we get this question, why the motivation to... What's the bad motivation? It's to use the one to cover up our nature. And now where I'm asking again, how does he explain this motive to use the one to cover up our nature? I mean, it looks like, well, it's because anxiety is terrible, or groundlessness is terrible, or resisting television and banalities and leveling is hard. But none of it seems to make it doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah. Well, certainly you have to sort of work your way out of a kind of banality and a standard way of looking at things, which covers up what we are and everything, covers up everything practically. And now, but the question is, wait, I just slipped my mind. I have to get it back, how I want to put it. Yes, you have to get out of that. Oh, I know. Yes, but the idea that we have to use violence to get out of it and wrest the people out of it. Why don't you just? I mean, Wittgenstein manages to do a lot of this work without violence and without wresting, and it only requires violence if the people are resisting the news you're bringing, and that's what, again, I think he has no need or right to say. once he points this out to us, we should all just say, yeah, that's how it is. That's hard to see, but now that you point it out, I see it.
It seems like on the reverse side of the coin, people can, if they can will themselves into covering it up, then you should be able to will yourselves out of it, and that can't be the case, that we can will yourself into an authentic disclosure of background. So it seems like...
Well, that's a different issue. We better put that aside. I mean, how you get to be authentic is you do it, whether you do it by willpower or not, is a deep point we're going to come to. It's got to do with this choosing to choose issue. How much, in the background of what I'm talking about, there is going to be a problem about just how much receptivity and how much activity. But not yet. I mean, this is all I want to talk right now is, and I've done it, is just talk about that I don't think he's motivated the violence story. Yeah, I guess I want to word it. Go ahead, but be brief. Okay.
Okay, fair enough. I just want to say, it seems like maybe Heidegger's just like stuck, hasn't made up his mind or hasn't streamlined it enough, and is kind of stuck between making an ontological statement, the whole world story, the whole structural story, which is very fruitful and great, and this like weird ethical statement that he just drops in there somewhere that doesn't hold together as well.
Well, that's what I think. Yeah, and he doesn't need it, and I don't even understand where he thinks he gets it, because it sounds sort of ontic and psychological. No, you guys are monopolizing this discussion. Tyler wants to say something.
This is all very rough, but I think he is entitled at the structural level to the move you don't like.
To what?
To the move you're not liking, this psychologizing.
Okay. Yeah, well, I thought you would think that, and I'm eager to hear what you have to say about it.
It's a bit of a stretch, but I think if he didn't say it, he's entitled to say it. It's based on the phenomenon. So at the structural level, there's a sort of fallenness, which is as you're describing. It's unmotivated. We're fallen from the world in the sense of the structures which are the basis of intelligibility. If we think though about the motive structure within which Dasein is socialized, right? So as we're socialized, we take on basically an ordinary motivational structure taken over by the will. So because Dasein, it's a bit opposite, but because phenomenologically we are these pre-Dasein beings who become Dasein, to emerge with basically a motivational structure which is orientated towards the one.
Which is what?
Orientated towards the one, the way one does things. So even think of raising children first, before they can do something authentically, basically we orientate them towards the way one does things.
Oh, absolutely. That's fine.
Really at level of embodied habits, embodied motives,
Okay.
has internalized something like the way one does things.
And
Structural claim, it's a bit optic, but it's a claim about the reproduction of the structure and the being like Dasein. Initially, it's going to be motivated by the one. That's what it means to be fine like Dasein. And to get out of that.
oh, yeah, isn't that interesting? I like that, but it's a funny thing. It's a third angle, because it isn't I'm fleeing, resisting, facing, but it isn't just structural. It's as you say, something like genetic, or I can't find the developmental. It's let's say it's developmental. That it's the way we grow up and get socialized has this built into it, that we are all going to want to do the standard thing, but I'm not sure that and
What it means is it's not a motivated fleeing in the sense that you're actively trying to flee, but rather at the level of motives,
Yeah.
you are fleeing.
Okay.
Habituated to do
Okay, and this violence and resting on your version is that he just has to shake you up, and he needs to shake you up because you're in the tranquility of saying, I already know how to do it, that there's a standard way to do it, and so forth. Okay,
It's
but
a stronger thing though, because just shaking you up doesn't actually transform the motive structure. So just seeing that one is doing things the way one does them.
okay, so
Change the embodied habituation.
So we have to change that structure, and that's the violence that's going to happen. Except that it's sort of, in this book, a kind of methodological violence, and that's not going to change anybody's structure. So I'm happy if you all just have seen that there's a problem here, and if anybody wants to write a paper about it, you're welcome to do it. And I'd be shocked, but interested to see an account that makes fleeing work or motivates the fleeing. What? Yeah.
Just one last point. I think that even if this slant towards the idea of fleeing isn't justified by the rest of this structure, I think if nothing else, it remains compelling. And it's dangerous, of course, to try to come up with concrete examples for stuff this abstract. But I mean, I think if one imagines just a situation, say, where you know somebody and they're doing a lot of work on one particular subject and they're really caught up in the world of the work that they're doing, but they can't find the answers to what they're doing and they're sort of confused. And you look at them and without making a value judgment of any kind, you say, well, look, you're really caught up in what's going on. You haven't really confronted that, these terms that you're using, the definitions are very vague, and you don't really understand what's going on. The grounding that you think you have, with which you perform whatever you're doing, isn't really there. And you tell this person this, and they become very defensive, and they get angry at you. And they're like, well, you can't just tell me that what I'm doing is invalid, and sort of get offended. And
okay, but wait, that's enough, because that's not going to be a cover-up. The way you tell the story, that's a different issue again. Yeah, you can explain why they resist what you're telling them, and that's part of it. But the basic claim is that the whole way Dasein sets up the understanding of themselves and the world is to hide the fact that Dasein is ungrounded and to not have to experience the anxiety that comes with that realization. And you're telling me all kinds of other stories about why Dasein has trouble facing the structural things that Heidegger wants to describe. And I just want to say, well, each one of them we could discuss on its own, but I think the least tenable of all of the candidates, the developmental and the perseverant one and so forth, the least tenable is that it's built into Dasein structurally across the board that its fleeing anxiety is the main motivation for why it has the wrong understanding of the world. But I'm going to go on. I mean, I would be very unhappy if I discovered that we'd spent the whole day on this. So let me see where I am. There's a hermeneutic circle. And then there's a whole lot of questions I just run through that I think I just don't think he's answered satisfactorily. Is why you believe anxiety reveals the truth that nothing has intrinsic meaning? Why say that it's a basic disposedness? Does guilt really show that all our practices are ungrounded? And what does that even mean? And why? And let's see what else. And we have to start with the Aristotle everyday understanding, but we have to get out of it. So let me see. I'm skimming to get out of it here. And we want to understand why there is this systematic cover-up that obscures the structure of our being. And why isn't there enough cover-up just in the way the illumination in the room is, quote, not really covered up, but not easily accessible to us and describable. So let's see. So here we get to the violence on 359, and so that we get finally to how can we know that the ontological understanding we've arrived at is phenomenally adequate? That is, how can we ever know that we're not just part of a cover-up and that there's any that you could ever get outside of it? And now, then Heidegger's, that's when we're back to formal indication. The method for getting, if you're dealing with any kind of distortion, it doesn't really have to be a cover-up. But the way to deal with it, and if you're all in it, because you already have this forehaving, you're not working from outside. If you're in this hermeneutic circle, the only way to get out, not to get out of the hermeneutic circle, you don't want to do that, but to get clear about the structure from within the hermeneutic circle is formal indication. what's sort of interesting is Heidegger wrote pages and pages about formal indication in his lecture notes, and on the ones on religion have a big thing about it. If you want me to, you can ask me and I'll give you references. And it's hardly visible in here, and yet it does the crucial job. And I just want to show you, the translation just covers it up, misses it. Absolutely, probably the worst moment in the translation, it seems to me, is where he says at the top of 362. No, that's not it. 361. Yes, 361, middle of the page. Look at this. How many realize that they just, when you read this sentence, you just read a mouthful of gibberish, and did you notice, or are you so, is it all so much like gibberish to you that it doesn't seem like any more than any other? Look, in indicating the formal aspects of the idea of existence, that's the beginning of that, of the second full paragraph. What in the world can that mean, indicating the formal aspects of the idea of existence? Well, it doesn't mean anything. The German just says, informally indicating existence, which is what he did, remember, way back at the beginning when he said we'll formally indicate Dasein as the being that's being is an issue for it, and we'll call that existence. And it happens again at the bottom, at that paragraph. The idea of existence, which we have posited, gives us an outline of the formal structure of the understanding of Dasein, and does so in a way, and that's also formal indicating. But there's also a place. Oh, I just want to say that Joan Stanbaugh gets it right, and I think that's nice, because it's nice that, I mean, I'm always beating on Joan Stanbaugh, but in this case she's so much better than the translation. It just says, her translation, our formal indication of the idea of existence was guided by the understanding of being, and so forth. And that's straightforward and right. Okay, now, where am I? I jumped there. So this is, we have to, so how do we do it? How do we find out how to get the phenomena undistorted? If, for whatever reason, and now we're just putting this under the general category, I don't want to say it's covered up. Not that there is a cover-up, just that our experience of the phenomenon of us and the world is distorted and covered up. What do we do about it? Well, we use formal indication. We assume, by the way, I worried once, which I understand now. I asked myself the question, how come Heidegger provisionally gets it right about Dasein when he gets it wrong about guilt and wrong? I mean, Heidegger thinks that we all get it wrong. Our whole shared understanding gets it wrong about guilt and death and the self, we'll see today. And informal indication always has to start out with where things are wrong. How come, when the most important thing, Dasein, is at stake, he doesn't start out with something like we're a rational animal, or a part of nature or something? He jumps right in and tells you the right answer. Well, I always realize that's because he has written the book already, so to speak. He knows the right answer. But what puzzled me was, why then does he call it provisional? Why doesn't he just say, I know, and you will be convinced by the end of this book, that Dasein is the being whose being is an issue for it? Well, I now see what's going on. There are two sort of, it doesn't explain altogether what's going on, but one, he's understood that we are a being whose being is an issue for it. But what's provisional is that that's our essential structure. He hasn't, something is provisional in that he hasn't shown it, and he won't have shown it till the end of the book. What would he be showing? Well, that if you take us to be the being whose essence, if you believe that Dasein has an essence, and you take its essence to be that it takes a stand on its being, then you can explain all the other phenomena. That's the test for the essence. I mean, the essence of gold, if it's 79, explains the ductility and the malleability and the yellowness and the conductivity and everything about gold, every causal property of gold. And in a similar way, if he gets it right about the essence of Dasein, then all the other stuff in here's got to be following from it. And explained, it worked out as that as our structure. And that's what he thinks. He thinks that he knows provisionally, one of the things we do is take a stand on our being, and he's just observed that. But what he wants is to show that we have an essence, and that's our essence. And so I just wanted to say that because for me that sort of helps a little understand how, what I'm saying is unlike all the other forms of formal indication that he's got. Why? Yeah, good. You want to close it? Is that a good idea? Is it the noise or the draft or both?
Noise.
Okay. So he gets to formal indication on 361, even though thanks to the translation you can't see it, and he it helps us to understand something on 362, which is a confusion. What is it? 6. Oh, this is just the next point. I mean, it's not. I'm not deriving anything from that point, but it's related. The essence of Dasein is its existence, and now I want to just talk about this fact that he's using this term existence. Existence is the name for a way of being for which its being is an issue for it. That's why we study these existentials. Now, there's something that's going to sort of disturb you, and it disturbed Heidegger finally, and he realized he was confused. At the top of 362, and it's all over the place, he talks about a threefold distinction of existence, facticity, and falling. And all over the place you will find that existence is his name for the future projective dimension. But existence is also his name for the whole structure. That's the way of being of Dasein. Well, that always annoyed me, and one day I discovered, thanks to the fact that the footnotes are in the Stambaugh translation, but now I have to find where it is. 315. It's right at this point where he writes something in the margin. So that means in the German 315 in the margin. I marked it. Oh, yeah, here it is. No, it isn't. Try here. Yes, he notices and he writes existence, 1, for the whole of being of Dasein, and 2, only for understanding. Understanding is the projecting dimension. And so he realizes that he should have used 2 different terms. He certainly should have. Existence is a nice term for Dasein, and the way of being of Dasein, and existentialism is already around. Kierkegaard has defined himself as an existential thinker, and doing these existentialia is all very well. Then you need a new word for the future directedness. One of the words is understanding, but we need a broader category, more abstract. And I don't have any proposal. That's his problem. But it helps to realize when you come across the term existence that it almost always means the future dimension of Dasein's activity, projection, and that. But of course, when you come across existentials, that always means the threefold structure of thrown, falling, and projecting. Okay, there's nothing to discuss there. We just have to sort it out and go on. Let's see now. And now we're back to the hermeneutic circle, which he didn't name before. I named it. On 362, you get the whole hermeneutic circle going by again. And you get it carefully sort of wrapped around formal indication this time. The middle, the second paragraph, he says, this understanding is, though he's talking about understanding Dasein's being, this understanding is to be grasped primordially only on the basis of a primordial interpretation of Dasein in which we take the idea of existence as our cue. There, I take it, the existence is supposed to mean the whole, taking a stand on your being. Does it not then become altogether patent in the end that this problem of fundamental ontology which we broached is one in which we move in a circle? And there we are, where that's the hermeneutic situation. So we go on a little. We have indeed already shown in analyzing the structure of understanding that so and so it moves in a circle. That was that quick run through of the four structure in Division 1. In spite of this, if the problematic of fundamental ontology is to have its hermeneutic situation clarified, our investigation must now come back explicitly to this circular argument. When it's objected that the existential interpretation is circular, it said that we have presupposed the idea of existence and that Dasein gets interpreted accordingly, so the idea of being may be obtained from it. But then it turns out, and we don't have to read it all, that that's the way things work. You've got to stay inside, and you've got to do formal indication to do hermeneutics. The one place that comes out, and I think it's nice to see how that hangs together, is the bottom of 362 in the italics, which are, of course, completely mistranslated, so you can't see it. But I will read it so you will see it. Skimming down, starting so that it may decide of its own accord. Where do we have to start? We'll let that. We want to let that which is to be interpreted be put into words, so that it, Dasein, may decide of its own accord whether, as the entity which it is, it has the state of being, in terms of which it should be. It's always getting the Worauf hin wrong. So the state of being, in terms of which it has been disclosed in the projection with regard to its formal aspects. No, it's been disclosed in formal indication. I mean, so there you can just see that that's the method you've got to use when you're in a hermeneutic circle. It's in the German you can see formalen Zeigen erschlossen. That's formalen Anzeigen. Yeah, that's formal indication is what he's doing. So now we're in the hermeneutic circle, and it does that, and that it needn't be violent. I'm just summarizing where I am. And so we're back to fleeing again and the cover-up story. I just wanted to show you that it's coming up again on 368. Because when I mentioned it, I didn't go directly to the fleeing quote because I didn't know where it was because I put it later in my lecture. Here I am in the middle of 368. The everyday interpretation of the self, we're going to do it with the self, has a tendency to understand itself in terms of the world with which it's concerned. Now that's fine. Nobody wants to say that that's the John Searle version, which is all he needs. When Dasein has itself in view ontically, it fails to see itself in relation to the kind of being of that entity which it is itself. That's fine. What is the motive for this fugitive way of saying I? It is motivated by Dasein's falling. For as falling, it flees in the face of itself into the one. Okay, so there that's the right where it says 322 in the margin. Now, I'm not quite ready to get to the self yet, so I'm going to do it and get there in just a minute. On 363, we still have to look at something. that's the one I showed you, where they get rid of an understanding of being and fail to recognize an understanding of being are put side by side in a way I don't think they should be. Common sense misunderstands understanding. That's sure. That's because we normally cope with the kind of things that you understand as things. But therefore, common sense must necessarily pass off as violent anything that lies beyond the reach of its understanding. There's always this thing that because the fleeing is lurking in this paragraph, so is the violence. So Heidegger, why am I saying this initial order? So this is Heidegger explaining how we're going to get to the phenomenon when it's covered up and so forth. And the first point I was making was formal indication. And now I got a point. Our pre-ontological understanding of being is ungrounded. According to Heidegger, motivates a tendency to flee, which in turn justifies not taking das Mann at face value. I mean, I think this justifies formal indication. I mean, in Heidegger's picture, because guilt is as something you owe is covering up the fact that it's not a question of owing at all, but not getting behind your thrownness. Death as an event at the end of your life covers up the fact that dying is something you're doing all the time, and so forth. And why is this all happening? Because there is this tendency to flee and into das Mann. Therefore, not only is das Mann too general and banal and standard to get at the real unique situation, it's also doesn't have a clue as to how to deal with Dasein. And Heidegger's explanation of that is that in order to flee ungroundedness, Dasein flees into das Mann, and das Mann has a view of us as objects. Let me see if there's more to say about that. I don't think so. No, I said that. And Heidegger. Now, the final point is how I'm still asking: how does Heidegger get to the phenomenon? Well, Heidegger experiences anticipatory resoluteness. He's authentic. I mean, how you get to be authentic, I haven't talked about yet, whether you do it by willpower or by grace or whatever. But Heidegger clearly sees the phenomenon, and therefore he's in a position to break out, or to just see through, I think would be better, the ordinary way of thinking about it, and telling us his way. And this leads to something I want to get clear. Well, first there's the problem of wholeness. So what happens here? He does see the whole. But starting at right below 64. Through the unity of the items which are constitutive for care. Look at this now. The same puzzle, that he should have fixed. Existentiality, facticity, and fallenness. There it's quite clear that he's using the term in a different way than he should. It has become possible to give the first ontological definition for the totality of Dasein's structural whole. So now he's got the story of Dasein's structural whole. Remember, now this is just me trying again to justify my reordering. The issue at the beginning of Division 2 was we haven't got Dasein's structural whole, and we have to do all kinds of things to fix that. But we've already got existentiality, facticity, and fallenness all over the place in Division 1. So what else do you get when you get the structural whole? Well, I don't really know. It's obviously what you get when you're authentic, and you get the authentic totality. This is what he's talking about at the top of 364. By exhibiting anticipatory resoluteness, we have brought Dasein before us with regard to its authentic totality, and with authentically whole. There must be some kind of inauthentic whole, so that we now have it in advance the authenticity of the potential, the ability to be a self guarantees the primordial existentiality, guarantees that primordial existentiality is something we see in advance. He's still getting, whoever wants to write a paper on the hermeneutic, there's seeing in advance is the Vorsicht, is the foresight. He keeps using the terminology of threefold aspects of hermeneutics just without signaling that he's doing anything special with it. Partly because I don't think there's anything interesting about it. I mean, that he's just pushing it in here. But I mean, I've never understood why there are these three for having foresight and for conception. Why there couldn't be four or two. But I mean, they do a good job, these three. But I bet you could think of another one. But anyway, the three are supposed to map onto the temporality structure, presumably. All right. I don't really know. That's another paper topic. He never tells us that they do, and I don't know if they do. The past, let's try it, is something like the forehaving, because the past is the always already. He's already built that into the care structure, so that what you always already in. The foresight will have to be the present, alongside entity. That's rather far-fetched. And the future one is going to be the foreconception. Why? See, no, I give up. No, you can't do it. I can't do it anyway. Map it onto the threefold temporal structure. So let me go back to where I was. So now the problem of wholeness has got to be something more than just knowing this structure. It's got to be, I take it, actually experiencing fully what it is to be a thrown, falling, projecting being. And though he had the wholeness all along, he didn't have it in its richness, or something, is one of the words he uses.
So, Eugene, in fact, was behind this lecture, in that he posed me on Wednesday a very hard question, but a question that we had better understand, or we can understand what's going on in the temporality part of Division 2, and that is, what's the difference between the care structure, which is what's always already, as the first one, pressing.
Always already ahead of itself.
Oh, it's ahead of itself. Yeah, always already. I think it really goes ahead of itself, as always already amidst. But anyway, that care structure that is supposed to be, we're supposed to get the meaning of that structure. It's somehow supposed to become intelligible to us in the light of the structure of primordial temporality, and that we couldn't figure out, the group of us who were talking, how to distinguish what you've already got, namely the threefold temporal something in the care structure. So always already is truly past, and pressing into is the future, and being amidst is the present. What does it add to say that if you understand primordial temporality, you'll understand something essential about the care structure that you didn't understand before? Remember, just to keep the big overall picture, Dasein has a structure. The meaning of Dasein is care. That means some structure that makes Dasein's way of being intelligible. And the meaning of care is temporality, temporalizing itself, or just temporality. And that's supposed to make the care structure intelligible in some way that it wasn't intelligible until you mapped it to temporality. So I just had a big aha this morning trying to figure it out. And I didn't get a chance to actually, I think, work it all out. But I do think it's interesting. But I get there only sort of halfway through what I want to say about what we were reading today. So and finally, I want to say, I guess I could have said, and one more move. Somehow, once you understand temporality, you're in a position to go on to temporalität. See, there are two different German words. Temporality is Zeitlichkeit. That's in here. Temporalität is what we're going to be doing for the last 3 weeks of the course. That's in basic problems. That when you understand temporalität, you understand sort of the meaning of temporality. You understand one more level of interpretation. And that's, I just realized, and that's why I'm just going to quote it to way to begin what I'm talking about. I said already a while back, without having any text really in mind to back it up, that finally, what it's trying to do is to find something that explains why there are all the different meanings of being and how they all hang together in one understanding of being. And I didn't realize it, but he's talking about this on 383, way back there. And so he says in that last paragraph, working out the plurality of Dasein as everything has historicality within timeless, we'll be getting for the first time a relentless insight into the complications of a primordial ontology of Dasein. I just hadn't noticed that. What is a primordial ontology of Dasein? Well, he's going to explain that. As being in the world, Dasein exists practically with and alongside the entities which are counted within the world. That we do, we just didn't have that name for it. Thus, Dasein's being becomes ontologically transparent in a comprehensive way, only within the horizon in which the being of entities other than Dasein, and this means even those which are neither ready to hand or present at hand just subsist. So now even the way of being of numbers is the way of being of equipment, the way of being of substances, the way of being of numbers, all of those get clarified when you understand the horizon of Dasein, of the horizon of the temporal structure of Dasein. Then he says that if the variations of being are to be interpreted for everything of which we say it is, and that's what they all have in common. Equipment is, substances are, Dasein is, they're all kinds of sign. And now he throws in, for once, numbers, and never mentions them again. He has to say they are too. So we have to say, for everything which we say it is, we need an idea of being in general. This idea needs to have been adequately illuminated in the past. Well, he never got there in the course of being in time. But that's the project. And he got a lot of pieces of it when you start looking for it. How he's going to tell you about the temporality of the ready to hand, the temporality of the present at hand, the temporality of being in the world, and so forth. That's all, those all have a way of being, and their way of being is mapped in various ways on the temporality. They're all modes of temporality. And what so far, now I'm just skipping to where we are on 401. We were supposed to start reading today, right? I just want to make sure I'm just following the syllabus, and I tell you, the rest of you are too. So we're going to start reading from 401, and then there's something important on 401. Well, wait, back to 383. Oh yeah, and we should say there on 382 because some deeply puzzled, and I think very wrong-headed, I can't make sense out of it, move is made in the top part of 382. He's giving his overall view. I think I can sort of understand the overall view of the part I read. But now look 3 lines down. Concernful some perspective, discovery, reckoning with its time. This is all within time. So you read that. Skipping down to the right-hand side, the top paragraph. The kind of time which is first found ontically within timeless, that's our everyday time, becomes the basis on which the ordinary traditional conception of time is. We're going to read about that. We haven't done that yet. That would be a succession of matters. But time is within timeless. Now comes the funny thing. Arises from an essential kind of temporalizing, of primordial temporality. Arises makes me nervous. All up to now I've been saying each of these levels makes the previous level, the level below it intelligible. So we can make pair structure intelligible on the basis of the structure of temporality, temporalizing itself. It turns out there's even this other structure, temporality, which is his name for the way that essential kind of temporalizing primordial temporality is entrenched. The fact that this is its source, and that's worshipful. Those are the two words. The translation is not wrong. So the fact that this is the source, that is the temporality, tells us the time in which we express the hand and passively the genuine phenomenon. It's not anything except the words arise and the source. It seems to me two different things are going on through all of this. I mean, I was having all kinds of insights today. I may, in the end, discover they're all wrong. That's why you're here to tell me so. But I think that I no longer agree with anything in Blattner. I'm reading Blattner. So it's brilliant. It seems to me to be wrong. And it's wrong on just this idea that it's trying to explain something like the source of all these other forms of time. And things that Heidegger gives. And that's his Kantian reading. And where source means something like, sometimes he says, and Heidegger says sometimes, it isn't that Blattner's wrong. I think there must be two different ways of picking up division two. And they're probably, I haven't, as I say, had time to work it out. These two are probably, both of them, coherent interpretations. And they're probably, both have text to back them up. And one of them is the Kantian, in which we're told that the structure of temporality is, quote, a condition of the possibility of all these other forms of temporality, all these other forms of ways of being. And that goes with the crucial statement. Remember way back here, I obsessed about this when we were doing division one. There's the definition of being, the only one at the top. Oh, here we are. Yes, I am on the right track. 25. What is asked about is being, that which determines entities as entities. And then that on the basis of which entities are already understood. Now, the intelligibility story I started by talking about is that on the basis of which, so entities are understood on the basis of Dasein, Dasein is understood on the basis of care, care is understood on the basis of primordial temporality. I can understand that more and more. But if you could think that there is some kind of structure which somehow, I don't know, produces, that's not the right word, constitutes, I mean, does something, determines the entities, not makes them intelligible. And that sounds, and that I think sounds what Bill is, the condition of the possibility in a Kantian way, are the categories that may determine the possibilities of objects being experienced as objects. And in some way, there won't be any objects except as they are in some way organized by Dasein. Now, I'm going to show you another thing too. I'm going to have to say all this, sort of blur it out and show it. It turns out that sometimes Heidegger says the existential condition of the possibility. I think that's the one I want. That says it's about intelligibility, but if you just say condition of the possibility, then it would sound like some kind of structure, which is somehow behind and producing as a source out of which springs the phenomenon. That's what I don't understand. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there aren't these two different ways of reading it, but I'm beginning to suspect there are. And I can only understand the phenomenological one. This is how this struck me. non-sequential, and why that's crucially important. In fact, understanding the way in which temporality is non-sequential is understanding the meaning of care. And that's what I'm trying to explain. Feel free to stop me. I'm trying to be as clear as I can, but when I'm sort of half, I think I can be clearer by it. I get a better grip on it. But I think I can explain it. Anyway, 401, I want to read the italics. We can see that every ecstases are the three ways that Dasein is outside of itself, into the into the primordial future, the primordial present, past. Thus, we can see that in every ecstasis, temporality temporalizes itself as a whole. This means that in the ecstatical unity, which temporality has fully temporalized itself currently, is grounded the totality and the structural whole of existence, facticity, and fall. That is, the unity of the pair structure. So, what we're going to discover isn't clear at all in Division 1 when you just say ahead of itself as already in amidst. So, when you spell that out, Rocky, you will see that it's temporal and it's unified at the level of its temporality. And that's what we're supposed to be seeing in this section. It's the temporality of being in the world of the problem of transcendence. And that's sort of rightly in italics. And that the totality is grounded in the whole, let's try this again. Grounded is something funny. But grounded, it seems to me to be more like makes intelligible than has its source in Ursprung and Sprint and comes from. But let me read this part about grounding again. And this means that the ecstatical unity which temporality has fully temporalized itself currently. What does it mean by currently? Let's see where we are. Making present use of every ecstasis. Temporalized, fully temporalized itself currently. Listen, does anybody understand what current is really mean? It just seems to, I just want to cross it out. So I will, because I don't know what to do with it. Have you got the German?
I don't know what.
Anybody got the German? Tyler Quick come today gave this seminary. Oh dear, well we're cut off from the German. Could you make a note to look it up? Maybe we can just cross it out. But let's cross it out until we find out otherwise. And the ecstatical unity with which temporality is fully temporalized itself is grounded in totality of the structural whole of existence, practicity, and all. That is the unity of the character. Not to be mysterious, because I certainly want to lay every thought I got on the table as clearly as possible. That's what you get. You get a unity to the character from the temporality, temporalizing itself that isn't obvious in the character. It only becomes explicit when you lay down the temporality. Now I think when I think about the care structure, why I was so not able to grasp this discussion is I see in the care structure already the way the three ecstasies are unified. It doesn't say anything about it. There's just pressing into the future. What is, that's not the right phrase. What's it again? What's the future one?
Ahead of itself.
Ahead of itself. I don't know why I can't remember that. There's just ahead of itself, and that's clearly futural. And there's always already in it, and that's clearly past already. And amidst entities, that's clearly present. But there isn't anything about how these are related to each other. Why does it have to be three and these three, and how is each one of these three related to the other two of the three such that they form a unity? I don't think that's in there yet. And that's what that's already existence, facticity, and fall, and that's just another name for the ahead of itself, always already. something going on here, very important. Temporalizing doesn't signify the ecstases kind of succession. The future is not later than having been. Having been is not earlier than the present. Temporality temporalizes itself as a future which makes present in having been. A process of we should cross out that. So now we have to understand how that happens. And what is going on that is the phenomenon of something that's temporal and yet not successive, not sequential. That is, that somehow these three ecstasies are not laid out in time. Heidegger says if you thought they were, if you thought that the past was gone, the present's here right now, the future hasn't come yet, then you would be putting Dasein in time and treating Dasein as a thing. Somehow you've got to understand that these dimensions are so interrelated that you can't lay them out in that successive way. And I keep wanting to repeat what I think is my big insight. It only looks like a big insight if you've been stumped for an afternoon. It looks like it's just that, seeing that they're interrelated. I'm going to explain how. They're interrelated in such a tight way that you can't separate them so that you can see them as laid out after another. And now and if you see that, then you see the phenomenon. That is, you see a certain experience in time, which is what I'm trying to grasp. I think I have a certain experience of time, which is not sequential, in that the future doesn't come after the present. The future doesn't come after the present, and the past doesn't come before the present. How can that be? So what's the phenomenon? Get back in my notes. Don't mind if I repeat myself. I tried to say it kind of all at once at the beginning, which I'm trying to say it now, step by step. If primordial temporality is the meaning of care, what does it add to the care structure? Well, I think it maps the phenomena of everyday coping in its modes of throw and falling projection. And it maps them in such a way that you can see that care structure is grounded in temporality, where I'm reading grounded here to say that if you describe the phenomenon, you'll see that the only way to describe the phenomenon is that you have to explain each of these dimensions in terms of the other one so that there is a necessary three-dimensional unity in temporality. So we want to understand the phenomenon of primordial temporalizing and how it can have these three temporal dimensions, these ecstasies, and yet not be sequential. And now came my aha. It's a tiny aha, but it's a version of what Bill is doing. And I see that it happens. Let's just try with the future. We're going to stick to the phenomenon of the future. What would it be to think of the future as something coming after the present that hasn't been achieved yet? That would be the wrong way to think about the future. If you think about it that way, then it looks like the future is so different from the present and different from the past that you could just lay out these three dimensions. So we want, and now, as I say, the simple aha, which I see that I've got on one level, Bill's got on another level, and maybe somebody else has got it on the third level, but I want to say, I just suddenly realized coping is not golden. And everything suddenly became clear to me. I mean, it goes back, how many have had Searle? You've heard me sort of fighting with Searle in the Heidegger course anyway. Searle thinks that action has conditions of satisfaction. McDowell thinks that you have to understand action in terms of concepts, with a Now, we all know, from having read Division 1, and maybe better if you read Merleau-Ponty, how many, I forget if it's Merleau-Ponty course, some of you, okay. Or maybe you just need to look at the phenomenon and you see that there's a kind of involved hoping which doesn't have success conditions. In Merleau-Ponty, it just has improvement conditions. And I don't know how to put it, Heidegger, when you're hammering and in the flow, building something, and you don't have to have in mind the success conditions. You just have to constantly do what works, and as long as things don't break down, you just respond. How would we say that in terms of conditions? There's a toward switch, and the toward switch, yes, it's like you say it's a toward switch and you don't say there's a goal.
Right, you're working towards something, but it's not like you're intentionally kind of
Drifting,
yeah. It's really hard
to have to entertain a representation of what it would be to achieve it. That's the tricky part.
In any way be consciously or cognitively at all directed toward sort of what you're working for.
No, you sort of are directed toward it. You got to be careful. The toward switch is you want to be directed toward it, but there's no it that you need to be directed toward. Okay, that's what I mean by the improvement condition. In the sense when you're getting better and worse. I'm using the analogy of being on the beam. All you have to do is, if you've had a lot of experience in the building, this is magical. If you're in the unready to hand coping, you have to have a goal. You have to understand the success conditions, and you have to keep checking whether you're on the right track toward that goal. But if you've had lots of experience, all you have to do is just go on, and as long as everything feels all right, you don't have to pay attention to anything except just keeping it feeling all right. That I think of it like an airplane, just staying on the beam. You don't need to know where the airport is and as your final condition of satisfaction. All you need to know is that when you get off the beam, you get some kind of signal, and when you get back on the beam, that it stops making this whistly noise. And if you just do that, you'll arrive at the airport. And when you've got a skill in the building, you've got the beacon. And that you just know how to stay on track. And what there's a part of the brain now that actually registers, I forget the name of it, that registers, so to speak, how it's going. And as long as it registers, it's going like it usually goes and should go. You phenomenologically, you've got nothing. You're just pressing into the future. That's the jargon. Not the for the sake of which is sort of the towards which is the right way to talk. Because it doesn't have to tell you the goal. It just says you're going.
Where you're going towards.
Yeah. And the other thing I just said is and pressing into the future is very important. Because pressing into the future doesn't tell you that you're aiming at a particular goal or success which you have in mind. I mean, having understood that, I thought, for a long time against John, I now think that it's the most basic level of what it is to be coping. And in effect, Heidegger is saying that level, that basic level, the care structure is intelligible in a unified, deeper way than at the level in which the care structure looks like you have already had something, you're coping with something now, and you're envisaging some goal. Now, I'm repeating myself, but I want to see if I have said it, so I won't keep saying it. Okay, you can say something, yeah.
I have a question about the towards which we're talking about. It seems to me that in having a towards which, even if we don't have a conscious mental representation of something in the future, we're nonetheless directed towards something in the future, which is after what we're doing now.
Yes, I think you were directed towards it, but I think there's two ways to understand what the phenomena is. If you're if it's unready to hand and it's unfamiliar, then you have to have a representation of the goal, and you're directed toward it by trying to achieve the satisfactory conditions. That's the Searle one. If you have a lot of experience in the domain, you are being directed toward it. It's just you're just acting, and only if you get off the beam will you get any signal if you're not doing it right. There's no, you don't have to have a to talk to your argument, you don't have to have a representation of where you're heading. And we would say, keep in mind, the crucial idea is that's more primordial, that's more basic account of action than anybody else has got. That's what Heidegger thinks he's got.
But it seems that in this picture so far, temporality is still sequential. There's still a present which leads into something future, and I think we ought to say some more. So that
the future can't be explained as something that's not yet there that we're going to achieve. He's got a phrase for that. It's not that something. It's not. He says it's not a not yet now, but later. If what you're heading at is a not yet now, but later, you still have a sequential understanding of temporality. And I'm trying to say, yes, I see, I'm trying to put two parts of my life together. Yes, it's certainly true that Merleau-Ponty and Heidegger, in their view of skill and coping, don't think that what you do is to bring about something that's not yet now and will be later, if that means that you have a representation of some future condition. Let me go on. It'll help you a lot if I tell it to you as it occurred to me once I saw it on that level, I'm trying to say what is more primordial. I'm telling you that I used to say about Searle in my courses, he comes in at the second level. He's out of the ground floor. And I find myself saying that about McDowell. And I think the ground floor is this most primordial level. It's a big flip in my mind, because I used to think that primordial temporality was sort of the highest, most abstract structure. I was still saying that on Wednesday. I think maybe Bill thinks that. Bill Blattner, I'm not sure. Now I think that the primordial is the most ground floor, the most basic structure of action. You could run the whole thing on perception too if you were doing Merleau-Ponty. And once you see that, it seems to me, the whole thing starts being so mysterious. It was so mysterious to me what was primordial temporality, why was it successive, and it seemed to be some very sort of special kind of structure that I couldn't grasp why it was a structure. Okay, go ahead.
It seems like inauthentic temporality can be understood as successive and linear, but then when we get to anticipatory resoluteness and the moment of vision, which is implicated by it, there's a sort of puncturing through this inauthentic understanding of successive temporality.
Okay.
And in that puncturing through, one becomes united with this most primordial and united understanding of temporality, which is necessarily grounded in something.
You sound like former me. That is, you're saying the right words, but what is it? What's the phenomenon that you get in touch with?
Well, I mean, if you haven't experienced something like a moment of vision, then there's no way for you to comprehend what I'm saying, right?
Well, let me put that on hold. We may come back to it. I know one I can understand better in sort of getting there step by step.
An important quote that I might just throw out real quick.
I want to stick to futural, and you changed outlet to the...
Well, I did, and I didn't, because I think the most primordial understanding of temporality is necessarily grounded in an understanding of eternity.
Understanding what?
In eternity.
Eternity? I thought I was losing my hearing. Why would has Heidegger ever talked about eternity?
Yeah, he doesn't use that word. He seems to be afraid of that word for what reasons I'm not totally sure.
Well, I'm sure there are good reasons. I mean, whatever it is...
How can the unity of temporality be understood apart from something like eternity?
Well, good question. Let's write... I would write that on the board if I knew how to write so that it was worth reading. But let me...
Anyway, the moment of vision would become...
Wait, let's stick to your question. How could he talk about temporality if he didn't bring in eternity or something like that?
The most primordial
trying to tell you
realm
the
of
phenomenon.
temporality, the moment of vision, is what punctures through the linear understanding of time. And
No,
the
I think
eternity
that- no.
is revealed in something like the now, the moment of vision.
It's not. I mean, if my story is right, I mean, we'll put your story in too. But it's important. Let me see if I'm recording. Because if I'm not, I forgot to turn on the thing that was recording. Okay, we're recording. So people were really upset with me 2 times now. They haven't been able to hear what's going on. Okay, so now put that on hold. I want to try to say, not that it's you're talking about something authentic. But I'm talking about simply going out the door, where if you're very good at going outdoors, you just respond to the solicitation to go out the door. You don't have to represent what it's like to go out the door. You don't have to know how to get to the door and then go out it. To talk like Merleau-Ponty, your hand begins to take the shape of the doorknob as soon as you get up to go out the door. At this ground level, you're always already ahead of yourself, coping with the affordance of the to go out, and that's so far. I mean, it's funny. You may be even like Blattner or even in a third view. It looks like you want to start with this big moment of the difference between inauthentic and authentic coping. But authentic coping, I mean, I don't care whether it's authentic or not. Everybody going out the doors, they're good at going outdoors, and have lots of experience. Their hand will take the shape of the doorknob, and they won't have to represent where they're heading, and so forth. Let me give you 2 more, because I'm really, I think, disagreeing exactly with what I used to think, namely that it was this very, that temporality, temporalizing itself is, when we're, by the way, Heidegger, another confusion in Heidegger, very importantly relevant here. I think I may have said it. Heidegger says often authentic and primordial. And what I want to say, and this I learned from Blattner, you've got to separate those 2. I mean, and we're talking about primordial, and primordial is about a certain kind of ground level coping, which doesn't require at all you be authentic. And it better be that's the ground of all of this stuff. Because remember the discussion from 2 ages ago, 3 times or whatever, that it better not be authentic as crucial, because there may never be, and may never have been any authentic dialogues. And yet there are a lot of people seemingly getting along in time and coping with things, and we better be able to understand temporality temporalizing itself in its primordial function of making care, coping intelligible without having to bring in authentic temporality. So that's what we're disagreeing. I don't see why we
It's
don't.
impossible to understand the unity of temporality without something like authenticity.
Well, I'm going to show you right now. I'm going to, voila, there's your first questions. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's something that's kind of been bouncing around in my head for a long time now, which you're mentioning coping, making it start to come together in a way that's more intelligible, so I just like to throw it out there. It might be what you're thinking, but I wonder if there's any significance to the fact that just as in coping there's no representational content to the goal, there's also no representational content of the future or of time at all.
That's right. It's got a temporal, it's got an ecstatic temporalizing structure. The question is, you're raising an important question, in what sense is it futural at all? If you go too far in this description, but you are, ahead of yourself. That's the doorknob example.
I mean, I'm tempted to go with something that's completely anti-Heideggerian, which I know is wrong, which is, I'm actually in time as a subject, but I just don't know. But I mean, that's completely wrong. That's completely wrong. I'm sure of it. But in any case, I think there is probably some significance to the fact that there is no representation of any sort of time at all when you're in the
I think you're right. You are time, as Heidegger says.
Yeah, that sounds good.
That's what you are. That's Dasein is time.
Dasein is the world. Dasein may as well be time.
That's right. It's this open that happens to be a threefold openness, and all of the 3 aspects of which the 3 ecstasies are totally interdefined, and we are
appropriate instead of walking out the door. For example, talking. I mean, here he's talking about the temporality of discourse, and why should we go anywhere else besides thinking of a phenomenon which we can see manifest discourse? When we talk, we would say certain words that have passed, and we would say certain things that have yet to come. Our grasp of language, I hope, would give us this idea that when I say something, you guys will retain this information, as well as expect me to say something that fits along some linguistic rule, perhaps. My point is simply, with language, with speaking, we do see the unity of this already, and they're already ahead of itself. I think you're right. I think that's, when you take out of it what I got, and I think that's what you were saying, it's true, I think, that speaking is a kind of coping in which you don't sort of plan what you're going to say next and keep track of what you said last. Merleau-Ponty, I think, thinks of it as a very transparent coping skill, and it would sort of not be true to what was going on in the phenomena if you said that you were ahead of yourself in the sense of having planned what you were going to say next on the basis of what you said so far. That what's the phrase we don't want the not yet, now, but later kind of temporality when we're engaged in talking. That's what I think that's true. But let me go back, so I think I can make this clearer and keep you guys from getting lost. If we just see it on several levels, the one that Blattner doesn't say anything about the level I'm talking about, the most basic coping level, but he has a lot to say about the level in which they're the for the sake of which, and in the sense in which the for the sake of which is not something that hasn't happened yet, and will happen is not yet now but later. So let's talk about it. It's not only sort of the language going out the door, which doesn't have it, not yet now but later story. But remember the story about being a professor. That's where Blattner sees it. He sees that being a professor is not some goal to achieve, which isn't in the present. In the present, you have the goal, and later you're going to achieve the goal. Remember, you can do that with longer. You can have the goal, and you can have the success condition. You can work towards it, and then you can achieve them. But Bill is very good on the fact that being a professor is something you never achieve. Because it structures all the things that you do if you're a professor. And again, so it's a future, which is not a kind of future, which is not yet now, and then will become now, and then will become past. It's never, in a sense, now I'm a professor, like now I've got tenure. I didn't have it before. And it's not, I was a professor, but I'm not anymore, as I've retired. It's a kind of, it pervades your way of coping, all of the things you're doing, and it somehow always remains to be done. That's the way it's ahead of itself. But it's nothing specific that remains to be achieved. It's constantly ongoing, and it remains to be ongoing. That should be familiar, either from reading the Blattner or from I talked about it before. Notice it's got the same structure. The for the sake of which is not something in the future which is not yet now but will become now and then will become past. Right? It's something else. It's something that structures all of your experience, and it's always somehow to be done. That's the sense in which it's future at all, because otherwise you wouldn't know why it was more future than present or past. But it's got ahead of itself. There's always more to becoming a professor. But it's not ahead of itself in the sense that it's got a representation of achievement. Okay, let me give you the last one, because I saw 3. I bet there are more. Of course, death has exactly this structure. Demise is an event in the future. But dying is something you do all the time. And dying is like being a professor. You never achieve it. In fact, I think it's quite clear that if you achieved it, you wouldn't be here. He talks about that. as if it's been coming, but now it's finally arrived. It structures everything we do. That's the sense we decided that death is a way of being. Death is a way of life. Dying. Death is when you're having no more possibilities. Dying is this way of life in which you are always, your behavior is futural in a way that it is not sequential. That's the slogan I'm trying to illustrate. So now we've got three examples on the level of everyday co-producing equipment, on the level of having a for the sake of which, on the level of having a structure of anticipatory resoluteness. They've all got a quality at the most primordial level of non-sequential. This is what I thought was the insight. Yeah.
So we've brought this discussion up in the context of kind of against Blattner's reading and trying to have another understanding. And if you could just kind of bring this back around now to that. And also maybe we didn't quite read this, but we almost got up to the part where there's the part that has that sort of idealist kind of sound in Heidegger.
I did the source one.
Yeah, so right after the source one, he goes on to say, the fact that this is its source tells us that time in which what is present at hand arises and passes away is a genuine phenomena of time. And then he says, it is not an externalization of a qualitative time into space, as Bergson's interpretation of time.
What do you make of it? I left out that last.
Well, I'm just wondering in the sense of, because in the last few minutes, we've kind of started talking about it almost in qualitative terms of like the way that Dasein experiences time phenomenologically. But you're wanting to resist any sort of idealist move that's going to suggest. So it seems like you're wanting to. It seems like there might be a possibility that you're having that you are sort of giving a qualitative notion to the way that we're describing time as an experience of the Dasein, while wanting to maybe maintain that what in fact, in this robust realist way, maybe what in fact is happening in the universe is a sequence of time. So that's just a word.
I don't know whether I want to talk about that now, but I see what you're saying.
It just seems like a worry.
I'll say something now, parenthetical, about Blattner. I was going to bring it up later when we got to succession, which is the most side of the sort of. You sort of know that you go from a description of this kind of primordial temporality, which isn't successive, to the temporality of everyday, I guess, sort of unready to hand life. The kind of way how does he put it? It's when it's clock time. It turns out it's what will before clock time. And remember, there's a way in which you sort of notice where you are in your progress and keep track of it, and people keep track of what's going on in a normal everyday way. And then he gets to that, you can measure that with the clock, and you can think of that as a succession of nows. That's science. Now, how do I think about this? Well, it's good to keep your eyes open. This is a big disagreement between me and Blattner already, and maybe they're related. Blattner says that Heidegger's trying to derive these primordial temporality. No, he's starting with primordial temporality, whatever that is. That's what I can't really understand now. I never have. I just Blattner. You start with primordial temporality, and you try to derive step by step how it sort of breaks down, or becomes less and less rich, less and less unified as it goes to world time, to science time. And Bill thinks that you've got to be able to Heidegger's got to be able to derive the 5 characteristics of world time, which I'm not prepared to talk about today. That's, I think, next time to sign, isn't it? That was significant It's always when such and such happened, and you can say that, you can say when it happened, and so forth. And then comes Bill's big problem. Heidegger does not try to derive succession from this. He's got a non-successive kind of temporality, namely we just heard about, and non-sequential. He has to explain how that non-sequential could become, could be leveled into a series of nouns, and he doesn't do it in the book. But I want to say he doesn't even promise to do it, because now you need to think about, I've said this once before, I'm sure, but I won't hurt to say it again. I mean, I think, see, if you're a realist about Heidegger, then you want to say, look, succession isn't something he wants to derive. Succession is what the physics deals with. It's a physical fact about the universe. That's the point. And if the fact that he fails to derive it and even fails to promise to derive it, which makes Bill's claim so weird, because you usually only fail to do what you promise to do, and Heidegger never says that when it derives succession. So what would you get? You would get the following thing. You would think, now you have to make an analogy with space. I think I said this. You can derive. We normally live in a space in which there's up and down and there's places, and you can make all kinds of parallels between spatiality and primordial temporality. And there's a here in the space when we're in. But then Heidegger says there's a Cartesian space where there's no here and there's no significance and there's no datability. They're just homogeneous points. That's the whole point of the racing stanza. And then the question is, do you have to derive that from primordial temporality? And I want to say, why couldn't it be parallel with space? Heidegger thinks that Cartesian space is fine for science. It's just leveled off, lost all of the meaning and relevance that we live in spatiality. So why couldn't there be a succession of moments in real physical time? They won't be temporal, because there won't be any now in them. And since there's no now, there won't be any earlier and later in them. And yet, we don't want to derive them. That's the basic thing, the nature that we live in, and we got to be careful how you say this, but in a certain way we lay or project, although that's all the wrong way to put it. So we are the temporal field in which things show up as earlier and later, that's world time, or show up in this complicated way of for the sake of the present, whatever that is, the mist and so forth. We bring all that into it because we are time. So what could you say about nature time? Well, you'd have to say something very weird, which Heidegger says in the last paragraph of the book, what's the history of the concept of time. He talks about the time-free moments of nature. I mean, I think he believes that just as there's space without spatiality, and it would be there whether we were around or not, he thinks that in the time-free moments of nature, which would go on succeeding each other, whether any Dasein was ever around or not, that would be the realist time. And this is all a digression, though. I mean, you ask, and I'm telling you, but I want to keep. Let's not lose track that he jumped to. So what is Heidegger going to say about the successor in nature? He's not going to be able to get there from primordial temporality. That's what he said. And I say that's right. And he's not trying to get there from primordial temporality.
Yeah, and I didn't want to jump too far ahead, but it was just this notion of where Heidegger is cautioning us not to have this Bergsonian notion where Bergson gives this kind of phenomenological reading of how we experience time, and Heidegger.
I see. I didn't understand what you were up to. Turn what page are you on?
It's 382 where
I didn't understand what you were saying. You have an idea that there's something.
Well, it's right after. It's on the first. At the end of the first paragraph, and I'm not quite sure. It's right where you had already kind of said that there's this kind of idealist sort of feeling that Bill takes from, and it just seems like maybe there's just to kind of, on Bill's side, it almost seems at this point that Heidegger is saying, and we need to really take this as the source, not something that we are just, some experience that we are projecting onto some...
See that now, the times within timeless arises from an essential kind of temporalizing of primordial temporality. Arises, maybe there's nothing so weird, now I'm reading it, as arises from. If you read that, the way the unready to hand arises from with transparent coping, that would be all right. Maybe that's how I should read it. Let's try that. It arises from an essential kind of temporalizing of primordial temporality, namely disturbance. The fact is that this is its source tells us that the time in which a present can't arise has a genuine phenomenon of time. Yes, it's unready to hand time. It's not an externalization of the quality of time in space. It's Erickson's interpretation of time. It's not what you find in Aristotle. I don't know what to make of that. But whatever it is, do you know what to make of that? I don't think Erickson.
I know, yeah, I mean, we can talk about it more later.
This marvelous idea that maybe one can even make phenomenological sense, and I can take over these words which seem to have a different meaning to Bill Blattner's Kantian idealism, and just say, of course, I love it. Of course, within time, this is going to arise, going to come out of that, nothing big fancy. It's going to come out of the ready to hand time, and the ready to hand time. Let's see, go back to this source. So it arises from an essential kind of temporalizing. Yeah, I think unready to hand. I'm going to write that down. To see if that could be right. That would be interesting. You see what I'm saying? I mean, there comes a point where you do have conditions of satisfaction, where you're in a disturbance, where you've got to go, whether you have to fix something, and that's, you haven't fixed it yet, and now you fixed it. That's how life goes. And that kind of time arises from the coping kind of time. All I want to say is, fine, and that makes the coping kind of time the ontological ground floor from which all these other kinds of time derive. Wait a second, I just want to read. The fact that this is the source, where source means simply that the way you get succession, the way you get earlier and later and now is by the way coping breaks down. Now, before either of you can say anything, there's on the very next page there's something extremely relevant. I don't know yet whether it's going to shoot me down or support, but we've got to read the first paragraph. Our preparatory analysis is made accessible in multiplicity of phenomena and so forth. And this is working down in kind of fashion. Far from excluding the multiplicity of primordial totality of God's constitution, articulated demands it. He's talking about the threefold state ecstases. The primordiality of a state of being does not coincide with the simplicity and uniqueness of an ultimate structural element. Maybe that's anti-Erickson, I don't know. But it would, the ontological source of Dasein's being is not inferior to what springs from it, but towers above it in power from the outset. In the field of ontology, any springing from is degeneration. That's very interesting. I mean, that suggests that you leave out more and more of the richness of the phenomena. So that means first there's involved coping, and then that you can, when that breaks down, you get the unready to hand. And I've always been worried that doesn't seem to me to be a degeneration. But let's suppose it's something. It's let's see. You leave out something about the coping, but you leave out the unity, I guess. But what I just want to notice that his kind of ontology is to say that what you want the primordial temporality to be the richest, not some kind of abstract structure. Because ontology amounts, the kind of derivation that he's interested in amounts to living out more and more. And I don't understand what the richest would be if it was some kind of structure, but I do understand what the richest would be if you were coping on the ground level with equipment, but it isn't success conditions. You were coping on the personal level with your for the sake of which, but it's not something in the future. You're coping authentically with your demise, and that's not something in the future. That's the rich ground level, I think, that primordial temporality is. Maybe everybody understood this all along, but I don't know, I didn't. I was too much, maybe I'm misunderstanding Blattner too, and I'm just caught in Kant. But I was thinking this is supposed to be some kind of abstract structure. Now, I think that the ontological source has got to be so rich that all springing from, and remember that's this word in spring on the 382, springing from is gotten by leaving out. That's the generation story. And I gotta understand, I can't picture primordial temporality as having anything to leave out if you don't build into it what I just said. Transparent coping without representations, for the sake of which that is a self without explicit sense of an identity, but nonetheless something that covers your whole way of acting. And anticipatory resoluteness has that structure too. Okay, now I'm sort of ignoring everybody. He wants to first, if you want to talk, go ahead.
Well, isn't succession nothing but the leaving out of the primordial future and the thrownness? It's just, that's what you get when you just have pure,
Succession would be just a meaningless, as he would say, leveled series of moments, nows, that has no significance, no datability, no, what are the other ones I forget already. But anyway, you'll see the next one. All the characteristics of world time. That you can distinguish world time from universal. World time is not as rich as primordial time, because it hasn't got anticipatory resoluteness, it hasn't got presumably forbidden for the sake of which, I don't know what it seems to have open. Maybe good in trouble. But anyway, I don't think so. But anyway, the minimal thing when you left out everything else would be a series of nouns. The question, and that would certainly be a degeneration in the sense that all the meaning and all the way it works in our life is left out. And then the question is, what is Heidegger's account of the series of nouns? Is he thinking of it as something he should have derived by degeneration, or something that he simply is what was there all along and is left when you take away all the things that Dasein is? And Dasein discloses the world, temporal, because it is time. But behind underlying the world, causally, why shouldn't there be the universe? I mean, this is just me.
I mean, it seems like the Blattner reading conflates movement and succession that makes them equal. And when you could just think of succession as taking snapshots of movement and giving it.
But I don't want to go back into that. I already regretted talking to Jamie about it. I'm not regretting you're talking about it. We'll get to that. But we have to get to it by deriving world time, and from world time, science clock time, and from clock time, science time, next time. Okay, yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe to pick up on something, it just seems to me that one might think, and I think this might be in context, that there's some preconceived structure called time in which human beings exist. So time is an a priori for Kant. And I think Heidegger wants to say that in a certain sense, there are beings which exist in time, and time does go on after those beings. But there's another thing called temporality, which is finite, which has its end. And that's what we need to get into the picture.
closer than the succession of moments of infinitely going on in both directions. Yeah.
So I'm wondering how we're supposed to relate coping with the idea that Dasein as temporal is always returning to the way it was.
What do you mean returning? It comes back to itself.
Right.
Yeah, I don't understand that. It's interesting. Let's try. When Dasein is pressing into the future, it's coming back to itself. Now, I can sort of understand that from being a professor, but when I'm just going out the door responding to the solicitation, and I'm pressing into the possibility of the to go out, I don't know in what way I'm coming back to myself. That worried me when I was thinking about this. I still like to think that Heidegger cares about this basic level, which is non-mental, non-conceptual, non-representational, and yet and has a kind of futurality. But I don't know how to put it comes back to itself.
I wonder if you think Heidegger might be picking up on the notion that Dasein, in coming back to itself, doesn't change. If authentic Dasein stays the same. And I'm picking up on something in the other lecture on Kierkegaard, when Kierkegaard says deeper natures don't forget who they were. He talks about forgetting as...
Wait, no, don't talk about it more.
Well, Heidegger talks about forgetting. He talks about forgetting as...
He does talk about awaiting and forgetting, but I'm still sticking to the future. That gets us into the past. The past is...
Right,
and,
but he says...
there's a right and a wrong kind of forgetting, of course.
But Heidegger says that in existing futurally, Dasein returns to itself.
I know, and I'm trying to figure out what that means. I grant you that's an important question.
That Dasein is returning to its past, to its having been there.
I don't know if that's what it does when it returns to itself. I don't know what the answer to that is. Because you could say, but when I'm being a professor, I'm always pressing into possibilities. I'm always ahead of myself. And I'm returning to myself because I'm a professor. That's what it is to be me. So I can see it on that level. I don't want to talk about that more because I'm just afraid that I won't finish this before I have to rush out of here and then it's all sort of unzipped. So let me tell us where we are. What is the one of the I was going to switch to the past just because I wanted to, I was testing out whether this kind of interrelatedness of the unit of the dimensions come up. Not only is there the way of being ahead of yourself that is not yet now, but later we talked about that. Is there a sense in which the already is going to be tied up with the past and the future in a very integrated, unified way? And the answer is yes. Heidegger thinks that, to quote somewhere, I didn't find the page, that you can maybe find it, he says the past goes ahead of Dasein. And why does that mean? Well, that's Temporality, the intentional arc, which is, the phenomenon is, the more you learn about, say, given the way Dasein is care, we have to understand the primordial care structure as ahead of itself, already in, without thinking of these temporal horizons ever as earlier or later. Then I say, look at page 237. Well, that's just where you get the definition of care. I wanted to give a look at it because this is like back in my crucial aha. If you read the description of care, which we didn't say anyway, let's just read it. The being of Dasein means, that's the first full paragraph, ahead of itself, being already in the world, as being amidst entities encountered within the world. This fills in the significance of the term care in a purely ontological way, and so forth. Now, I think that the way the past goes ahead of you, or the way the future never is not something that ever becomes present. These are examples of the phenomenon that show the unity of that care structure, which is in the description. Just being ahead of yourself doesn't say that it's the past structure is what you're ahead of yourself into. And just being what's the other? And being already in. Have I got more to say about that? No, that just being ahead of itself is, you can't tell from that kind of state. Being ahead of itself could be representing conditions of satisfaction that you're trying to achieve. It could be this sort of unready to handle level. And then it would just be separate from the other dimensions. But if you're pressing into a future which is already structured by binness, which is this past that he's describing, then all these dimensions seem to be essentially tied up together. And I can't do it with the present. I don't know how to talk about the present in this connection. You guys should do it. Somebody should write a paper. What would it be like to write a paper on this? It would be to say that how the ecstasis of the present is not just a now, which is before something else that's going to happen in the future and after something that happened in the past, but it's essentially defined in terms of the future, but not again now something's going to happen later, but the future as what is what I'm pressing into. Somehow the present has got to be understood in terms of what I'm pressing into, and it's got to be understood in terms of what has already structured my world. And I don't know how to do it, but I bet he does it. And there's something, Bill Blattner's probably good on it. Bill Blattner says that all the three dimensions of temporality come back embedded in the present. I haven't reread that, so I can't remember. Now, let me go back to where I am, and then I'll finish this talk. So, we want to see why the already, the amidst, and the pressing into are interrelated in that's the sense, now is what I promised. That's the sense in which the care structure is described in Division 1 lacks something which you get when you go to Division 2. And it's been there all along, so to speak. But Division 2 brings out the way the for the sake of is not after the present. That isn't in Division, in the care structure description or in Division 1. That's the professor being a professor, anticipatory resolutions, and coping. All that phenomenon in which is not here. I think that's the important thing. Are you convinced or not that there's some new level of significance and unity that's brought in once you start describing these primordial level, the primordial coping level of being in the world? Yeah.
Well, it seems like if you don't describe that, then you just don't have care yet, right? Because care is a structural whole and you can't tear it apart.
Well, that's right, but he doesn't tell us sort of how it's a structural whole. And all I'm saying is you can't make sense of it as a structural whole till you introduce the special way before the sake. As soon as you start saying Is there not a sequence of past, present, and future such that you could see the future as becoming present and then becoming past? Then you've got the unity. But you don't, from that description itself and the claim that it's unified, you wouldn't be able to see that it's got to be non-successive in this interrelated way. That's the news.
So, but that doesn't describe something that underlies care, right? That just describes care.
That describes, no, it doesn't underlie care. It doesn't. Let me see. I want to say it makes care in its unity intelligible, and it makes it as in its unity intelligible by talking about a coping level beneath the present at hand and unready to hand levels, which make it look like you can separate out. And trying is the thing that I'm still coming to what I saw. In Searle, you try to achieve the conditions of satisfaction. That's perfectly compatible with this care description, but it's not compatible with this next time you hear about it, where it's all now let me see if I can see. Because there's something more basic than representation and success conditions, namely the ground level coping has a certain kind of non-successiveness that you don't get at any other level. Now I'm trying to answer you, but what did you just say? That means that it's the intelligibility of Dazan's threefold care structure requires that you tell us a more detailed and more basic coping story about Dazan and make explicit. I mean, he sort of told it already in Division 1, in a way that's what you're saying, but he hasn't made it explicit and he hasn't built it into the care description. Now, here's the challenge, which I haven't done. I challenge us all to do it. Rewrite, so to speak, what would the care description look like in terms of primordial temporality? See what I mean? That would be the test. How would you, and I'm sure that's in here somewhere. Is anybody going to be able to find it? Maybe it's this thing on page 437. Let's see. And let's look at the italics. I suspect that is it. I just opened it. On 437, I said 73. 437. Only entity which in its being is essentially futile, so that it is free from its death, and let itself be thrown back on the practical layer by shattering itself against death. That is to say, only an entity that is futile is equiprimordial in the process of having been, and future is equiprimordial in having been, and by handing down to itself the possibility of its dare to take over its own throne in the moment of vision for its time, only authentic temporality, which is at the same time finite, makes possible something like fate. No, it's sort of what you were talking about, but it's on, and it's there all right. But that's not what I want to talk about. So let's try again. What we want is not the authentic temporality, which is we want a kind of unity. Or not? Is it true that he thinks that there can only be unified temporality for authentic Dazan? Because he's building death into the story. So all these people running around who aren't authentic don't have, are not, their experience is not grounded in primordial temporality? I mean, I don't know. It seems to me you don't have to be authentic to be a professor. That is, the way that being a professor organizes your activity without being something that you can achieve in the future but haven't received yet. It seems to me anybody, I mean, that is, there's so many things. If you take over being a professor from the one, doesn't that still have this kind of peculiar futurality in which you're always ahead of yourself and you're never going to arrive at it? You don't arrive at it even if it's a role that you've taken over from the one. You You just don't arrive at it. You take what you can arrive at tenure. And I would say, of course, I got to say, though I haven't defended it, I don't know how yet, that coping with the doorknob, for instance, surely you don't have to be authentic to be pressing into possibilities in a way that are not based on representations and are not trying to achieve things. And already that would seem to be a level of that's structured by primordial temporality, not unready to hand Searle-like temporality where you're trying to achieve a goal. And so I'm just not thinking out loud. I wish somebody would write down these problems. And here are two problems. Do you have to be able to have a unified life where your three ecstasies are all brought together? And then how would you describe the unified life? The non-authentic Dasein. But Dasein is time, and time is successful. He doesn't say authentic Dasein is time, he says Dasein is time. So we ought to be able to describe Dasein in a way, let me say it again, how would you describe Dasein in a way that would show the necessary threefold unity of the ecstases, these futural, present, and past dimensions? Write it out as, let me explain it further. That would be what replaces the pair structure from 237 with the primordial temporal structure, which is supposed to make the pair structure intelligible in some way that the pair structure isn't intelligible in 77. Okay, yeah, I'm going to say something.
Can I add a couple of problems?
Please.
So if the primordial temporality is this basic level that can break down, then it's not ontological.
Why is that?
Because something that's ontological is always characteristic of Dasein.
So what?
It's always characteristic of Dasein if it's ontological.
I couldn't understand. Say it loud.
Something that's ontological is a characteristic of Dasein as such. Any Dasein has.
That's right.
So it
So it should be ontological. I mean, the way temporality temporalizes itself.
So it should be ontological.
Yes.
Whatever. So it can't be something that can break down and stop.
It can't be something that can break down and stop. That's right. Dasein has got to be always doing, just as all Dasein is always care. I take it, and this is my field, Dasein is always temporality temporalizing itself. Now he says, maybe this is helpful, temporality can temporalize itself in two modes, authentic and inauthentic. He says that. But when it does, now a new question, is there a difference in the kind of unity of the three dimensions when Dasein temporalizes itself authentically and when Dasein temporalizes itself inauthentically? I presume there is. But now comes the next question. Are both of them ways that you can make the care structure intelligible, or only one of them? Can only Heidegger, who's the only authentic person we know for sure, have an experience of the unity of the care structure? Or does everybody have an experience of the unity of the care structure? Later science business describing it. I don't know.
There's one other problem. He also says that death and guilt and the possibility of being a whole are grounded in care. And care is a condition of their possibility.
It's good to find the contradictions in this. That seems a wrong thing to say, doesn't it? Where does he say that?
365.
We ought to have a list by the end of this course, and we should try. I should try. We should remind us of all, I think you should work on it with me, of all the things that Heidegger says that are wrong in relation to. Where is it?
365 in the middle. The care structure does not speak against the possibility of being a whole, but is the condition for the possibility. And then it became plain that the existential phenomena of death, conscience, and guilt are anchored in the phenomenon of care.
Wow, that is amazing. It doesn't seem to be my problem, or our problem. It seems to be his problem, right? Primordial temporality temporalizing itself is supposed to be what makes the care structure, well, it's the meaning of the care structure. I read that to be. It's what makes the care structure intelligible in a way that it isn't if you don't bring that in.
So somehow the unity is urgent because care grounds the other things.
It would seem completely against everything I've been saying.
So that's what makes it look like what gets more primordial is just the analysis. Like the description that he's giving becomes more intelligible or makes it intelligible.
Yeah, but wouldn't does grounds mean something different than becomes intelligible? That's the question. In what way? Here's a new question. Please, somebody keep track of these because I really have to deal with them. In what way does the care structure ground the temporalizing temporality? And in what way does the temporalizing temporality ground the care structure? It sounds like it goes in both directions. I don't know how to think about that. Yeah.
Ground, I think, is a hard word to really understand when we're using it here because care is relational, care is giving, and even says the division one that being gives.
Well,
and this is why I think bringing in an analogy like the infinite or the eternal is helpful, regardless of the fact that he doesn't use. No, just let me.
No, I can't. I would if time wasn't running out, but I'm supposed to leave in 2 minutes. And I'm not just stopping you because of eternity, but because I want to make sure that I at least say the last word here. So let me look at my notes. The past goes ahead of us, and so forth. We're always. Exciting part, I can just begin next time. It turns out that familiarity comes in here, which is very important. That the temporality of familiarity, and I want to talk about that.
Okay. I'm now going to begin at the beginning. I didn't say anything yet, Eugene, because I didn't think it was fair to say anything while you were gone, and besides, I didn't want to begin in the middle of a sentence somewhere, and I need help. This is all so hard to understand. I'm sort of dialoguing with Bill Blattner. I think that I already started this last time. I think that there are two different. I'm going to repeat something I said last time because it's guiding me. I think that there are two different ways to understand the whole project of the temporal part of Division 2, and that is a Blattner way, which is really a Kantian way, which is asking about being as that on that determines beings as beings, and he asks about that there's going to be some kind of structure, and it's going to provide a kind of explanation. And I said last time, and I'm still trying to figure it out, that doesn't feel right to me. If the other half of the sentence is that being is that on the basis of which being is already understood, and what one ought to be getting is a phenomenological description of that, not some explanatory Kantian-like structure which tells you how come there is cause and substances and objective time in terms of rules for synthesizing experience. It's not. I mean, that's the wrong. Any attempt to say that this is a kind of explanation it doesn't feel right. So, but then, what is primordial temporality? I mean, this is the question. I tell you, this is a very peculiar lecture in the sense that I'm going to talk about stuff that I don't really understand at all. The question really is, what is primordial temporality? And this is again related to last time. I want to say that it's a phenomenon that you ought to be able to describe, and it's that on the basis of which beings and Dasein are already understood. That's very different. And another way to put the way Bill and I differ is, again, there's two ways to go. He knows that the worauf hin, which gets translated all kinds of ways in this translation and is hopelessly messed up, but there are two right ways to translate it. That on the basis of which is how I understand it, And he keeps saying that in terms of which is very different. He wants to explain some kind of, put something in some other words. I guess that's what in terms of which means, literally anyway. And I want to say, no, that's not it. You want to describe a phenomenon so fundamental that everything else happens on the basis of it. That is, Dasein can be inauthentic, Dasein can be authentic, Dasein can cope with the ready to hand, and so forth. And I want to relate that, and this is what I was saying before, while you were gone, Eugene, to this puzzling remark that ought to settle something between Bill, and way of reading it, and me, on page 383, which is full of strange things. About 8 lines down, the ontological source of Dasein's being is not inferior to what springs from it, but towers above it in its power from the outset. In the field of ontology, any springing forth is degeneration. I don't know what that means. Do you have any idea? But I want to say that it must, I want to read it. I don't know how Bill is going to understand it. But I want to read it as saying, well, the richest experience or phenomenon, let's say phenomenon, is temporality temporalizing itself. And that's going to be the basis on which all the rest takes place. And you're going to be always sort of leaving out the most fundamental basis when you describe all the things, the levels of stuff that can take place on it. I don't know. I leave you that. Anybody who can write a paper on that sentence, that would be very nice. I'm going to go on. I want to say, and I'm trying to make a certain case, and I didn't run into anything in the chapter that just stopped me cold, although I did run into a question from Eugene, which almost stopped me cold, but I think I have an answer for it. I'll get there in a minute. But I want to say that that on the basis of which everything that is understandable gets understood, and everything that you can cope with gets coped with, is the background coping. The background coping is a very peculiar phenomenon about which Heidegger never said anything very helpful in Division 1, and I don't think he said anything very helpful about it in Division 2, except that he says it's very dark and he can't say anything about it. But what it is the fact that whatever this background coping is, it's more basic than intentionality. It's more basic than any kind of structure. It's in a certain way extremely simple, but hard to get a grip on. It's a kind of coping practice which doesn't have success conditions. It doesn't even have improvement conditions. It's a kind of coping which is just finding your way around in the world. Or, to take his usual local case, finding your way around in a familiar room. On the basis of that orientation and familiarity, you can have intentionality, you can use doorknobs and open windows, you can stare at the doorknobs and describe their properties, you can do all the kind of intentionalistic things, both primordial, remember he has two kinds of intentionality, primordial intentionality, which is coping with the ready to hand, and conceptual intentionality, which is dealing with the unready to hand and the present at hand. All that takes place on a background of coping, which he says temporality is not itself a kind of intentionality, but it's what makes intentionality possible. I can't remember where that is, but that's definitely something that he says. And it's got to be unified. It gives you a world. And how to describe the background coping practices when you're as they are a phenomenon, when you're actually absorbed in coping with them, is the question, I think, of this chapter, though it never comes out so clearly. Because in the end, you've got to keep your eye on the end of the chapter to see why this makes sense. In the end, it turns out that what one wants to understand is transcendence. primordial temporality is what makes transcendence possible. And there are three kinds of transcendence. I'm jumping way ahead, but now that I've started, I want to say it, so let's find where it is. Because there's transcendental, there's transcendent, and where are they all? Disappeared. So there's transcendence of the sort that goes out of the subject toward the object. That can't be it. There's transcendental of the sort in Kant, which is a structure that holds the world together and things together and makes experience possible. It can't be that. So, but it's something which he calls transcendental. The end of the chapter. Well, transcendental has disappeared from the book. I have to call in somebody to find it. Where there's a section which we were just ready for, called with transcendental in the title. The one you asked me about. Where is it? It's gone, and it's because you asked me about it that we're in this. No, I'm way back there. Okay, I'm in the wrong area. Page 415. Yeah, well, no, there are two ends. That's the temporal problem of the transcendence of the world. That's where we're going to end up. But I can tell you, somehow if you describe this phenomena on the basis of which we can cope with and encounter anything that we encounter, if you describe it right, you're going to be able to understand how Dasein is its world existingly. That is, how Dasein isn't a subject that goes outside of itself. That would be the traditional kind of representational intentionality. It isn't even a coping something that deals directly with things, which would be Heidegger, Merleau-Ponty kind of primordial intentionality. It's even more outside of itself than that. Just to read you the place where this comes out clearly. That Dasein is the world existingly is one of the places. But now I have to go back to I remember it's 477. No. Now I'm trying to find the place where he says that Dasein is the outside itself, in and for itself. Well, if I did this in the right order that I wrote it, I would have all the pages. So let me stop this and go to the order. Something 77, 377. I got the wrong. I went to 477. Okay, yes. So temporality is a kind of outside itself, more outside than either the representational intentionality or primordial intentionality. As he says right below 329, temporality is the primordial outside of itself, in and for itself. That's the problem of this chapter. And that's also really worldhood. That turns out to be the clearing. It gets mentioned in a minute. It turns out to be the open, the there. All of those names are the names for a phenomenon which is more basic than, and that on the basis of which all coping takes place. And how to describe that phenomenon when you haven't got any of the normal philosophical tools, even intentionality, is what this weird chapter is trying to do. So, and I think Bill has just missed it. And I'll say another thing. I'm saying all the things that I think about it, and then I'll sort of read it in order. It seems to me that this is going to also have to answer this issue about why Heidegger says primordial and authentic when he describes temporality, temporalizing itself. And there's a whole thing in which Bill claims rightly that he must just mean originary because, after all, authentic temporality is intermittent. But I think he thinks, this is what I'm going to argue, that there isn't any way for us to describe finally the background, pure coping of our being in the world as finding our way around in the world. The best you can do is find a paradigm case of it, which is the most perspicuous. And that will be a case in which Dasein's temporality and the unity of Dasein's temporality will become actually experienced. It'll be a phenomenon. That's what authentic Dasein allows you to say. Lots about the towards which and anticipation, and about the thrownness and the always already in. All of that gets an interpretation in terms of authentic Dasein. And I think the whole point of saying both always primordial and authentic, I think he wants to say it is primordial, and the way we have to describe it is through the way it's manifest, and that is authentic. Now let me just read, because I always getting off from what I'm saying here. So on 385 I want to start. That's what I take to be about the background coping. So look at I want to start with the temporality of understanding. It seems to come out clearly in that. So at the beginning of that little section, with the term understanding, we have in mind a fundamental existentiale, which is neither a definite species of cognition, or not explaining and so forth, nor cognition at all in the sense of grasping something thematically. Understanding constitutes rather the being of the there in such a way that on the basis, that's I'm sure Voralf Hin, on the basis of such an understanding, a Dasein can, in existing, develop the different possibilities of sight, looking around, and just looking. In all explanation, one uncovers understandingly that which one cannot understand, and all explanation is thus rooted in Dasein's primary understanding. And that primary understanding, I think, is this understanding, this familiarity with the world. And it seems to be more basic, more primordial than even the understanding as for the sake of which. I mean, there's understanding as primordial coping, namely hammering. There's understanding as the unready to hand, namely deliberating and such that he talks about. And there's understanding that's even more basic, namely the for the sake of which. And there has to be something even more basic than the for the sake of which, namely that on the basis of which Dasein is the kind of being that can have a for the sake of which. That's what this is supposed to be about, I think. But the best you can get at it, the best you can get at it is to talk about the for the sake of which, because how to talk about the unity of the coping practices that are constantly there in the background and make all intelligibility and all intentionality possible is something he doesn't know how to do, and probably maybe can't be done. Yeah.
This notion of just like this familiarity with the world, which would seem to me to have a link to thrownness. I remember you mentioning way back in Division 1 course, actually even near the beginning, and it really sounds not only very persuasive but necessary for the entire project here. That we just sort of have I don't want to use the word preconception because that sounds too cognitive, but like I like the word understanding because it doesn't imply any sort of conception or representation in one's mind.
It does to most people, but we Heideggerians have gotten over that.
And
yeah.
certainly no rule set of any kind. You can't encapsulate the world or interaction with the world in a rule set. But the notion, I mean, that you just be thrown into the world with like a sort of just pre-understanding of how to work with it without any kind of goals, any kind of rules, or anything like that would seem to be necessary for
You're on the right track. There's a sense in which you and the world are so adapted to each other at this basic level of familiarity. That's got to do with this ecstatical structure of Dasein, which has a horizonal structure too. We'll get back to that in a minute. The ecstatical structure has to do with the way Dasein is open and adapted to the world. And the horizontal structure has to do with the way the world is adapted to Dasein. And there's no distinction. I mean, they're just sort of two sides of the same coin. But it's the nearest thing to the subject-object distinction when you, at the most primordial level, is that there are ecstases and there are horizons. But it's supposed to be not like the subject-object level, since somehow the ecstases have horizons and the horizons have ecstases, meaning that the Dasein has this threefold temporalizing structure and the world has some other aspect of the threefold temporalizing structure, and they can't be taken apart. They don't make any sense apart from each other. Now, why was I saying that? But just because we're talking about understanding. And you made me think. I mean, you realize that from way back, again, I bet I can't turn to it, that familiarity, which never gets thematized much in Division 1, nor in Division 2, goes to make up the understanding of being. That quote I like to quote from. So you're very near the basic phenomenon when you're talking about familiarity. That's why I think that it might well be sort of a way of talking about the phenomena that he wants to talk about. Remember again, what is the phenomena he wants to talk about? It's that on the basis of which beings are understood, and that's called temporality temporalizing itself. It's not going to look very much like any kind of time. It's not clock time, it's not world time with its earlier and later, and now it's time for a lecture kind of time. It's not, certainly not physical, one moment after another time. It's not even successive kind of time. So, but it has three-dimensional structure, and from that. Oh, and because that structure, I guess, is richer than any other structure, you get to call that, and makes into all forms of time possible, you get to call that originary temporality. And that's what we're trying to understand what it is and how we're supposed to be able to talk about it. And I like this because it looks like that beginning of understanding is talking about this kind of primary understanding, and the kind of primary understanding is going to be this background coping kind of understanding, I think. And clearly it's more basic even than anticipatory resoluteness. I have something on 385 that says that. The second paragraph. If the term understanding is taken in a way which is primordially existential, it means to be projecting toward an ability to be for the sake of which Dasein exists. In understanding one's own ability to be is disclosed and so forth. And that's, I guess, the primordial existential understanding is that authentic temporality is that temporality temporalizing itself, or does temporality temporalizing itself when it is originary existential? No, I think that's one version of the way temporality temporalizes itself. That's only one, that's understanding. But they're all going to be aspects of the background coping, I think. If somebody wants to stop me, I would be delighted, because I tell you, I think this is very important to understand this very, very difficult book. And I think we've got to understand what primordial temporality is, or temporality temporalizing itself, or you won't understand anything else. I mean, it's easy relative to that to understand authentic Dasein and resoluteness and anticipatory resoluteness and everything like that. That's child's play compared to this. And we don't even understand when we're doing this, and that's where Bill and I are differing, what the job is supposed to be. And at least I think I understand in a way that I'm not sure Bill does, although I hadn't time to read more than the relevant chapter, reread. But I mean, I'm not sure that Bill understands that the whole goal of this is to get a structure which covers both the world and Dasein, such that you can see that it's the same structure from two points of view, and capture both capture the fact that Dasein is its world existingly. That's the job, I think. Now, I saw a hand. Yeah, you. Yeah.
What do you mean by originary time, and how is it different from pragmatic?
Oh, good. You see, how many didn't know? I mean, it's my fault that somebody should speak up. It's the same. It's just the word is ursprünglich, and it gets translated primordial in ours, and Blattner wants to translate it originary. Now, I don't remember, I haven't any quarrel with Bill about that. It isn't as if, I think, although I'm ready to think out loud and entertain it, is it somehow sort of prejudicingly things in the direction of my trying to read it my way, to call it primordial, and his way to call it originary? I think it is. I think it is. He's already built into it that it's he understands the source as if in some kind of idealist way is built into it already. The ordinary kinds of time arise from this. And I want to say, no, it's primordial. It isn't the origin of these other modes of time. It's more basic than all these other modes of time, and they presuppose it and act on the basis of it. But I don't think that's. I think it's misleading to call that originary. I don't. Is there any? Do you have any feel for the German?
The German sounds more like the originary because it's the Ursprung of the thing and everything else springs out of it.
That's true. And in the Ursprung des Kunstwerk, which Heidegger wrote later, that gets translated the origin of the work of art.
Which is to leave out or to
Right.
rise from.
Right. But you're right. Still, I'm ready to just sort of take it. If I could hear in neutral way, originary meaning basic, then I wouldn't mind calling it originary. Primordial is such a non-illuminating word that you just, to bring in from English, if you try to do Ursprung. So that's why I lapse into saying originary, because it feels like somehow it's saying something. However, when I worry about what it's saying, which Eugene just did, it sounds like it's saying something that I don't see any ground in the text. I mean, I see that all these modes of time arise from that. Now you have to go back to 383. That's why I started with 383. Arising from seems to be somehow degenerating from. I still don't understand that. Let's go back and look again in the light of this discussion. The ontological structure of Dasein's being is not inferior to what springs from it. Now, the ontological structure of Dasein's being is what? Temporality, temporalizing self, I presume, is not inferior to what springs from it, but towers above it in power from the outset. In the field of ontology, any springing from is degeneration. Yeah, what is this on my side or on Bill's side? The idea that in ontology, springing from is degeneration. I don't get it. I mean, and then let's not go back to this. Since it doesn't. But let's stick to the question. All I want to say to you, you did the right thing to ask, and we have to make up our mind. And I think originary. I agree with Eugene. Originary is closer to the German, even if it's further from what I want to say. Yeah, you want to say more?
Yeah, well, it's more of maybe this isn't the time, but we talked about it before.
Wait, while you're doing that, just a second, I want to look at this and see. Look at that. It seems to be recording. Go ahead.
And in light of this quote here, there is a certain temporality, which I want to call natural temporality, that exists
temporality of motions of objects and things changing with respect to position.
Okay, let me say a word about that, and bear that in mind. I mean, if you look at Blattner, by the way, Blattner is the only good book on this subject as far as I know, and it's a very good book on the subject. That's why that is this book, Dasein's Heidegger's Temporal Idealism, and that's why it's worth reading it and sort of dialoguing with it. But Blattner thinks that Heidegger's trying to derive nature time from Dasein time and fails. You're saying, no, there's a succession time in nature, and that's just basic, and it's going to be there, and it's independent of Dasein and goes on whether Dasein ever exists or not. And Heidegger, as far as I know, again, keep your eyes open, I don't think Heidegger ever says anything about successive time, oddly enough. He says that the Dasein structure of temporality is not successive, and he says that from temporality he's able to derive a whole lot of the features of everyday time, and he certainly explains how, because of clocks, we begin to think of time as a succession of pure, meaningless nows, and he can derive sort of our access to that. But Bill thinks he wants to derive that there are pure, meaningless nows, and I think, and he fails, Bill says. I think he doesn't fail because he doesn't even try. But then why doesn't he tell us that he's assuming that, of course, there's a sequence of natural nows? I don't know. I mean, what I really think is he thinks it's obvious. I think he thinks it's obvious that Descartes' space is basic for science, but doesn't get at our spatiality. I think he thinks that natural succession is basic too, and doesn't get at our kind of temporality. But you can't just say what you just said. I mean, or you can, but you're outside of this whole debate, because Heidegger certainly, if that's what Heidegger's doing, then we've got to find some reason to think so. That meaning assuming natural succession. I think there are reasons to think that Heidegger is assuming natural succession. I think I mentioned this before. My favorite quote at the very last paragraph of The History of the Concept of Time, Heidegger talks about the time-free movements of nature. And that, whatever that is, I think that's like Cartesian space. I think he thinks that's just there. And he doesn't feel he has to explain it. But you can't just start out with that. If you start out with that, you're going to get in trouble. You have to realize that Heidegger's, you've got to try to figure out how Heidegger could be holding on to a natural succession and why he isn't telling us. Yeah.
I wonder though if he needs to hold on to a natural succession. I mean, it's very, very natural for us to assume that of course there's succession in nature.
Yeah, right.
But just to provide a different perspective and maybe suggest why he might not want to mention it at all, I was reminded when I first read this of a quote from Wittgenstein's Philosophical Investigation, where he mentions, just in this small quote, we like to say that animals don't talk because they don't think, but really they just don't talk. And I'm reminded of this insofar as I want to create a parallel and say, we like to say that things get older because time passes, but really they just get older. And there's a sense that we sort of assert succession onto nature, and things do get older and they change. But succession itself, as we compare it as clock time, isn't implied by that. And we don't need to even talk about succession necessarily to still maintain the idea that things will change in nature.
Well, that's going to be an issue for either next time or the time after. But let's not talk about it yet. I just want to say one thing about it to keep your eyes open for it. Just keep your eyes open and see what you think. A very smart undergraduate wrote a very good honors thesis about 3 years ago now, claiming that Heidegger makes a clear distinction between earlier and later, which are relative to now, and now is something we bring into time, just like here is something we bring into space. But there's something more neutral than earlier and later, which is before and after, which we can try to describe without bringing in a now, and that would be nature time. I mean, it's Heidegger's got a whole thing, and this is what this brilliant student found in the Sophist lectures about how Aristotle is confused in his definition of time as to whether it's got an earlier and later or only a before and after, and that sounds very mysterious unless you keep asking yourself whether the now depends on us, and whether you could have a kind of succession without it. So that's all to be put aside. First, you in the back, then, okay, yeah.
This isn't exactly talking about succession, but on 378, Heidegger asks, but does not time go on in spite of my own no longer Dasein?
Wait, on 379, where are you?
This is right around the 330 of the year.
Okay.
He says, but does not time go on in spite of my own no longer Dasein? So he seems to be talking about nature time, right?
Yes, I think, that's an interesting quote. He does think, it seems, that but of course, anybody in their right mind thinks that time goes on after they die. I mean, Kant too, and Bill too. So the question is whether time is sort of constituted by us as going on, as a kind of, I don't know, I can't even think about it.
Put down another passage in 379, that's the next page, where he says the problem is rather that of how inauthentic temporality arises out of finite authentic temporality, and how inauthentic temporality, as inauthentic, temporalizes an infinite time out of the finite. So, I mean, he seems to be suggesting the same problem that we were.
That's a good point. Good point. Yeah, Tyler.
I think it's a totally different problem in the context of that passage. He's talking about primordial temporality, which is finite. And then he's worried about, what do you mean? Time is somehow based on our finitude, our death. Doesn't time go on after we die? And he's saying, no, don't worry about that. Of course time goes on after we die. It's not finite. But he's not referring to time in nature. He's referring to the average, everyday, ordinary time, which Dasman maintains in spite of the death of particular Dasman. The sense in which time goes on there is the ordinary time sustained.
Clocks go on and calendars go on, and that sounds right to me, only because if he were really making this strong claim, it sounds like it, I grant you, if he were really making the strong claim that time, in every sense of time, even just brute succession, depends on us in some way, that seems strange. But on the other hand, if he seems to make the claim that time doesn't depend on us at all, he needs to explain it more. But this is for next time. We have gotten off into exactly what we're not supposed to be talking about. You want to say something, Henry? Yeah. Well, I don't mind talking about it, because when you read it, you'll at least be clued into what about succession, yeah.
He actually said that what is characteristic of time, which is accessible to the ordinary understanding, exists among us.
Where are you? On what page?
377 in the same paragraph as where you talk about temporality.
Okay.
It's below, but
Where now?
number one. What is characteristic of time?
I don't see where you are yet.
About 5 lines below 329 in the German.
Try above or below.
Below.
Okay. Temporal. Go ahead then.
What is characteristic of the time which is accessible to the ordinary understanding exists, among other things, precisely in fact that it is a pure sequence of now, without beginning and without end, in which the ecstatical character of primordial temporality has been leveled up.
So what do you conclude about that from that?
That on one hand, what we see succession as temporality temporalizes, but if we can see temporality without the temporalizing, we see it as mere.
But the question is, I think the problem is, there is a kind of sequence of nows temporality, all right. He's not going to deny that. The question is whether that is dependent on Dasein in some way, explained in terms of Dasein, or whether that's in nature independent of Dasein. And the question, another way to put it, is on this word accessible. What is characteristic of time which is accessible to ordinary understanding is precisely the fact that it's a pure sequence of nows without beginning and end and so forth. That is, well, I never mind accessible, in which the ecstatical character of primordial time has been leveled off. Just, Well, I don't know how important accessible is. I mean, it's clear that the sequence of nows is accessible to us only by way of leaving out all of the richness of temporality temporalizing itself, and then all you get left finally is a sequence of pure nows. Now there's so many things to worry about there. Is it the pure nows in nature that then we get access to when we leave all this out? I think not. I think now itself is a Dasein relative notion. Then remember, to me anyway, it helps a great deal to keep reminding yourself about space. If you get rid of Dasein, there is no here, but there's still up and down, or at least there are three dimensions, equal and so forth. Whatever Descartes, there's still res extensa, but there's no now. And I think, so to understand it in terms of a series of nows, you could only get there by having this rich notion and getting it more and more degenerated, to talk by that first quote, more and more privative, until all that's left is a succession of nows. I think Heidegger thinks that depends on us. Not only the intelligibility of it, but the access to it. You look worried. But I don't think the nature time depends on us, because I think nature time has no nows. Now, I have no idea how you're supposed to think about a time that has no nows, any more than I understand how you should think about the time-free movements of nature. But I want to say Heidegger seems to think, that there is a way to think about nature that would strip away the now and the earlier and the later and leave a kind of pure succession that didn't even have a now. But I don't know. And it's funny why we're doing next time instead of this time. Probably because I can understand a little of next time and nothing of this time. Yeah, Stephen. Wait, so talk loud, I can't hear you. Well, yeah, I think I'm agreeing with you. A pure sequence of nows is what you get from within Dasein's rich temporality, temporalizing itself experience, in which there's pragmatic time, then there's clock time, then there's sequence of now time. All that is somehow relative to Dasein, I think, and that's what you call present das Mann time, which I think that's right. And the question is whether there's a kind of succession even more basic which hasn't got any nows. That's what he entertains in that discussion of Aristotle, when he says that Aristotle mixes up the earlier and later, which you have to have a now. You can't have earlier than now without a now, or later without a now. But you can have before and after without a now, in some sense. The number series has, 3 is after 1 and so forth. And nature's going to be in some way laid out in such a way that there being a now in it doesn't make any difference, doesn't show up, doesn't count. And again, just as you can lay out space, nobody thinks it's crazy to think that there's a space in which there isn't any here. So why should it be? Why shouldn't we at least try to think of a temporality in which there isn't any now? You're looking worried. Yeah? No. Okay. But I'm worried because I want to go back to this. Okay. So here we go. I have tried so hard to lay out what the difference between what I'm saying and what Bill's saying, so that you can try to decide for yourself and for me which one is the right way to look at it. So I got to 385. I say the existential condition of the possibility of intentionality is more basic even than anticipatory resoluteness. That's an interesting claim. Where do I get that? I got that out of 385, the second full paragraph. If the term understanding is taken in a way which is primordial existential, it means to be projecting toward an ability to be, what I read before, for the sake of which any Dasein exists. In understanding one's own ability to be, Dasein knows what it's capable of. It knows, however, not by having discovered some fact, but maintaining itself in an existential possibility. What in the world? Well, that doesn't say anything yet about existential condition of the possibility is more basic than anticipatory resoluteness. Let's go on a little. The kind of ignorance which corresponds to this does not consist in an absence of understanding, but must be regarded as a deficient mode of the projectedness. Existence can be when one understands. Well, if it says what I just said it said, I don't see it now. I said existential condition of the possibility of intentionality is more basic than anticipatory resoluteness. That's a pretty clear claim. Why don't I see it? Well, I'm going to put a question mark there. If I figure out what I meant by it, I'll tell you next time if it's important. Probably isn't. So all explanation is rooted in Dasein's primary understanding. On 385, we just read that one. And now I'm wondering, if there is such a thing as a non-successive structure of background coping, what would it be like to understand it? And now I'm trying to figure out sort of, one, whether that's what we should be trying to understand, and if so, whether Bill's notion of explaining it is going to help any. I'm on one. He finds this long quote about time in Heidegger's Logic book, which is written lectures given a year before Being in Time, and he says at the bottom of his 105, that is Blattner's, in Logic, his book, Logic, Heidegger gives us an indication that he has something radical up his sleeve, but he does not say just what. And then he quotes, the already and ahead that help to make up care as temporal characteristics do not concern an entity that takes place in time. And then, skipping down, because you heard that, I'm going to read the last part of it, because it gets darker and darker and harder. It looks like Heidegger sees that he's got something to talk about that he can't understand how to talk about it. Care is not only not temporally determined in the manner stated, that is, how. I don't know, but care is not ontologically determined in the manner stated, but rather cannot be temporally determined at all. Oh, of course, care isn't in time. That's the non-successive story. But already and ahead are temporal characteristics, exclamation mark. Thus, the only remaining possibility is that their time-like sense is not the sense thus far explained, but a different one. But what other sense? I mean, so the kind already explained is all the kinds of temporality that you have when you're involved with things. And now he's asking, what about the background temporality, as I read it? And then he says this, namely, what is this more basic temporality? This is primarily dark, and we stand once again at the beginning of our considerations. Nonetheless, we have one, if not something positive, then at least prohibitively something essential. namely the reference to the idea that if the already and the ahead are temporal phenomena, the most natural interpretation as now time does not help us. So I'm reading that because it looks like when he gets to the most basic time-like character, he says he can't explain it. And that's when I want to say that I think if that's true, that there's a kind of basic coping phenomenon, finding your way around in the world, which is an understanding of being and holistic, but not intentional, then if there is such a thing, and if Heidegger doesn't know how to talk about it, and he never does talk about it, except to say there is such a thing, but he can't describe it, then I would say authentic temporality is the best you can do, and because it gives us you see in authentic temporality an instance of the unity of originary or primordial, you can have it either way, time, where you can make sense of the unity of primordial temporality because we can make sense of the unity of an authentic life. I think that's good, and that's why I think that he spends all this time in Division 2 talking about temporality temporalizing itself as primordial and authentic. Is all he can talk about is the authentic structure of time temporalizing itself and its unity. When he does talk finally about this more basic, on the basis of which of everything, being in being, that on the basis of which everything is intelligible, when he does finally talk about it, he says these very, very unhelpful things about ecstatical unities and horizonal unities and the way they are connected or sort of aspects of the same something or other. That's an attempt to talk about something very general about time, not just authentic, the temporality of authentic Dasein, but the temporality of everything, the temporality of being in the world, the temporality of the clearing, the temporality of whatever, all these words that he's got for the disclosive openness that is most basically us. See, we aren't the totality of things existingly, but we are somehow the clearing or opening in which we can encounter ourselves and other Daseins and the totality of things, and that's what he wants to talk about. That's really what he always wants to talk about. The basic ontological difference, as he calls it, is the difference between that opening in which beings become intelligible and every sort of being and every kind of intelligibility, I think. So let me go on. So he's going to describe the unity of the basic openness. And if he is, then that's not going to look like an explanation in Blattner terms. It's not going to it's not something, there's going to be no in terms of which. There's going to be a description of a phenomenon. And what you get is, I'll read the strange stuff that you get when he does it. I was already reading it, but now we've got to be paying attention to how it fits in. And that's at the top of 377. All of this really important stuff happens there on 377. Temporality is not an entity. It is not, but it temporalizes itself. Nevertheless, we cannot avoid saying temporality is, and so we switch to saying temporality temporalizes, and indeed it temporalizes possible ways of itself. These make possible the multiplicity of Dasein's modes of being, and especially the basic possibility of authentic and inauthentic existence. But they're just instances of all the stuff. But that is, again, keep remembering, it's so close to talking about being as that on the basis of which beings are understood, all sorts of beings. Now let's go on. The future, the character of having been, and the present show the phenomenal characteristics of the towards oneself, of the back to, and the letting oneself be encountered by. the phenomenon of towards, to, and amidst make temporality manifest as, and now that's the ecstaticon, that's this ecstasy story, that is, that it's the outside of itself, pure and simple. Temporality is the primordial or originary outside of itself, in and for itself. We therefore call the phenomena of the future, the characteristic of having been in the present, the ecstasies of temporality. Temporality is not prior to this an entity which first emerges from itself. Its essence is, never mind a process of, is temporalizing in the unity of the ecstasies. That's what I think is evidence that whatever this primordial temporality is interested in, it's what opens up a space in which anything can show up at all, as anything. I want to read, I've read that. 2, 3. Yeah, okay. And I say on 401, he gets as near as he ever gets to saying what he wants to say. Let's see what that is. Yeah, that's where he puts it together at the middle, right where the italics is. Thus we can see that in every ecstasis, temporality temporalizes itself as a whole, and this means that the ecstatical unity with which temporality has fully temporalized itself currently is grounded. You'll see where, I don't know, that in the ecstatical unity and so on, so is grounded the totality of the structural whole of existence, facticity, and falling. That's the unity of the care structure. And I'm not reading the thing I want yet. Okay, on 402, we ought to now be able to understand being in the world. That's where he's going to put them together. The new paragraph. Only through the fact that being there is rooted in temporality can you get an insight into the existential possibility of the phenomena, which is at the beginning of our analysis of Dasein, that is, being in the world. Skipping a little. The question of the basis, which makes the unity of this articulate structure possible, remained in the background. So now it's in the foreground. And the basis which makes the unity of this articulate structure possible. Now, that's certainly not authentic Dasein and authentic temporality, because they're intermittent. So Bill and I are both trying to describe what that would be. And I don't really understand what Bill thinks it is. Any of you who read, I'm trying to understand what the phenomena is that he's trying to describe as temporality temporalizing itself. Yeah. Yes, well, naturally, and so is Bill. But go ahead.
I mean, he framed it two different ways. The first way, which I think is what Bill Blattner was going to put, is what job could deep performance temporality do? The way you keep putting it, though, is what's the phenomena? You're struggling to find the phenomena. So if you're struggling to find the phenomena, I think you end up roughly where you are. If you ask what job does it do, you're going to end up much closer to Blattner, which actually it doesn't matter if you find the phenomena or not. You can specify a job that needs to be done once, and you can tell some rough story of what must be happening.
Well, that's very helpful, that distinction, but I stick to, my end of it. It looks to me like if he just stops with what job does it do, he's not done much. I mean, for instance, if he just says that it unifies all the modes of time and it gives us and so forth, that's fine, but he seems to be trying to ask, and how does it do that? What is the phenomenal structure that enables us to do it? The reason I think he's trying to ask that question, I think you're right. If he stopped with, this is what it does, he'd at least have got somewhere, and that would be nice. But he seems to say, finally, I just haven't got to it yet, that when you really want to talk about it, you finally got to talk about the fact that it's got ecstasies, and it's got a horizon. That doesn't seem to be something it does. Let's go to that. It seems to be something that enables it to explain the fact that we are the world existingly. We're back to that again. And let's see now. Okay, here we are on 416. Now ask yourself Tyler's question. Is when Heidegger finally gets down to as near as he ever gets to talking about, let's start on 415, the heading of the chapter, the temporal problem of the transcendence of the world. He gets a question at the bottom, how anything like the world in its unity with Dasein is ontologically possible. Doesn't that look like the question about how does it do what it does? What sort of thing, I think it looks like the question, what sort of thing does temporality have to be in order for it to do the job that it does?
You know, that's the third question. So there's the question, what's the job? The second question is, how does it do what it does?
Yes.
The third question is, what's the phenomenon?
Yes.
So I think after the third one,
Yes.
Blattner thinks there is a job to be done. We need a sort of temporality which bridges two modes of temporality. And then we can tell a story analogous to the other stories of temporality, which is structure, and it's the unity of the Ecstases, or the unity of the Horizonal schema. But there will be no phenomenon. So you can show that you need this thing. Second, you can tell a story about how it does it in the unity of something, like Ecstases or Horizonal. But there's actually no phenomena which one points to.
Okay, well, in a funny way, I agree half with you. There's no phenomena that you can point to or say anything about, but there's the something or other on the basis of which the first two things. So what's the job that needs to be done? We know that somehow get Dasein and world together in it completely. What structure enables it to do it? We know that, it turns out. I'm just talking about it in a minute. It's the ecstatic horizontal structure of temporality. And now we want to know, but we can't say anything about, what it is on the basis of which that happens. Now that's where Blattner starts talking about the in terms of which. And I guess that's what you're saying is you could stop with in terms of which if you use the words ecstatical and horizontal, those are the terms.
Even further. I mean, if you see the way the temporalizing temporality of Ecstases work, that's in terms of which, right?
When you say it once again?
The unity of the Ecstases, I think, is in terms of which. So Dasein temporalizes itself authentically or inauthentically in terms of the unity of the Ecstases. Right? Same with the temporality of the way entities show up. They show up as ready at hand or present at hand in terms of the unity of the horizontal scheme. Right? So it's the way temporality works in there is that in terms of which. Now all I think he's saying is those two forms of temporality are not the same. They must have a common temporality because Dasein already understands. And so there will be, and in terms of which, a temporality, a similar structure. It won't be the unity of the Ecstases, nor will it be the unity of the horizon scheme, but it will be the same structure. It will be in terms of which those two things can be brought together.
It'll be, you can always keep saying a threefold structure anyway. That's the only thing to hold on to. Yeah, even authentic Dasein has a threefold structure. Coping has a threefold structure with equipment. And that threefold structure gets traced back and back until you get the three ecstasies somehow link with or have the threefold horizons. And that's how it all fits at the most basic level. And you can do all that, I'm following you, in terms of just the way I did. But it doesn't seem to me sort of that this is a book in phenomenology, and I can't help thinking that Heidegger wants to point us to the phenomenon, and there is a phenomenon, namely this familiarity of the involved coping, which is always going on and provides the clearing for it all. But you may be right. I mean, Bill would turn out to be right if Heidegger isn't even trying to do what I'm asking him to do, but he's satisfied to do what's the job and what are the sort of equipment that you've got for doing the job and how does it do the job, all at a level of terms. And I want to say, no, you've got to do it at the level of phenomena. Again, remember, the question is partly, is being that on the basis of which being is understood, or is being that, is it a structure in terms of which being is understood, is constantly in the background. I wish I could tell. But I think I like what you're saying in the sense that since I can't give any account of how to describe this familiarity, except that it's coping and it's holistic, then maybe I shouldn't even be trying, and maybe he shouldn't be trying. Yeah, Jamie.
I was just thinking, going back to the very beginning of the book, when he first introduces what far down the road it's going to do with temporality. He says, "We shall point to temporality as the meaning of the being of that entity which we call Dasein. If this is to be demonstrated, those structures of Dasein which we shall provisionally exhibit must be interpreted over again as modes for temporality." So here it seems, it seems like, I don't know if it has to be a phenomenon that's exhibited so much as when we really, he's going to lay out in Division 1, he's going to lay out all of these structures of Dasein, and then we'll be able to kind of see this pattern start to develop where what we're going to do is, it's going to be interpretive. It's not necessarily explain a phenomenon, but it's going to be interpreting these structures that we've laid out and recognizing this kind of threefold division of time.
So that's more like what Tyler and Bill are saying. I'm asking for something that's just not there. Am I asking for something that there isn't any such thing this on the basis of which phenomena, or am I asking for just something that we can't say anything about and he's not trying? And Bill is right about that.
I don't know. In the end, I don't know if you're all so far apart. In a way, I feel like you're wanting to point to our everyday coping and then wanting to see a phenomena somehow over and above that, or something that's going to be temporality, where I think that might be, we might be displaying that phenomenon in the way that we carry out the things that show the structures of Dasein, and then on a deeper understanding. In some ways, I think that it seems right to me the way that you're addressing it in terms of familiarity and coping. But I think that what temporality is doing here is taking that and on a fundamental level saying this interpreting, if we really interpret the structures that are in place,
functioning there,
we will see on interpreting these at a deeper, more meaningful level that they come down to temporality.
Okay, I think that's getting closer. Yeah. If
I don't think that makes it. I don't think that forces it to be a Kantian idealism either. I think that I just think that it's an interpretive. It's kind of the final interpretation we place on all of these structures. We're going to see it in terms of this threefold structure that is temporality. But I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. I think I think that may be right. Let me go on but. Let me see where we are. Yeah, okay, we have time. So here we are. We haven't gotten to the place where I claim that he's really trying to describe the ultimate clearing or something like that. See, it could be, I'm just thinking that we're trying to do justice to both. That on the basis of which beings are understood is what I keep wanting to find. That's the ultimate clearing of some sort, open space, and that in terms of which beings, that which determines beings as beings, that would be the other something structure that Bill is looking for, I suppose. I think we really, and maybe we're supposed to put them together. We discover that that determines beings as beings, and then we discover that points us to some kind of openness, which is a phenomenon, maybe. You're looking puzzled. What I said is puzzling.
Yeah, and it's also possible that Heidegger's trying to combine these things, or that he's just ambivalent between them.
Yeah, I was hoping to say yes, that he could combine them, that he can describe that in terms of which all this happens, and he can describe that on the basis of which all this happens. And he may either be trying to do both and not be able to, or not know it, or maybe he's really trying to do both and he knows it and we're supposed to figure it out that he's doing that.
He knows that the deeper thing makes the other thing possible, and he says he's giving an interpretation of
It's really another way to put it is, what is it? Is this mostly hermeneutic or is this mostly phenomenology? Isn't that the same? I mean, I say it's got to bottom out in a phenomena that he can describe on the basis of which everything else is intelligible. And the hermeneutic view would say something like, I guess, it's got to be articulated in terms so that we can see it, make it intelligible. And
make it intelligible and make it possible. Right?
One of them is make it intelligible.
You want the primordial thing both to make the
thing intelligible and to make it possible. And the intelligible is the story I keep trying to tell, and the possibility, and that would be some sort of realist way, and that which makes it all possible, that's Bill's story, I take it. That's the kind of idealism he wants. Is that, or am I missing? I reversed what you said?
I'm not sure which is whose, but it's some kind of two.
Yeah, two of them. Okay. I saw a hand over here. Yeah.
I don't know if I'm just completely listening into this question, but like the hermeneutic methods that have us continually going to deeper levels of interpretation.
Yeah.
And if we take as a premise that explanations stop somewhere, like does Heidegger ever treat that question, like on what basis do we stop positing phenomena, and when do we arrive at the final?
Yes, it's funny that he doesn't explain it much, but he talks about, in Being in Time, he talks about the horizon for understanding being, as if there was a place to stop. But in Basic Problems, in the part that we'll read during the last 3 times, he talks about how there's always a broader horizon in terms of which you should be understanding all this. And I guess that's more than what he should be saying. And given his hermeneutic approach, there's no final horizon that says now we've really got it. Okay, let me go. I mean, somehow I keep not finding the passages here that I definitely want to read before I stop. So let me keep looking. I just found the part which I already said, that what he calls transcendence is going to be something that is not transcending from inner to outer, not a structure like that you could say much about or anything about, but it provides. Now this is where I've got these things. It's something that is like a space, a clearing, on the basis of which all forms of intentionality take place. And then I say, look at page 415 and see what is that where we are. I've got everything underlined on 415, so I don't know what I'm supposed to be reading. So let's see. I'm going to start with the italics about 5 lines down. That inside which Dasein understands itself is there, along with its practical existence. That inside which one primarily understands oneself as Dasein's kind of being. Dasein is its world existingly. And then he goes through this other talk about the there and the clearing. I forget where the clearing comes in, but it does. We have defined being as care. The ontological meaning of care is temporality. We've shown that temporality constitutes the disclosedness of the there, and we've shown how it does so. In the disclosedness of the there, the world is disclosed along with it. The unity of significance must then likewise be grounded in temporality. And then comes this amazing quick move in the existential temporal condition for the possibility of the world lies in the fact that temporality has an ecstatical unity, has something like a horizon. And it looks like we're trying to understand the world and the there and the openness, and in another place what he calls the clearing, and it looks like we're trying to understand also how Dasein is its world existingly. And I mean, if somebody can tell me, maybe Tyler more than anybody, maybe, I don't know, where he suddenly gets this business of the ecstasies have a horizon, and that's very important, and it seems to do all the job that hasn't been done. Do you understand that?
There's another ambiguity that's even further than the one you went to. I don't know. I'm clear there's something like there's the unity of the ecstasies, which happens on the side of Dasein.
Yeah, let's repeat that, just because this much is clear. The ecstasies are the whole structure seen from the point of view of Dasein. It's Dasein that has an ecstatical structure, being ahead of itself, already in, amidst, and so, but that is an ecstatical structure. Okay. And that ecstatical structure is a threefold structure and a unified structure, since each of the three elements brings in, describing any one of the three aspects, brings in the other two. That's all, and that's how it gives unity to the care structure.
So then I think the issue is he realizes that understanding of temporality hasn't yet done its job, that it doesn't yet explain the encounter of entities in the world. So then we get this whole other notion of temporality, which is not the unity of the Ecstases, but rather this is where the unity of the horizonal schema comes in. So there's a sense in which there's another movement temporalizing happening on the side of the encounter with the entities, maybe from them, I'm not sure. But we describe that as not a unity of the Ecstases, but a unity of the horizonal schema. So there's one place where the horizon comes in. There has to be a unity of horizonal schema to make sense of the encounter with entities in their own going.
Okay.
Talks about a horizon within which, he uses horizon again, a horizon within which those two modes of temporality come together.
Oh, does he?
So I'm not sure if horizon is just the unity on the side of entities, or if it's a further horizon within which...
Gee, we'll put that on hold. You realize that may be temporalität, because there turns out that even though originary temporality, which is what we're talking about, has an ecstatical structure from the side of Dasein and has a horizontal structure from the side of coping, so just as there's always a towards which on the side of Dasein, with a for the sake of which, there's a towards which on the side of coping that has also got a for the sake of which. And they're different for the sake of whiches, and yet they're the same. Because the for the sake of which, say, being a professor, is on the side of the ecstases, but the for the sake of which, when you consider not my stand on my being, but the role I've got, that's also futural, and that's on the side of the world. My stand on my being is ecstatical, but the role and the equipment that I am sort of defined in terms of is horizontal. That's good. That's the sense in which you can't define being a professor either as a subjective thing alone, or a coping in the world thing alone, but that they're really two sides of the same phenomenon or something. That's good. That helps. But where's this other use of horizon? Oh no, I'm sorry. I started to explain it. I don't know where it is in here, but in being in basic problems, he comes to a more fundamental kind of temporality than ecstatical or horizonal. Namely, we've got a new word for it, temporalität, and that's supposed to do something more to explain, as you say, the way the two come together, or why they come together, or how they come together. I don't know what. But yes, but that's not in here, is it? This.
I guess what I brought up is what's confusing is already here where he's talking about horizon. He's not being very careful, so it's not clear whether he's talking about horizonal schema, or if he's already talking about a horizon within which, so when he says the axis is much temporalized within a horizon, is he already gesturing towards something like temporalität or something like...
Okay, well, let's hope not, or at least let's try not to think about it yet.
If he's not, though, it doesn't make sense, because we know that the ecstases never temporalize in the horizon of the schema. That's going out on the other side. So the question for me then is, in what sense do the ecstases, which you described, temporalize within a horizon? Because it can't be the horizon of the schema. It has to be something else.
Does he say they temporalize within a horizon? Did I? Oh, let me look again. Liza, ecstatic. the ecstatical temporal condition of the possibility of the world lies in the fact that temporality as an ecstatical unity has something like a horizon. Not exactly within it, I think, but just correlated with it.
Yes, but where's the notion of a horizon for aesthetical temporality, right? Because we know that the other side of temporality is a horizon, right?
But the other side of temporality?
It has a horizonal schema, right?
The horizonal schema is the threefold something or other on the side of the world, which corresponds to the threefold ecstatical structure on the side of Dasein. Are we agreeing about that? What I just read, did that get you to where you are? Let's see. Let's go back to 416. We've defined being as care and so forth. We've shown that the temporality consists in the world, in the disclosedness of the there, and the world is disclosed with it. The unity of significance, the ontological constitution of the world, must be grounded in temporality. The existential temporal condition for the possibility of the world lies in the fact that temporality as an ecstatical unity has something like a horizon. That just says, I think, what I just said, something like that for the sake of which is both the future aspect of Dasein and the future aspect of the world, and they have to mesh. Does it say more than that? Remember, what we're trying to get is that amazing sentence at the end of the previous paragraph. Dasein is its world existingly. That's supposed to be both giving you the sort of nearest thing to the subject-object distinction and taking it back, so to speak. There is no way that Dasein and the world can be separated. The temporalizing itself has this two-aspect structure, which is Dasein being in the world. And this is what he wants to explain now. Let's see if I can get any clearer or find another quote. Let's look at the bottom paragraph, first sentence. The unity of the horizonal schema of future, present, and having been is grounded in the ecstatical unity of temporality. The horizon of temporality as a whole determines the whereupon, there's the woraufhin again, so determines that on the basis of which factical existing entities are essentially disclosed. That's the on the basis of which I think of as the familiarity, though he doesn't say that. Does that help any settle this? Let me go on. With one's factical being their ability to there, the ability to be is in each case projected in the horizon of the future, one's being already disclosed in the horizon of having been, and that which one says discovered in the horizon of the present. The horizonal unity of the schemata of these ecstases make possible the primordial way in which the relationships of the in order to are connected with the for the sake of. Is that helping any? I don't know. not much. Yeah. Yeah. Is the German going to cast a light on it?
No. There's something I didn't get. So it seems like if you take that seriously, Dasein is its world existing, and it seems like there has to just be one world for each Dasein, and then you get solipsism, or there can only be one Dasein, and then you get Hegel. So I don't know how to read it.
Okay, I got a story about that. I mean, that used to worry me. And I used to think that Dasein was the world existingly, which is the Hegel side. Only in Heidegger it would be Das Mann side. But I used to think, but he says, to my amazement, that Dasein is its world existingly. And then I decided that the way to think about it is that Dasein is a perspective on a shared world. That to be a there is to have, just that, not a projection like in Renaissance painting, but that every Dasein has a world which is the same world but colored differently by, could be colored differently by its moods and by its horizon or its perspective. Wouldn't that?
That sounds right, but it seems like you're just taking back Dasein as its world existing, because you're not saying anywhere that Dasein is the world.
Ah, okay. I marked the place where he seemed to have done it the other way too, and that's maybe not going to help, because he ought to get it together. At the bottom, at the top of 417, we've got, let me try starting at the bottom of 416. The horizontal unity is so forth and so forth. This implies that on the basis of the horizonal constitution of the ecstatical unity of temporality, there belongs to that entity, which is in each case its own there, something like a world that has been disclosed. He's got the its and the a together in a sentence. Does that solve it, or does that just sort of finesse it?
That sounds like the solipsism.
Well, its own there, something like a world. I see. He doesn't say the world. Now, I really wanted him to say Dasein is the world existingly. It seems to me, doesn't it to you, that that's what he should say? We're all open on one world. There can't. I mean, he better not think that my world is prior to the world. That will get him into Husserl and Sartre right off.
Right, but if you're the world existingly and I'm the world existingly, then you and I are the same.
Well, no, because I am the world from my perspective and you are the world from your perspective. So it isn't just that we are the world. We are each of us is our take on the world. That's got to be right. I mean, so we're not the world because we're only our take on the world. But we are the world in the sense that it's like that when you see the front of the house, you see the whole house. Just because you see it from a point of view doesn't mean that it isn't the same house for everybody. Is that a big difference? Let me think about it. Wait a second. I have to think about that. Now you are the house. That's a problem. I see what you mean. Well, how are we supposed to save him? You want to help him out?
Well, yeah, I mean, the way I understood it in a non-Cartesian fashion was putting emphasis on the word existingly and exactly what that means. And I think that's supposed to be the route out of that problem where we each our own world and therefore disconnected from one another. In the sense that there's a way in which you can be the world under the conditions of existence which we have been discoursing on throughout being in time, such that your worlds, although experienced necessarily differently, are also necessarily unified through the unity of the sentence at the bottom of 416. I feel also reinforces what Tyler was saying earlier about the connection between Horizonal and the Ecstases. The horizontal unity of the schemata of these Ecstases makes possible the primordial way in which the relationships in order to are connected for the sake of. There's always a danger that even with our care structure as it's been articulated, that the way Dasein experiences the world through the authentic and inauthentic ways of being is separate in some sense from the world itself.
And that's what you've got to get rid of.
Right,
that.
exactly. And I think the way you get rid of that is through this unity of combining horizons with ecstasies necessarily, such that Dasein and the world are always that none ever, I guess, defers to the other.
Okay, let me try something maybe the same and maybe not. That I think what he wants to say is the world is the world is something that you can be from a perspective, because the world is a clearing in which things can show up, and there is just one clearing. But when you are it, I think maybe what you're saying, when you are it existingly, then you aren't really it in the sense that you're like the so let me read something here on 416. Right after that, I think maybe I read it, but if I did, I won't hurt. If I did, I'll read it again. right after Dasein is its world existing. We have defined Dasein's being as care. The ontological meaning of care is temporality. We've shown that temporality constitutes the disclosedness of the there. See, that seems to be like the world. It isn't your there and my there. The disclosedness of the there, and we've shown how it is so. In the disclosedness of the there, the world is disclosed along with it. The unity of significance, that is the ontological constitution of the world, must then likewise be grounded in temporality. Have we got anywhere? I mean, he seems to be wanting to say that that each Dasein discloses the world, and that's compatible with saying each Dasein discloses its world existingly. I mean, I'm just stating your problem, but it's right there within those few sentences on 416. And then he seems, and I want everybody to pay attention and think about this. I mean, that is, I bet, the final problem that this whole thing is trying to get settled. How in the world are you going to get Dasein, which seems to be us, and once upon a time, consciousness and mental representations, all of which he denies, together with the world in a way that doesn't turn it into monadic idealism like Husserl, which he certainly doesn't want to do, like Sartre, where somehow you have to get from my world to the world. No, Dasein is always open and to a world. He has to get his sense that Dasein is open to and coping in a shared world, together with each Dasein has to take a stand on its being and have its for the sake of which. And somehow in these pages right here, he thinks he's doing it. Now lots of hands have come up. If you all want to help him do it, that's good with me. Yo, go ahead.
But it's clear that Heidegger is not identifying Dasein with the world, but perhaps the relationship could be thought of as an immanent one with the world. And I'd like to suggest that the ecstatical unity of temporality that has a horizon but is not a horizontal schema can be best thought of genetically, or having a genealogical element of unfolding, because the ecstatical unity never exists as such. It is.
Why do you say that?
Well, I mean, it's not a category of representation so much as an unfolding of the three.
Okay, sort of. Why not say it always exists? I mean, it never is never finished, but it's really always going on. Okay.
Yeah, and it's that always going on part that is genealogically unfolding.
Teleologically.
Genealogically.
Genealogic.
Right.
What is that?
That's a way that I guess like anti or post-structuralists would later on describe it, but a way in which, I mean, a thing is permanently becoming within the world alongside other genealogical elements that are differentiating themselves, always coming from a past that having been and becoming into a future element.
I can't really understand how that's going to solve this very basic problem of how we're going to get ourselves as what was once upon a time subjects related to the world, which was once upon a time objects, in such a way that we can get in no way get ourselves trapped into our own stream of experience or our own perspective. Yeah.
Well, isn't Dasein with part of Dasein's existence, and therefore part of the world?
Yes.
So why wouldn't that bring along other people into the same world that they exist?
Well, I think we've gotten to this deep level where he's trying to explain how it's possible for Dasein to be that kind of being with. I mean, yes, Dasein is certainly in the world with other Daseins, and it's doing that somehow in a way that's tied up with its having its own for the sake of which, and therefore its own take on the world and everything. How is he going to get these two together? And it looks like he thinks he's getting them together right here, but we don't see yet how it's happening. Yeah.
I guess to resolve like the question of possible solipsism or like distancing Dasein from the world and therefore failing to do what is trying to be done. I mean, could one say that Dasein
be identified with the world. But in saying that Dasein is the world existently, that say each individual Dasein, each one of us, could be the world existingly in a different way, and still share the same world. And I guess that would be why one would want to emphasize that term existingly so much. As though each Dasein was like a modification upon the world, rather than a separate sphere wherein everything else is treated as subordinate to the central Dasein.
Yeah, I think somehow we've got to come up with and you're on the right track. The way whatever a world is, it's something that you can be in such a way as to not be separate from it, and yet not be identical with everybody else who is the world. And we're trying, and surely he thinks here he said something very important about that, namely the business about horizons and ecstasies. I'm beginning to think I sort of understand it, thanks to you all, but I'll wait till you all talk and see if I can say it.
It seems to me that he's trying to draw a distinction between existing Dasein, which you might say is an existential, and then that way of being, which is Dasein. And he's trying to say that the world, its way of being, is called Dasein. I don't think he's trying to say that existing Dasein is the world. I mean, that seems kind of weird, right? I mean, that's sort of the puzzle he's trying to solve.
Well, I think he thinks existing Dasein is the clearing. I mean, this is the extreme emptiness of the empty mind turned to open to this shared something or other.
But how can existing Dasein both be the world and within the world? I mean, that's...
It's the world from within it. That's just another of the funny things. Worlds are not... that's how worlds are. I'm in the academic world from within the academic world. That's just not a problem. Yeah.
I've got a couple of comments that have been racing in my head for a little while. As far as this solipsism thing is concerned, I mean, I'm inclined to think something you said in your book about Aristotle, which is that you can't take Dasein out of the world. You can't, and I'm also inclined to say you can't take the world away from Dasein in a way that makes any sense in any way at all. The two are, they're not just next to each other or working together. They're so intimately engaged as to be inseparable, essentially, or something like that. You can't, like, I would make the strong statement that you cannot make sense of Dasein without the world. You cannot make sense of the world without Dasein.
That's surely got to be right. Yeah.
Descartes, I mean, his problem, which initiated this whole solipsism thing, is that he tried to take the two away from each other. He tried to separate the two. That's impossible. So I don't think that's that much of a threat. As far as solipsism is concerned, I don't know how to deal with that. That sounds incredibly hard. But, I mean, maybe it's worth mentioning that, of course, the world which Dasein engages in is really the same world which other Daseins engage with because of Dasein. So even if there were to be some sort of separation, there would be some sort of interchange between different Daseins, as it were, that's formative for each one's world. And also, one more thing I want to say, which isn't on the topic, is we were talking about on the basis of which, and a word just hit me, which I think is a really good word, just the closest I can get to a one-word description of what makes sense to me is just phenomenon. Like, the word phenomenon, I hope this doesn't sound too Hegelian, but, like, I'd like to think of on the basis of which as something just like phenomenon. Doesn't make sense.
Well, maybe, I mean, let me paraphrase it in something that sounds like it makes sense anyway. That your disclosedness, but your disclosedness is your way of opening onto the world. I'm just doing my sort of perspectival thing with other words. Or, I mean, what sense does it mean to say you are your, well, disclosedness is somehow something that you can be. You are your disclosing, you are disclosing all the time, and it's your disclosing, but what you're disclosing is a world, and worlds are, and the world, what you're disclosing is a shared world with other people and shared equipment and so forth. Why can't you be the disclosing activity of a sharedly of a one disclosed world. I'm just trying to find a formulation that will work. Yeah.
I mean, I'm starting to lose sight of what the problem was, but when Heidegger lays out the taxonomy of worlds, and he lays out the third one, which is his important one, the wherein, even within that, he says there's more than, the world can be understood in more than one sense. He says, it's the wherein a factual Dasein as such can be said to live. World may stand for the public we world or one's own closest domestic environment. So here it seems like it's not just, world is kind of goes out from the center, and we can kind of extend our world in a way, but it's not as if there's just a singular world.
Okay, but wouldn't we have the same problem back? Just let's start with the domestic environment, sort of following Eugene's way of thinking. What does it mean to say you are your domestic environment, instead of you are it? Well, that's so strange. I mean, I can say you are the activity of disclosing your domestic environment. That seems to be the right way to go. Then. But then he does say and that's the existingly, I guess. You're the world existingly. You are the activity of disclosing or clearing a shared world or clearing. I'm just trying to. And why does he think? Let me say something before I thought I was on the right track. I want this. It ought to come out really simple, believe it or not, if you just get the right clue. And I think I was on the right track when I wanted to say that being a professor is both something that I have to do in my own taking a stand on my being, and it's for the sake of which in the referential totality for the sake of which, try to put it this way, something which I surely am. I mean, that defines me. That's my identity. But my identity involves all this shared equipment. And I want to say something like, if you read all this about the future and the for the sake of which, you ought to be able to find out that the Dasein is both self-defined by taking a stand on its being, by having an ultimate for the sake of which, and that's the ecstasy part, and that has as its horizon that there have to be students and equipment and all kinds of public stuff, and that they sort of totally belong to each other. That you start with the ecstasy because Dasein starts with the being and takes a stand on its being, and he thinks that's the most important dimension, the futural dimension. But as soon as you try to say how to describe that, you immediately have to. That's the ecstasy. You immediately have to bring in the horizon. What is the horizon? It's that sort of public, shared, for the sake of which, and that enables you to say you are. And how's that related to the world? Well, that's part of a big, complicated structure, which is a world structure. And you've defined yourself in terms of a, so to speak, piece of that world structure, described as your for the sake of which. And you really are that. I'm trying to bring in the identity story. That when you get your identity in terms of something in the future, you automatically bring in that there is something in the future that you're getting your identity in terms of, and it's not, of course, the thing you're ever going to achieve. It's that kind of it's authentic kind of future, being a professor. But is that helping? I mean, I think if you really try to think it out and do it the way he does it, and describe the temporal dimensions of coping and with equipment, and how that is structured as he does in the beginning, or the equipmental totality, never mind the coping. You describe the equipmental totality, and you describe Dasein taking a stand on its being, and way at the beginning those seem totally different But by the time by the time you get to this page 416 and 417, you've earned the right to say that they're not totally different, that there is some way in which you are defined by the world, but you are defined in your way by the world, and other people are defined in their way by the world. Is that helping any at all? You looking a little bit enlightened? No?
All that sounds really good. I don't get that.
But you don't think it solves the problem? All right. He shouldn't say is. He shouldn't say is the world, right?
Yeah, right.
I think I just wouldn't substitute discloses. If you say Dasein discloses the world existingly, or a world, or its world, I don't think it matters anymore with the notion of disclosing.
It's sort of for the whole thing. He's trying to get Dasein inseparable from the world, and that's right, but it seems like he's not really
Succeeding.
What makes it possible.
Well, and I want to say, if we read this again, heaven forbid, all through, we'd see that the way he's setting up the ecstasis and the whole thing in terms of Dasein taking a stand on its being and how it's thrown and how it's coping in the present. And he's describing the world in terms of having for the sake of whiches and significance and thrownness. He will be setting it up so that these two structures are not just parallel, but they are like two sides of something. I think he's done it. I mean, what I'm thinking is maybe for the first time I'm beginning to understand why he thinks he can just suddenly tell us in italics that every ecstatical unity has something like a horizon, and think that tells us that Dasein is its world existingly. It's cause, and I think that's what the sort of thing he's been trying to achieve. Okay, now I told somebody over here somewhere, yeah.
I don't know if someone said this already, but nobody really brought up that the reflexive type of interdependent nature, because it's not only that the final for the sake of which is in terms of on the basis of the world itself shows up differently when the final for the sake of which is altered. Or so if you become a teacher from any other final for the sake of which, the actual articulations and everything change as well. And so maybe in that way is the horizon and the Ecstases both interconnected in that way, that the future is is in terms of Dasein, Ecstases, and vice versa.
And that's that. But then, I mean, what Eugene is always worrying about is, but when the chips are down, even with my disclosedness talk, are you saying that you were your disclosedness, or are you saying you're a disclosedness? Are you saying you're the disclosedness? That's where the old subject-object thing is around, and he's trying to define significance and worldhood in such a way that they are so intimately related to Dasein and existing and taking a stand on your being as a way of disclosing, that you can understand how we can all be different and yet be all open. We are all somehow different openings on one world. That's what he has to show. And I think he thinks that he's shown it when he's shown that the ecstatical structure of opening and the horizontal structure of significance are interdefined in such a way, somehow. Yeah, you want to say something about that?
The view that we want to get to is it's not even that we're two sides of the same coin, right? It's not like there's a Dasein side and a world side, or an ecstatic side and a horizon side. Even that's two subject objects, right? It's not
Right.
like I'm the front of the house and the world is
Right. Yeah, that's not right. I take that back.
Part of the idea of Dasein is this world, right? It's not even sort of one thing with two sides. It's somehow just one thing.
Right. So Dasein is being in the world with hyphens, and now having gone through all of this, we have an understanding of what it is to be being in the world, hopefully. And I think that's what he thinks he's doing. Before I call on somebody else, there's a place where he relates it to being in the world, right around here. Is it maybe right exactly here? Let's see. I don't see it right off. So let's whoever's got another hand up. 417. You see it?
Right where the 366 is.
Okay, maybe having its ground. The world is transcendent. Is it being in the world?
Right before that.
Oh, right before that. Oh, good. That's what one would hope to find. Let's read that. The world is already presupposed in one's being alongside the ready-to-hand, concernedly and factically, in one's thematizing and so forth and so forth. That is to say, all these possible ways of being in the world have... All these are possible ways of being in the world, having its ground in the horizonal unity of ecstatical temporality. The world is transcendent. Good. Yes. Not transcendental, but transcendent, because which is too Kantian. Not transcendent in the sense of Husserlian, getting outside your mind, but there's the world, he says, is more outside than anything, and that's when you understand that, you understand how you could be both, have it be its world, have it be you are your world existingly, because they're so interdefined that they're not even like two faces. So that we're getting there. Hey, I thought that you would get there eventually, and I would learn a lot. Yeah. No, tell us. I'm ready. We can take it. Okay. Wait, say that again.
Because you're setting up as a problem of bringing together the two sides of the public world and the world of visualized outcomes, right? And that there's something like the temporalizing and temporality that brings these two together in a really deep way. So that's to bring together world and Dasein as existence. I thought that world just is that within which we can understand the temporalizing of the world. Everything is brought together. And that what we're trying to bring together is rather the fact that entities show up under different modes, right? And the fact that Dasein exists. Right? So what we're trying to bring together in world is not the two aspects of Das Man and individual Dasein have in the world, is the way you said it. But rather that in world, what's brought together is Dasein existing, taking a stand on its own. And entities showing up, sometimes ready to hand, but more problematically in science, entities, real entities, pure entities. And so there's going to be a story about temporality and temporalizing, which brings together in world all modes of being of entities, right? So ready to hand, pure presence, and all modes of being of Dasein, authentic and authentic. But that's what's being brought together in the world. Right? We're not trying to bring together world and Dasein existence. Okay? We're trying to bring together Dasein existing, entities showing up. Sometimes as ready to hand, but more problematically often as entities pure present to hand on the basis. It's a different formulation of the problem.
I'm having trouble. I mean, I think it's probably important, and so I want to understand it, but I don't yet. Do you understand how what he's saying differs from what I'm saying? I don't understand.
What I'm trying to bring together, and what I think temporality has to bring together, is the way entities show up. Right?
Well.
As existing, right?
Well, I mean, I can't understand you sort of from the start, because he seems to be, the ecstases are definitely the structure of temporality of Dasein, and he says, and every ecstasis has a horizon. That seems to be, I don't know what it is, but how do you understand it? I mean, I understand it, as I said, it sounds to me like every time I've got a defining to stand on my own being, I've also plugged into some shared stuff. And I don't see him talking about world doing that job. I'm looking at something, the unity of significance, which is the ontological constitution of the world, must be grounded in temporality. Doesn't that seem like the opposite of what you were saying? You seem to be wanting to make world the ultimate thing. Yeah, that's certainly what he's asking, among other things.
I think that to me is not how can world be its world rather than a world.
Now let's look at the crucial quotes. I don't know. The bottom of 415, back to that. The question arises how anything like the world in its unity with Dasein is ontologically possible. Is that supporting what you said?
The reading is fantastic two different ways. So, when I hear world there, I'm thinking of including within world would be the multiplicity of modes of being entities. Right? So ready at hand and pure present.
Sounds reasonable, yeah.
And we're trying to figure out how something like world in which there are entities, modes of being, and Dasein and its modes of being, come together.
Yeah, I think so far we're in agreement.
But this is a different story. I mean, asking how it is that something like a public world has come together with Dasein's perspective on the world. Right? That's still all on the side of existence. There's this further question of how entities can be encountered, how the temporalized entities can show up in the multiple modes of the world.
I see, but I'm not sure that's what's happening here. Insofar as, look at something else here, the top of 417. I'm looking for 416 so I can begin there. Okay. The horizontal unity of the schemata of the ecstasies makes possible the primordial way in which the relationship of the in order to are connected with the for the sake of. This implies that on the basis of the horizontal constitution of the ecstatical unity of temporality. That's already strange, isn't it? It looked like the horizon, more basic, is supposed to be the ecstatical, and the horizon is supposed to be connected with each ecstasy, where in italics the condition for the possibility of the world lies in on 416. The fact that temporality is an ecstatical unity has something like a horizon. This implies that on the basis of the horizonal constitution of the ecstatical unity of temporality, there belongs to that entity, which is in each case its own there, something like a world that has been disclosed. Boy, that does certainly look like the issue is, I'm not sure which issue, but I keep wanting to say it looks like the issue is how to get together something like the ownness and the sharedness, and I'm having trouble. We're just having trouble understanding each other.
Some Dasein are in their world, in the sense of a modification of the public world. But in both cases, because they've taken a stand, they've either maintained themselves in the world they want, or they've modified it into a authentic world. We would say Dasein thinks its world exists, it's taken a stand.
But it said Dasein is the world existing. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It says its world. No, you're right. It says does. See, I think you're all on the wrong track. He wouldn't have gone through all this work of bringing in the towards which and the for the sake of which when he talks about the world, and the for the sake of which also when he talks about Dasein taking a stand on its being and getting its identity, if he didn't have as the final agenda the dimensions of Dasein's ecstatical threefold structure with its for the sake of which amidst and thrown, and the temporal structure of the world, which has in it for the sake of which, so lots of for the sake of which is all hooked together into significance and into what? I don't know, some past thing. And he goes to such trouble to lay those two structures out all over the place, and I don't see why he wouldn't be cashing in on that at this point. Want to say something? Yeah.
I'm confused as to what the difference is between what Heidegger calls the filing
final for the sake of which he talks about earlier in Division 1 when he talks about dealing with equipment.
I don't think. I mean, I can't. I mean, it always bothers me. I can't. I don't think death could be the final for the sake of which. I mean, that's what Sartre thought Heidegger was saying, and Sartre rightly said. But who in the world would live their life for the sake of their death? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. So I think the ultimate for the sake of which has got to be your identity, your defining understanding of who you are, or embodied understanding of whatever it is of who you are. And the fact that the future is a for the sake of which in the world, and is a for the sake of which for each particular Dasein, that's got to be a clue that these two are not even two aspects, as Eugene said, but they're the same thing, taken up by the only thing that could take them up, namely Dasein as being in the world, and that's what he thinks he's done. Okay, we still have. Before we go on, I don't want to come back to anything that I was going to say here, but I think we've gotten to much more serious business. I will tell you in a minute whether I think there's any reason why I have to go back to it. I said that. Go ahead, say something, yeah? I like that. My mistake to say aspects. They are the same thing. The for the sake of which of being a professor. But it's something that is both serving two jobs, namely giving me an identity and giving me lots of equipment to play around with in order to have that identity. Why can't we say that? Those aren't two aspects because there's much more tightly. I couldn't be a professor without this equipment to play around with, and it wouldn't be equipment to be a professor if I didn't have it as my identity. Is that getting it? I mean, I think that's the clue that you gave me somewhere along the line. Yeah. 417. Okay. Okay.
Rather, we must ask what makes it ontologically possible for entities to be encountered within the world and objectified as so encountered.
I want to have to see where you are before I can understand what you're saying. The bottom of 417? Rather, we must ask. Is that in the bottom of 417? Oh, yeah, the very, very, very bottom. I got it. Okay. Rather, we must ask what makes it ontologically possible for entities to be encountered within the world and objectified as so encountered. This can be answered by recourse to the transcendence of the world, a transcendence which has an ecstatico-horizonal foundation. Well, that seems awfully important, all right, but let me look at the next paragraph. Everybody read the first paragraph on the top of 418. That's the place where I was looking for being in the world, where being in the world is traced back to the ecstatico-horizonal unity of temporality, the existential ontological possibility of the basic state of Dasein is intelligible. That looks like the bottom line, that you got to understand how being in the world with hyphens can be Dasein and can be the world, all in so much the same thing and yet so different is what he's doing there. I wanted to go back, though, just a little before where Stephen started reading, because there's lots of talk about its world, and that's always a clue that something important is happening. 3 lines down. What is rather the case is that factical Dasein understands itself and its world. That's so seems like a perspective. Ecstatically in the unity of the there. See, what is rather the case is that factical Dasein, understanding itself and its world ecstatically in the unity of the there, comes back from these horizons to the entities encountered within them. That's what sort of what you're talking about, maybe. The entities get in there. Coming back to these entities understandingly as an existential meaning of letting them be encountered by making the present, that is why we call them entities within the world. So we've gone from its world to the world in sort of the way I would like to do it, but it doesn't happening here. Its world being the world of a professor and the world being the world of a professor. They're the same, and yet they're different. That is why we call these entities within the world. The world is, as it were, already further outside than any object can ever be. That doesn't seem to help. The problem of transcendence cannot be brought around to the question of how a subject, well, that's sure. But we want to know what makes it ontologically possible for entities to be encountered within the world. Well, that doesn't help any. Does it? I don't think so. What's the conclusion you wanted to draw, Stephen? Yes, it does seem to be in a kind of Tyler ballpark where we're talking about the entities in the world. We might as well be talking about the way of being of entities in the world. All I can say about that is that seems to be a sort of spin-off from the more basic problem, which is the problem of how to understand being in the world and how to do it in terms of the ecstases, which, remember, are the temporal structure of Dasein, and the fact that, the amazing, crucial fact that, every ecstasis has something like a horizon. That horizonal schema, let's go on the schema. I'm back on 416. The schema in which Dasein comes towards itself futurally, whether authentically or inauthentically, is for the sake of itself. The schema in which Dasein is disclosed to itself in a state of mind in Befindlichkeit as thrown is to be taken as that in the faces of which it's been thrown and to which it has been abandoned. That's the characteristic of the what has been. In existing for the sake of itself, in abandonment to itself as something that has been thrown, Dasein as being amidst, is at the same time making present the horizonal structure of presence is defined in order to. He's just bringing together, it looks to me like, these combinations where the temporal future characterizes both Dasein and the world together, and the temporal present the same, and the temporal past the same. And does I get any better? The unity of the horizontal schema of future past, future present, and having been is grounded in the ecstatical unity of temporality. Notice the priority of the Dasein way of talking about it. The stand on its own being seems to be what's finally the bottom line. The horizontal temporality as a whole determines the upon which factical entities are essentially disclosed. I'm just trying to see whether this is now pro-Tyler, pro-Blattner, pro-Dreyfus. I can't remember. All these positions are sort of merging in my head. Does that what I just read support what I've been saying or not? Let's try. I mean, here's more of the same talk. I've marked it all over. On 417, that just as the present arises in the unity of the temporalizing of temporality out of the future and having been the horizon of presence temporal, now we're on the horizon side. That was the ecstasis side. The horizon of the present temporalizes itself equiprimordial with those of future and having been. Insofar as Dasein temporalizes itself, a world is too. In temporalizing itself with regard to its being as temporality, Dasein is essentially in a world by reason of the ecstatico-horizonal constitution of its temporality. I keep wanting to say the real issue seems to be how Dasein can be being in the world, and the issue seems to be to state this threefold structure, both in a world way and in a take a stand on your own being way. And I'm not sure that's a big deal difference. That isn't something that plays a big role in here. It doesn't even get mentioned, does it?
We see that being in the world is being alongside as well, right? So the full character structure
Yes, it's right. It's got to be amidst, let's say. Dasein has got to be amidst entities. That's the present structure. And that present structure is, again, both sides. Dasein can't be amidst entities ecstatically if there aren't entities out there to be amidst horizontally. It seems to be the same story again.
But in that, you see that what you're trying to bring together is the alongsideness of being in the world, with the being in which is Dasein existing as well.
I would have thought the alongsideness has both in it. That is, both. If you can't be alongside it if it isn't there and if you aren't there.
So what it is I mean, roughly, temporality is trying to bring together two things which are at opposition. There are entities which have reality, which are real, independent of Dasein's being, and they show up in Dasein under certain modes, right? But it's fundamentally a different phenomenon. It's entities with real being, which are encountered.
Yeah, I see what you're doing, and the funny thing is I like it, but I don't think it's the thing to be doing here, to bring in sort of nature and so forth. I mean, here he's talking about equipment, that is, stuff which has its own for the sake of which electrons don't have. And he's putting it that way on purpose so that the two get together. He has, I mean, I think he does have I think it's on 414 that he got how entities can show up for pure discovery. That's in the vicinity. But having done that on 414, he goes on to the temporal problem of the transcendence of world, and that seems to me to leave behind the question about electrons. I don't believe it. I don't believe it at all. I think the question of transcendence is all over the place. In fact, I thought this chapter began with talking about transcendence. Now I don't know.
There's clearly two senses in which Dasein has existing transcendence, right? The ontological but there's also this other, like in this text we just read, the being temporality, being in the world, the place for temporality or where transcendence emerges, where he thinks it's a problem, we need to think through the temporality of transcendence, is because we can encounter entities ready to hand, and sometimes in scientific inquiry,
that might be true. I find what you're saying perfectly relevant to what's going on page 414, where he's talking about science and the unready to hand and the whole how does the name of this chapter? Let's see whether it's got the temporal meaning of the circumspective concern modified in theoretical discovery. Seems to me that's just one issue, and then there's this issue of the problem of the transcendence of the world. But we've got to stop. I saw one hand that I won't keep people from talking, but it's time by my lights that we've had enough. And I think it's been very helpful. I'm not sure how I'll feel about it tomorrow, but thanks for trying. And the next time, let me just tell you what's happening. See, we're one whole thing behind because I fell into this dark hole, which I now feel I've sort of been pulled out of. We haven't gotten to the ordinary conception of time, which was supposed to be today. So we're going to do the ordinary conception of time next time. You'll be happy to hear, if you're all brave, put up with it. It won't be abstract like this. It's very sort of down-to-earth description of everyday life. Okay, we should start. I'm going to make a brief speech to the podcast people who are listening, and or if any of you are still here who haven't given up on us. This time we're backed up with two backups, but and I'm sure we're going to get something. Every time up to now, something absolutely unpredictable has gone wrong, and either the backup person wasn't here or the MP3 player just stopped mysteriously after a few minutes of recording. But I'm convinced this time, if you'll stick with it, you'll be able to hear it. Now we're going to go back to the issues we had last time, and the overview of the issue for today is still whether Heidegger is a temporal idealist. Or still, I guess we didn't have that yet. And did we have it at the end last time? I don't remember. We did. Okay. Does temporality depend on Dasein? And then does nature time depend on Dasein. Yes, we got up to nature time last time, so that if there were no Dasein, there'd be no nature time. Can Heidegger derive the characteristics of everyday temporality from the fact that Dasein, as a non-temporal structure, non-successive structure, is a kind of being that has to take a stand on itself, and it has to do it by activity, by coping with things for the sake of some ultimate role that it has. So we know that we talked a lot about how datability, significance, publicness, and spannedness all derive from the fact that not only do we have to take a stand on ourselves in our activities, but these activities have to be coordinated so that they form a sequence in which you get one thing done before the other in the right order, and that they have meaning, that they are shared so that they're all in this public same time, so that they can be coordinated and be, for instance, simultaneous with each other, and they are spanned. That was all what we talked about last time, and that's all required to coordinate our tasks. And now the question is, Blattner then says that Heidegger has to derive the sequential order of our practices from the kind of being we are, namely to put it shortly after this, from originary temporality. That's short for being the kind of being that has to take a stand on its being and can only take a stand on its being by activities toward role of what of. So the question is, can Heidegger actually show that you can get our world coordinated activity structure somehow, which is certainly a sequential structure, from this non-sequential structure, which is Dasein as temporality. And then comes the issue with Blattner, which is always in the background because he's clearly the best, but he might be. It isn't clearly wrong. I'm going to try to say at the end, I don't think even Heidegger knows for sure what he wants to say about this issue, but at least we got to decide whether Blattner's making a convincing case or not. That one, Heidegger wants to be a temporal idealist and claim that not only the intelligibility, but really the structure of all forms of temporality depend on originary temporality. And can he do that? And Blattner argues that Heidegger can't do it, and after much discussion with people over this matter, what Heidegger can't do, according to Blattner, which he has to do if he's going to carry out his idealism, is show that the way our practices have to be ordered sequentially, so that I have to type my lecture before I can come here and read my lecture, and then only then can I go home and relax and so forth. This sequential structure itself follows from the kind of being that we are. It can't be that, as I think it is, and I'll come back to this. I mean, the alternative would be, well, there's some aspect of all this world meaningful activity which certainly depends on Dasein and wouldn't be there if there weren't any Dasein. There might be something about nature and nature time that doesn't depend on Dasein and that accounts for the fact that Dasein has to lay out its practices in this sequential order in order to take a stand on itself. That both sides agree in what I'm saying, that, yes, both sides agree that you can't make an argument from the originary temporality to the fact that our practices have to be sequentially organized. And Blattner concludes from the fact that Heidegger can't make that argument work, that Heidegger's idealism fails, that being in time fails, that early Heidegger fails. It's a big disaster. All follows from that, according to his book. Then the other possibility, my side, is, yeah, it's true, you can't get the sequential ordering of our everyday practices out of the notion that we're of being taking a stand on our being by way of those practices. Then I think that shows Heidegger's a realist, that there's a constraint on how we order our practices that comes from something like time, some kind of nature time, some kind of sequencing that is not dependent on us, but which is together with the way we have to lay out world time. Together with the way we take a stand on itself, put together with this constraint from nature, would give us the, say, spannedness of world time, which is the hardest for Heidegger to get, according to Blattner. That is, again, the sequence of series of nows. So now that's what I want to argue about, and that's where Aristotle comes in, which was today's assignment. So if you did what the syllabus said, you read the whole section on Aristotle's view of time in Basic Problems. Is that what you did do? I mean, I just want to make sure that we're correlated. No? Uh-oh.
Just a quick note that we didn't actually order the book.
Oh yeah, please, yes, a time out for this important announcement from Tyler. I just didn't order the book. To begin with, big mistake on my part.
But I was supposed to remind you, so I forgot that the way we solve this is there's copies of Basic Problems of Phenomenology in my mailbox, at least the 50 pages or so.
So the pages that you must, if you've been doing the assignment, have bought the book. And I suppose in the back of my mind, I thought if ever there was a book that anybody interested in Heidegger had better buy, it's this. It's the most clear and worked out story from being in time, but carried further and deeper and in more detail and more clear than the book, than Being in Time, and more historical than Being in Time. How many have Basic Problems? Oh, well, good. I mean, I think that's good. I don't feel at all apologetic. I guess I should apologize for the fact that you might have had trouble getting it. How many had trouble finding it? Well, that's interesting. So where was it? Tyler, do you understand this? I mean, here are 40 people or whatever, these 30 or something, who had no trouble finding it, though we didn't order it. How do you explain that?
Last semester, I think you ordered it last semester for Division 1.
Oh, really?
I think so. I think I got it. I remember, I think I was in the bookstore.
I would have certainly put it on a list of recommended. Yeah, but now it's really in effect required because the assignments are in it. Well, it all ends happily, Tyler. Except you did a lot of work, it looks like, that I really appreciate, even though it turns out that... Yeah, if people want, if anybody hasn't got it or knows anybody who wants 50 crucial pages on Aristotle from Basic Problems, they're in Tyler's mailbox. Okay. Now, the role of Aristotle in this is, well, have I said anything controversial yet? Because I don't want to go into Aristotle if I've already said something that you don't understand or disagree with. I think I'm just summarizing where we were. Okay, Aristotle on temporality may well be the clue to what to think about this idealism issue. I would say it was surely the clue, except that I'm not even sure that Heidegger is sure that it is. But it's certainly an important element. And to explain this, I have to give credit to where credit is due. I owe a lot to Derek Baker, whose honors thesis about 3 years ago now tried to show that you could at least make a case for Heidegger being a temporal realist of some sort, which we'll explain, based on what he says about Aristotle in these 20 or 25 pages or whatever that we read for this week. So now I'm going to talk about the Aristotle part. Aristotle sees, according to Heidegger, that whatever time is, access to it depends on us. That we experience time not just as a series of nows, before and after, but as nows ordered as earlier and later. And earlier and later makes reference to our experience of now and our activity. So now I'm going to now take your book. There are certain passages, which it seems to me anyway, we have to just read carefully and think about. The first is, and this distinction is the basic distinction that he's got in this Aristotle chapter, about which everything turns, is the distinction between before and after and earlier and later. If you don't sort of hold on to that and get that and see that Aristotle's got it and that Heidegger thinks it's a good thing that Aristotle's got it, you can understand, I think, what's going on. So, and what's the difference? Well, earlier and later is always with respect to some now. It's earlier than what's happening right now, and other things will come along later. Something earlier has already happened, something is happening now, and something will happen later. And the before and after, we're going to read the passages about that, is a much more general and formal notion, and it gets defined without bringing in now. It's intelligible without bringing in a now and an earlier and later. That's what these quotes I'm now going to be reading you, I think, are saying. Let's see if this is broken down yet, or whether we're still actually recording. No, I think we are. Okay, 242, the middle of the page. The comparison which, what is that aliosis? I forget. Somebody tell me. Shows that this, away from something. Find the Greek. So when I was reading it, I understood it because I was reading it in context, but I don't know where the context is. Nobody know Greek? We don't have to find it in here. It's a Greek word. A few lines above? I don't see it yet. Tell me where.
It says becoming different in the sense that one quality changes to another.
I still don't see it. I mean,
Starts with another, it's like 10 lines down.
about 10 lines down. Another form of motion, that one, is, for example, aliosis, whatever that is now, would becoming different in the sense, now we find out, it's becoming different in the sense that one quality changes to another, like something that was red can gradually turn green. One particular color to another, and here too there's an advance away from something towards something. That turns out to be the formal, most general way of thinking about it, and before and after turn out to be a way of thinking about, comes under that notion. I mean, obviously the before is, it's away from the before and toward the after. But you notice there's nothing about earlier and later in there. We shall call this structure of motion its dimension, taking the concept of dimension in a completely formal sense. See, he wants the most general notion, in which spatial character is not essential. That is, change is more general than change of place. And he says change of color is equally comes under this notion. Dimension expresses a general notion of stretch. I haven't looked at the German, but I take it that this stretch is the spannedness of the being and time version of this. Extension, in the sense of spatial dimension, represents a particular modification of stretch. No, I'm wrong about the spannedness. I guess we'd have to look. No, nobody's got the basic problems in German in front of them, I imagine. It shouldn't be spannedness, I guess, because spannedness is a temporal notion, the way Heidegger's using it in Being and Time. It's one of the temporal features of the world. And here, it's so general that it isn't temporal at all. It's much broader. It's, well, temporal, I guess it could be, or maybe that's the point. The general notion of stretch. Let's try this on away from something towards something. That's stretch. Spannedness. Now, is away from something towards something spannedness, or is spannedness something that has space built into it already? I don't know. Anybody know? I'm not saying a big deal depends on it. It would just be nice to have our vocabulary straight. Erstrechtheit is certainly the spannedness, but since we don't know what... So anyway, there's some kind of stretch, and that is from something toward something. That's all he needs. So extension in the sense of spatial dimension then represents a particular modification of stretch. Now that may be spannedness. That is this particular modification. In the case of the determination of, and then there's some more Greek, we should rid ourselves completely of the spatial idea, something that Aristotle did too. A completely formal sense of stretching out is intended from something to something. So Aristotle's got this very general notion in his view of time. Now next go to 246. There's a whole lot in here that's interesting, but it's all in about 4 pages that the crucial moves get made. So, and this is all when he starts talking about the proteron hysteron, and whether the proteron hysteron in Greek is about the earlier and the later, or the before and after. And Aristotle is pretty... It has a distinction, and Heidegger thinks he doesn't stick to it very well, but it's a very important distinction. So let's start with the first full paragraph at the middle of 246. In one place, Aristotle says about proteron, hysteron, a bunch of Greek things. It is, first of all, in place, in change, in sequence of places. He's thinking of before and after here, as still wholly without any time determination. Heidegger's getting very careful to try to separate earlier and later from before and after. Everything hinges on getting that across. I'm going on. The Aristotelian definition of time can also be formulated at first in this way. Time is what is counted in connection with motion, which is experienced with respect to before and after. But what is thus counted is later unveiled as a series of nows. The now themselves, however, can be expressed and understood only in the horizon of earlier and later. So there are these two horizons. By the way, I don't know if this is... It always seems hard for me to grasp when it says something like that, understood only in the horizon of. I think you could just as well substitute in terms of earlier and later. Is that right? Is that right? I don't know that in saying in the horizon of... It's not the fancy horizon that goes with the ecstasies. It's much more just normal use, if there were a normal use of this sort of notion of horizon. In the context of, on the basis of, the best I could do was in terms of, but whatever goes in there. So the before and after, so with respect to before and after, and in the horizon of the earlier and later do not coincide. The second is an interpretation of the first. Well, that's beginning to look like before and after is more basic, and you could have a before and after without an earlier and later, or you can have it within an interpretation of the before and after. You can bring in an earlier and later. But it's complicated because the nows seem to be sort of... I don't really understand all this. That's what you're all supposed to help do. The nows seem to be already somehow implicit in the before and after. What this sentence boggles my mind. But what is thus counted is later unveiled as the nows. So here you are counting the change from before and after, and you're doing it by, I guess I sort of understand it. Now it's red, or now it's greener, now it's even more green, now it's completely green, as it's changing from red to green. And the way you count it is by selecting stopping points and saying now it's this and then now it's that and now it's that. And how can it be that the now is unveiled as if the now was there all along, but the earlier and later is an interpretation of the before and after, and the earlier and later is the now part. That now it's this, and then, well, is it? Let's see. Have to. So before and after, you're counting before and after. You can't do it without using nows, I think. And nows have already got, and yeah, it's all puzzling. Certainly the nows have already got an earlier and later character, haven't they? They're earlier than this now and later than now somewhere. Some things are earlier and other later. So what's more basic than what? You see what's bothering me? I don't know. Is there a before and after? Except for this sentence, that it's unveiled. But what is thus counted as before and after is later unveiled as the nows. That's what bothers me. Why isn't it, say, interpreted as the nows? I mean, it seems to me everything is packed into that unveiled. That says, aha, the nows were there all along. And what's been the argument that in order to count the before and after, I don't impose a bunch of nows. I actually expose a bunch of nows that have been veiled up to then. Come on, somebody's supposed to help me with this. That's why you're here. This is a seminar, not a course, in my mind, not in the registrar's mind. Well, I'm going on. It may not make any difference. Somebody's got to try. Okay.
It may have something to do with the fact that the now is the away from there towards here. And when you count, in terms of now, when you say now there, now there, now there, you're referring to an away from there that's prior or before. When you said that on 45. And always in transition to and towards here and towards there, which is after. So when you count, you're not unveiling nows, but you're unveiling the before and after.
Oh, well, that would be good. I mean, I would be happy to unveil the before and after, but it looks like he's saying he's unveiling the nows, doesn't he? We've got to go back and look. I mean, if he didn't, that would be then I wouldn't have any problem. But then I want to say the before and after doesn't have any nows. It doesn't make any reference to somebody who's in the middle of this counting them, and you can put in the nows and you can count them that way. You can count the before and after with nows. But if you once say they were veiled, that is covered up, you seem to me to have begged the question. You said that there's this whole Dasein relative now element that's been there all along. That's just the question. Well, you see, yeah, Tyler, do you understand my problem?
I understand it, but I don't get it. Is it the same as saying in every before and after is a present thing already?
That's what it seems to be saying, and that doesn't. We don't want it to say that, do we?
I get that. I get why in every before and I think I get in every before and after there must be latent in it a present thing, right?
Ah, I see. That's a good step, maybe. Every before, and I thought, yeah. Before, there must be a present before which such and such, and after which such and such, and that present is what we're going to name as the nows. But it's not nows yet, so to speak, but it's what sets up the possibility of the now. And so saying it's the veiled nows, that's not quite right, but it's close enough, the way you fix it. There is in this, just in counting the before and after, the condition for saying now is already involved, something like that. I guess, yeah.
We're not counting the before and after, though, right? We're counting what's experienced with respect to the before and after.
Yeah, does that make a difference? Because putting it in terms of our experience, you mean then the now comes in from us, whereas the before and after doesn't have the nows in it. That might be a good idea too. I mean, maybe we could put you and Tyler together. I mean, so we're not counting we're in counting before and after. There's already a present in which something is before and something after, and we experience that as now. Is that what you think?
The thing that's being counted is pretty. It seems pretty removed from before and after. You're counting some time is what is counted in connection with motion, which is experienced with respect to before and after. So that's a lot of stuff.
Okay, motion, yeah, which is experienced with respect to before and after. And so this experienced in there, I was going to quote that quote next. Yes, that makes a big deal. So all this, saying the nows are unveiled is sort of unfortunate, but if you're getting it, if you're saying in the experience the nows are unveiled, not that through your experience the nows are unveiled in this stuff that would happen whether you were experiencing it or not, but that when you are counting, in your experience of counting, then the nows are already implicit. They're veiled. That's how you want to read it, if I understand you right. I don't know, but let's go on. I mean, they're going to be sort of holistic puzzles all along the way, any one of which we can only try to deal with if we look at all the others. So let me look at the others. Where are we? The nows themselves, however, can be expressed and understood only in the horizon of earlier and later. So when you've got this experience of counting, you can only express and understand what you're doing by bringing in earlier and later, it says. The with respect to before and after in the horizon of the earlier and later do not coincide. The second is an interpretation of the first. The in your experience, I'm now going to add. Okay, I'm just reading the quotes that I think we have to take account of. That might be it. No, one more. And it may be the one you just read. No, I don't think so. But anyway, the end of the previous paragraph, 246. As counted, now we got to the nows. The nows themselves count. That's puzzling too. I don't think that's some kind of pun, that as counted, the nows themselves matter. That isn't what it's about, I'm sure. As counted, the nows themselves count. When I try to understand that, I think about the clock, and that there is, now the hands are here, now the hands are there, and so we add up the nows. If anybody has a better view, the nows count the places. So now it's 5. Now the hand is at 5 after. Now it's at 6 after. Now it's at 7 after. So the nows are counted by us. Now it's here, now it's there, and the nows do the counting. They count the places. Now it's at 5, now it's at 6. I think that's what he's saying. They count the places so far as these are traversed as the places of the motion. Time as arithmos. What did you find out what that meant? I think that must be the numbers that's counted, right? Time as number is the counted that counts. Did I get it right about the counted that counts? Has anybody understood what I said or think they could say something clearer? Okay. Well, if you can, always come and jump in and do. Okay. The counted that counts. Aristotle's interpretation of time matches the phenomenon extremely well. I think I put that quote in here for that. He's not criticizing Aristotle. He's saying Aristotle has got this, in making this distinction, Aristotle is doing a very good job of explaining both aspects of the way we understand time. If he's criticizing Aristotle at all, it's because he thinks Aristotle hasn't sorted them out too well yet. But I don't think he's criticizing Aristotle at all. So, at least not yet. Maybe in a minute. So on 247, at the top,
primarily, proteron hysteron means for Aristotle before and after in a sequence of places. It has a non-temporal sense. This is, again, notice, not earlier and later. But the experience of before and after intrinsically presupposes in a certain way the experience of time, the earlier and later. Well, we've already gone through that under that now story. I think that's the same mysterious thing, that there's something implicit, presupposed. If you think you're just dealing with a sequence, if insofar as you're counting the sequence, you already have to experience time as earlier and later. I'm taking over the experience part. Yeah, good. Tell me things.
Which does he think is more fundamental or primordial?
Well, I think it's clear that, I hope it becomes clearer. So, but I'm convinced that he thinks that before and after is more basic. Let me not have any cards up my sleeve. Everything's going to depend on this for realism, idealism issue, because no doubt there's no earlier and later except when we're around. I'm assuming that, because we're putting ourselves at some point in the story, and like in space, like the here in space depends on us, the now in time depends on us. So, but they don't have to we don't bring ourselves in so directly, and maybe not at all, to make sense of the before and after. So I want the before and after to be the realist one, and say some kind of dimensional, formalish before and after would be there whether we were around or not. But it's only when we're there counting that there's earlier or later. So I want before and after to be basic, and I'm ready now to have to amend that to say, yeah, but the experience of before and after already has in it a sense of an earlier and later. That's what these two mysterious sentences say. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you think an example of that might be like the miles on the highway, like mile 283, 284, 285, where there's a non-temporal sequence and you can mark that in, put signs that mark it, and so there's a before and after of the sequence, which is independent of time, but to experience that sequence, you have to experience it in.
Good. Yes, that's exactly what I think it is. Any such sequence at this formal level is going to be can be laid out in terms of before and after. Finally, just a mathematical sequence: 2 is before 3, and after 1. There is some kind of before and after, and if you're going to be a realist, you're going to have to think that there's some kind of before and after in nature that would be there whether we were there or not. And that better not be, that's surely not going to be that things are earlier and later before we're around. Yeah. It works because there's a towards and from. I see. Oh ho. I was wondering too when Eugene said that. There is a direction. You're putting down the signs, and you're putting down the signs. You can't just put them down at random, and you can't switch in the middle. You're showing the way from, I don't know, Terre Haute to Indianapolis, where I come from. It wouldn't work, or it would still. It wouldn't. I see. Wait, loud so we can put it.
The sequence isn't the green signs. Those are just the signs that mark the sequence. The sequence is the actual stretches of road. And it makes sense that you have to presuppose some direction of the set, but I don't know how we get a sequence of places with a before and after. If you don't have something like that. How do you set what if you have 2 places and you get before and after the sequence?
I don't see how we can admit something like pure we need to admit directionality to nature as well.
If we bring it over to nature, I see that might be a problem. How the road is going from Terre Haute to Indianapolis and not from Indianapolis to Terre Haute, right? Unless you bring in this complicated business about whether time is reversible or not, and I think we probably should be solving this phenomenologically, not worrying about that question. You want to say something, or did I preempt what you wanted to say? Yeah.
I was just wondering how you can reconcile this before-afters independent of Dasein with Heidegger's talk about the time-free movements of nature.
The time of...
Time-free
You can't reconcile it as an understatement. That's supposed to be what makes it possible. What gets him to the time-free movements of nature is that they would be before and after movements, but not earlier and later. That would be the idea. And of course, but there's sort of verbal thing. He does say both the before and after and the earlier and later are something like aspects of time. And Aristotle sees that. I think later he's going to, when he says time-free movements of nature, he means movements of nature that you would have whether Dasein was around or not. And so I'm trying to make sense. We're trying to make sense of what it would be like to have something like that, which had some kind of order, but not the kind of order that requires us to be put in the order. I think it's very important to keep thinking about space. I mean, the way the here in space and the now in time have this characteristic of absolutely depending on us. There's no here out in space, and it's not clear what to do with now in time, but it's certainly not our kind of now, whatever it is. And then, of course, but you can have about space this abstract three-dimensional Cartesian story in which points are have a certain spatial distance from each other, but they can't be, this is all back to division one, they can't be near or far from each other if you're going to make that relative to how available to us near and far. And so there's a lot of stuff in space, Cartesian, a lot of stuff for spatiality, which is existential space. Namely, it's got a here, it's got places in it, it's got distances in it of a non-measured, of a kind of relative to our effort sort. And so with temporality, you've got now, and you've got some, hopefully, that we can make sense of, abstract form of sequential order, and you've got that whether we're around or not. Just like Cartesian three-dimensional space, it's easier to imagine it's around whether we're around or not, but it has no here in it. Okay, you want to say something about this? You looked like you did. No? Yeah, I don't know. I guess you were just your hand.
Well, I mean, I've got ideas floating around, but I'm not sure how much I'm on the right track. I was going to ask, obviously there's some jump from before, after to earlier, later when we get put in the picture somehow. We experience it differently. And I mean, I think it would be really important for clarifying this if we find out on the basis of what that jump is made, kind of.
Okay. Yes, I think but the trouble is that's very murky, because when I try to think about it, I think it's about the now. I think earlier than now and later than now is the way earlier and later work, and we bring in the now, and that before and after as this, what is it, from toward, I forget that exact formulation. Where is it? You know what I mean? I read it earlier. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, the from something to something, that doesn't seem to have a now in it, and that the trouble is, what haunts me constantly is to try to figure out what in the world the now is when it's not the kind of pragmatic now, which is the earlier and later, where it depends on how you get to decide how long the now is and what counts as earlier than this now and later than this now, and whereas somehow there's not going to be this now related to our projects. Now you remember this. I mean, there's so many. Remember that now in world time is all he says relative to our projects. Again, that always comes as a surprise, but it's now we're in this class, and now we're in the semester, and now we're in the spring, and so forth. And now I'm trying to explain this sentence. It's all relative to what we're up to. And whatever the now is in nature, it isn't. Well, then what is it, a nanosecond? And how, or a nanosecond. I mean, I just can't picture what a now is when it's not in some span of activity, and that's just related to how much sense you can make of a before and after without. I can't make sense of a before and after without a now in nature, and I can't make, but I think you have to, and I can't make any sense of what. See, let me put the problem. So it looks like, in science anyway, which is supposedly thinking about nature, you've got to bring in some kind of now, which isn't a pragmatic kind of now. That's, relative to our projects. But there must be some kind of now, because now the universe is, 10 billion years old. And it looks like it started back at the first now. And what that is, I have no idea. Right.
I like your intuition here, actually. I think it's worth looking into. I mean, if you think about it, I like the space analogy too. If we're not in space, it doesn't make space like meaningless or
it doesn't make
just, there's no reference point.
That's right. Exactly.
All you can say is, at this point in the universe, there is X. I think with time you could do the same kind of thing. I think you could say, at this point in time, this happened, or this happens. And it's not like this point in time relative to me. It's not like, 1000 BC relative to me now that this happened.
But this point in time has got the same, is it a pragmatic kind of point, or is it a nanosecond kind of point? And the same thing happens with here, of course.
Yeah.
How much is here? Where the GPS has located me, or here in this classroom, or here in the university? It has the same, here's and nows normally are defined in terms of our practices. And the idea of a here that doesn't make any reference to our practices, and then a now that doesn't make any reference to our practices, is really weird. But I don't have more to say about it. If anybody does, yeah.
Just to kind of frame it in the broader context, would we have to admit that Heidegger's a temporal idealist if we cannot come up with a now that's somehow found in nature? Is that the whole issue?
Let's see. No, I think that's sort of upside down, but I'll have to think a minute. We would have to admit that Heidegger was a temporal idealist if nows depended on us, and we couldn't make sense of a nature that didn't have its own intrinsic nows. Then it would follow that there wouldn't be any nature if we weren't around, because we supply the nows and the nature has to have a now in it. But I want to say the other way is somehow if you could have a view of nature as such a kind of abstract ordering that didn't make any reference to any of our purposes and didn't have a now in it, that would be an argument for realism if you could make sense of it. That gets us to the time-free movements of nature only, where that means that our kind of temporality doesn't. The movements of nature would still have a before and after, but they wouldn't connect up with our temporality, which is the earlier and later kind. Yeah, Tyler.
Does it make sense, maybe, rather than trying to conceive of a now which isn't dependent on our practices, just conceive the point that in the before and after, in the earlier and later, especially as we experience it, we reduce it from a now. So we say now, and in so doing, we establish a before and after, we establish an earlier and later. So just conceive the point that the now will always be dependent on our experience. So rather than trying to find a now which is not try to parse different relationships between that now and the phenomenon. So before and after seems to capture something like pure alteration, or pure change, binary, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So we can conceive that in saying now we establish a binary, but we can actually witness the pure change from our position.
You've said that before, but that's always interesting. That's the sun going by kind of story.
Earlier and later. So both are going to be established from a now. If the earlier and later seems to be much more tied up with our practices than the pure alteration of the before and after.
Yes, that's what I think too, and I think that's what Heidegger and Aristotle think too.
Movement is to not try and find a now which is independent of our practices.
Good, good. That's what I think too. Yes.
These two nows, one of which has no real relation to independent phenomena. Whatever was there earlier and later, that's completely tied up in our practice.
Right.
Yet we can have a relationship to something outside our practice system, the before and after, from a now.
I see now what you're saying. I misunderstood you. So there ought to be a kind of present at hand now. That was what it would amount to. Stripped of all of its significance and datability and everything that goes with world time and with earlier and later. And it may have something to do with clocks, you know, that we can get there by counting the movement in such a way as... But I don't see still how we get that. There's no now on the clock. I mean, so we got the same kind of puzzle to say, now it's 5 after, now it's 6 after. I don't know. But I think...
I don't see why that's the problem. Why we don't just conceive that in the experience of both phenomena, we're positing the now. The now is based on us, right?
That's the earlier or later, or both kinds?
Both of them.
Both of them, okay.
But there is no pure now in nature. In both cases, when we experience the before and after and the earlier and later, we're doing the basis of a now which we posit, which isn't there.
Aha, I see. Yes, I'm not sure whether it's me or Heidegger. I may have introduced this into the conversation, that I was assuming that there is no now in nature, mostly because there's no here in nature. But that may just be a false analogy. It certainly is tempting. But so there's just a different kind of now between the world-defined, contextual, pragmatic, counted by us now, you're saying, Tyler, and some kind of something in nature which is what? A different kind of now, a present at hand now is all I call it.
There's something like pure change in nature.
There is change.
Doing last bit of color, just the way with spatiality, just do pure change in nature. You experience that from a now, which we posit, which is based on our practice. But you have access to something like pure change.
I like that. I guess well, that's what I think. So good. But then I don't know why you need to bring in a now. Yeah, you have access to pure change. Why not keep a now for earlier and later?
Maybe I'm misunderstanding the question. I thought we were after something like a now, which is...
I see. Well, I got us into that. I mean, partly because I don't know, Ariel or somebody got us into this. Which.
I followed your lead.
Yes, I think you're right. I led you into this, but I was just saying how puzzling it is to me what a now in nature would be, and now I think what you're saying is we shouldn't be expecting to find a now in nature.
What we can expect to find is pure changeover in nature on the basis of which we can talk about it before and after as distinguished from earlier and later.
Good. Well, that's what I want to say all along. Good. Okay. And then But then I said, but we have to be able to say somehow, now it's X billion years since the Big Bang, as if somehow we knew what we were talking about, and as if it was the same sort of clock now on a great big clock that we normally use. That's why I said clocks seem to have a lot to do with this. Somehow once you get to the clock nows and count them, and it looks like those are present at hand nows, and it looks like maybe the universe can be treated like a big clock. I don't know. Anyway, let's go on. I'm sorry that this is so hard, and maybe it wouldn't be so hard if I understood it, but I can only tell you what I can see here. Okay, on 247. I think, did I read this already? For Aristotle at the page, for Aristotle before and after in the sequence of play, it's primarily proteron hysteron means for Aristotle before and after in a sequence of places. It has a non-temporal sense. But the experience of before and after intrinsically presupposes in a certain way, as I just had read that, the experience of time, the earlier and later. And there the emphasis has got to be on experience. That's the same as the veiled story, only it's not so misleading there. The presupposes is like the veiled. It's, if you're going to have an experience of the before and after, then you've got to already have an experience of the earlier and later. Isn't that interesting? In experience, that in the universe, it looks like it's the other way around. That if you're going to have a before and after, you've got to already have. Sorry, I just misspoke. Let's go do it again. In our experience, it looks like you can't have an experience of the before and after that doesn't presuppose already earlier and later. But in the universe, it looks like you can have, in fact, going on something which can be described in terms of before and after, but doesn't have any earlier and later. So in experience, that maybe the sort of dependence goes one way, and if you're a realist anyway, in the universe, the experience would the phenomenon isn't even right. Not in the sense of experience. The facts would be, I don't know how to even describe it. What you're talking about would be independent of earlier and later, and then get interpreted by us, brought into the world, so to speak, as earlier and later. He seems to think both. And it's not a contradiction to think that in the universe, let's just repeat it, there could be an abstract sequence of states of the universe, and we experience them in terms of now and earlier and later and bring them into our world time, and that's a sensible thing to think, or at least I think it is. And you can still say, yeah, but when we experience them, we first most basically have an earlier and later pragmatic experience, and we then, by leaving a lot out and theorizing, get to the universe ones. Let's try that. Let me go on. Let me see where we are. I want to read one more thing on 247. Because it gets us with a now back, unfortunately, but I have to read it. The now, I'm going to start at the end of the top paragraph. The now is the limit for what has gone by and what comes after. That's something like Tyler's earlier version, there's always going to be this borderline between them. I don't know. Let's go on. The now which we count are themselves in time. They constitute time. The now is a double visage, which Aristotle has that long thing to say about. Time is held together within itself by the now. Time's specific continuity is rooted in the now, but conjoint with respect to the now. Time is divided, articulated in the no longer now, and the earlier not yet now, the later. It is only with respect to the now that we conceive of the then, and at the time, the later and the earlier. That's all. I was assuming that. We were all assuming that, remember, that in an earlier and later layout, it's always with respect to the now that these are earlier and later. Okay, I have gotten to the end of that page. So, and where does Aristotle then get us? And why have we gone through all this? Well, it may be that Aristotle is telling us about access. I would like that. If Aristotle were telling us that there is some kind of before and after which we get access to by way of earlier and later, that would be interesting. And I think maybe Heidegger's saying this at the bottom of 256. Aristotle's definition of time is not in any respect a definition of in the academic sense. It characterizes time by defining how what we call time becomes accessible. It is an access definition, an access characterization. The type of defiendum is determined by the manner of the sole possible access to it. The counting perception of motion as motion is at the same time the perception of what is counted as time. I'm not sure what that's all about. I can see that this access definition is very different than something like a condition of possibility. It's the realistic one. I mean, if you think that we're talking about the conditions of the possibility of time, when all this, then of course it's going to all turn out to depend on us, and we're in Kant. But that's not Aristotle. Aristotle is telling us something about the structure of our experience that gives us access to something actually happening in the cosmos, I presume. And let's read the next paragraph. What Aristotle presents as time corresponds to the common pre-scientific understanding of time. By its own phenomenological content, common time points to an original time, temporality. That's Heidegger and Aristotle. Everybody can agree on that. This implies, however, that Aristotle's definition of time is only the initial approach to the interpretation of time. Remember I said I think he agrees with Aristotle, but I think he's not going along he doesn't think Aristotle's got it all right yet. The characteristic traits of time as commonly understood must become intelligible by way of original time. So that's what Heidegger contributes that Aristotle hasn't got. Aristotle just takes for granted the characteristics of world time. Heidegger says he can explain how world time gets laid out by Dasein, how it depends on originary temporality. And Aristotle hasn't any clue about that. So what I was writing, I don't know where my notes say this, but what I was writing about this was, it looks like, what I would want to say it looks like, is that Heidegger's got it right about world time, which Aristotle doesn't understand, and that Aristotle's got it right about nature time, which Heidegger may or may not understand, I don't know. Oh, but there was something behind that I was trying to get at, just a second. Aristotle's got it right about world time, nature time, because he can distinguish the before and after from the earlier and later. But all he's got about the earlier and later is world time, period. Now I remember what I was going to say. And Heidegger claims he's got a story about how you can derive or make intelligible world time from Dasein's existential temporality. And now we're back to, and Blattner says, well, Heidegger wants to do that, and he can't even do that. I mean, he can't really get from our existential temporality to the structure of world time. He can't explain how he can't explain he can't explain how sequentiality is required in our world practices from existential temporality. The only way to understand, I think, I know this is me versus Bill. So Bill says, I'm back to that again. So Heidegger was trying to do it, and he couldn't do it, and he failed. I grant Bill that Heidegger was trying to do it. This very quote says he's trying to do it. That Aristotle hasn't seen how you're going to make all of this intelligible in terms of originary time. That's what Heidegger was going to do. And I agree with Bill, he fails to do it. But I want to say, of course he fails to do it. There's got to be some natural constraint that it requires that our practices be ordered in a certain way, one thing after another. You can't eat poached egg before you cook it. That's not something you're going to derive from and all kinds of stuff like that. And the very fact that we're constantly having to take account of the order in which the things can happen, that seems to me got something to do with this constraint that's put on us by nature something. The time-free movements of nature, maybe. It's very hard to know what it is, and it's very hard to know how it does it. But I want to say Bill is right, Heidegger's can't do it. That means that Heidegger's project as an idealist, insofar as he's got that project, doesn't work. But now I want to add a new thing. it's not obvious that Heidegger's got that project. And let me go on and do that before. Well, no, I stop where I am. Go ahead, Jim.
I was just thinking, going back to being in time, this is kind of on your side with reference to Aristotle against Bill's side, and it's just going back to section 43 where he's talking about Aristotle, and he says, if what the term idealism says amounts to the understanding that being can never be explained by entities, but is already that which is transcendental for every entity, then idealism affords the only correct possibility for philosophical problematic. If so, Aristotle was no less an idealist than Kant. But if idealism signifies tracing back every entity to a subject or consciousness whose sole distinguishing features are that it remains indefinite in its being and is best characterized negatively as unthing-like, then this idealism is no less naive in its method than the most grossly militant realism. So in there he's talking about, this is more general. It's not just specifically about time, but it's what he's like about Aristotle. It comes back to being for Heidegger, but that doesn't mean idealism. It doesn't.
Okay, well I think what you're saying is true, but I think it's misleading in the following way. It sounds like idealism is either a trivial claim that our access to stuff depends on us. Isn't that the first one? That where Aristotle even turns out to be an idealist. It's a very minimal kind of idealism.
Do you want me to read that first sentence?
Yeah.
If what the term idealism says amounts to the understanding that being can never be explained by entities, but is already that which is transcendental for every entity, then idealism affords the only correct possibility for philosophical problem.
Okay, well, that's not trivial. I'm glad I asked you to reread it. No, that's just good basic Heidegger. The disclosing of anything depends on us, and that's okay. And it's only idealism if it becomes empirical idealism or psychological idealism, where you try to understand it in terms of our mental states. And
if it's the further claim that it's not just our being, the way that entities become intelligible that depend on us, but it's what he's rejecting here is the stronger claim that it's the strong form of Kantian idealism where it all traces back to subjects and consciousness. He wants to say.
Yeah, that's definitely not. Now let me do before. But can we have a simpler test? I've been sort of just asking the question: what is there about time and nature, natural time and world time, that would still be there if we were around? Never not we as mental machinery or psychological states, but if Dasein were around. What he's trying to figure out, or what I'm trying to figure out, is what sort of temporality would go away if there were no Dasein. We know publicness, significance, spannedness, datability all goes away if there's no Dasein. But the question is there any other kind of temporality, and that's this universe kind or natural kind or something, which doesn't go away and in fact is necessary for you to even have the kind of world time you do? That's the realism version. But I'm just trying to say that's what you have to keep in mind. Heidegger's trying to say, I guess. Well, no, I'm so confused because I'm not. It looks as if Heidegger wants to say, that he is a temporal idealist in that he thinks that not only does world time, that he thinks the world time is totally explainable in terms of Dasein's self-stand activity. And if that's what Heidegger's trying to do, then I think Bill is right. He fails to do it because, again, there's a kind of constraint on how to organize our practices which doesn't come from our standard and our own being. But I'm not sure that Heidegger is trying to, and if that's what Heidegger is doing, then Heidegger's trying to be a temporal idealist and failing. That's Bill Blattner's thesis. I guess I'm confused about this thing. Is Heidegger trying to do that? To derive, without residue, the way world time works from some temporality? You think so, I believe. Yeah.
That sounds like a part of the idea of calling primordial temporality primordial, right?
Originary and primordial.
Otherwise, how is it originary if it's not by...
Okay, well, how's this? I mean, that's a fair question. Well, the way I think about it is, well, it's primordial and originality of all the sort of temporality that we experience in the world, namely those four characteristics and what happens when there's some kind of clock and how we measure it by the clock. He's got a story about how he wants a story. Let's stay neutral as to whether it works or not. He wants a story, I agree with you, about how all of that is intelligible on the basis of the being that takes a stand on its being. That's certainly his project. But now that I've forgotten the other half of my sentence, just a second. But I don't know whether we have to think that for it to be primordial, it has to be accounting for for nature and a constraint on that other thing. Why couldn't it just be primordial of the kind of time that we understand and which we live in and is intelligible to us, is based on temporality, and he understands that. Nobody has understood that, and not even Aristotle. But, I mean, do you have to make it so primordial that it gobbles up nature time and all constraints on organizing our practices to make Heidegger's project? Is that Heidegger's project? Or is it only that he's going to explain all of world time and all derivative, privative versions of world time, like present at hand clock time, all in terms of either our in terms of our taking a stand on our being.
But we were saying that he can't do that, right? You were saying the reason we have to bring in nature is because we can't account for...
That's, yes, but that's a different point, isn't it? One, what is he trying to do? Well, I see. He's trying to explain all of world time. That would be what it was to do to find primordial temporality, and he can't, and therefore, now let's see. So, and if he's trying to do it, then he's failed. But now I keep flipping back and forth, and I'm going to read you a passage in a minute where you can see that I think Heidegger flips back and forth. But let me try to say this. If he thought that he could explain all forms of time, including natural time, in terms of the temporality, he'd be a kind of strong temporal idealist, grounding it all in Dasein. I think Bill thinks that's what he's trying to do. I want to say no. Well, all he wants is to ground world time in Dasein, but he can't even do that unless he buys into this constraint, which is natural time, and then he can have his world time, but he can't have, and he can still have his kind of primordiality, namely all the aspects of world time. A certain bunch of aspects of world time are all going to be dependent on there being Dasein, but there's going to be this fundamental general successiveness that is involved in all this world time that he can't explain. So what's the bottom line? That therefore he can't be a strong kind of temporal idealist, but he could be a kind of I don't want to call him an idealist. He's going to be I don't know, there's no word for it. A phenomenological analysis of temporality in which he does what he does, stick to the phenomenon. And he doesn't want to be called either an idealist or a realist. Jamie is very strong on that. And that is, he's not going to claim to be doing metaphysical idealism and get everything out of Dasein. And he isn't going to claim to be doing a kind of metaphysical realism in which he's going to give you well, I think he's coming closer, but to give you a story about what there is that's, I think I take it back. He's not going to be doing, Jamie and I have been having this discussion for the last semester. I really want to make him a metaphysical realist, but Jamie kind of rightly says that Heidegger is not sure that that's what he is or wants to be. Using a sentence that I found this miracle sentence. Can you quote it? There's a place, I was coming to this, where let me get there step by step. You must know the sentence I mean. Okay, I know how to set up that sentence, but before we do, somebody else had a hand up. Yeah.
I was just going to say, didn't he say that primordial time is finite?
Yes.
Wouldn't that make finding nature time problematic? I mean, even attempt that? Or would nature time be finite?
Well, that's interesting. Very interesting. Who knows? Let me think about it. Yes, he does say that primordial temporality is finite, right? It's got the thrown unto death structure, right, built into temporality. And he says that it's a kind of some deep cover-up and misunderstanding and fleeing to claim that time is infinite. He doesn't. He thinks that you wrote about that, didn't you? Or you?
I left it out in the end, but yeah.
You had. Okay, and he does hold that. Yeah. And he isn't so weird, I don't think, as to think that he's proved that nature time is finite. So what does he think? What does he think about nature time? Does he think that it's infinite, or might be infinite? Or I think he better. Okay, you're just helping me set up the fact that when you get to the bottom line, he doesn't know what to think. That's the amazing fact. On 254, you get it first said about Aristotle, and then you think, well, he's setting it up to answer these seemingly rhetorical questions. But when you wait to see what his answer to these rhetorical questions are, it turns out he says, I don't really know. But let's get to that. First, the middle of 254. In the middle of that paragraph, where the little number 47 is, time is what is counted. If there is no soul, then there is no counting. Nothing that counts. And if there is nothing that counts, then there is nothing countable and nothing counted. If there is no soul, then there is no time. Aristotle poses this as a question, and at the same time stresses the other possibility, whether time perhaps is in itself, in what it is, just a motion, is in itself, in what it is, just as a motion. Dyslexica. I have to try again. Whether time perhaps is in itself, in what it is, just as a motion can also exist without a soul. I mean, that is, time just is what it is and doesn't depend on us. And Aristotle considers that. He asks that question. But he emphasizes that before and after, which is a constitutive determination of time, is in motion, and time itself is, what is that word? What is counted, right? Time itself is what is counted. The before and after as counted. Let's go. All this is, Aristotle's getting very confused or worried about this. To be counted obviously belongs to the nature of time. So if there is no counting, there is no time, or the converse. Aristotle doesn't pursue this question any further. He merely touches on it, which leads to the question how time itself exists. We see by the interpretation of being and time, the time is the embracing of that in which natural events occur, is, as it were, more objective. And on the other hand, we also see that it exists only if the soul exists, and so forth. And it looks like he just doesn't. He's saying, yeah, Aristotle's right. This is very puzzling. It looks like the time must depend on us because we're the ones who count, and even the notion of counting depends on us. It's unintelligible except by bringing us in. And if time is what's counted, and it's unintelligible to have counting or countableness without us, then time, all time, depends on us. And yet, he wants to say, well, it looks like maybe the before and after doesn't depend on us. And he doesn't say that Aristotle takes one side or the other. He says Aristotle just raises these questions. So then you ask yourself, well, which side is Heidegger on finally? Is he a metaphysical realist who says the time, some aspect of time doesn't depend on us? Or is he a Dasein idealist who says that finally all intelligibility and all temporality, all the intelligibility of temporality and even all the temporality depends on us. That's the idealism one. Now, can you quote that sentence exactly that's in your thesis?
I don't have it exactly.
Neither do I, but it's something like, I've been trying to figure out, I'll try it, you help me. I've been trying to figure out whether temporality is an ontological metaphysical, has an ontological metaphysical significance. That would, and I take that to mean whether it makes one a metaphysical idealist or a metaphysical realist. And then he says, and I am unable to decide. Yeah. What year is that? It's 35 about, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. So it's pretty amazing.
It's earlier than that.
I see. 30 maybe. But after this. Yeah. So I mean, it's amazing but sort of gratifying that as we're beating our heads against the wall trying to figure out, one, what Heidegger believes, and two, what's right about this issue, what's the issue, to what extent time depends on us as qua Dasein, what aspects of time depend on us qua Dasein and what aspects don't, while we're trying to figure out, one, what Heidegger thinks about it and what's true about it. It's clear that Heidegger hasn't got a settled thought about it, and he doesn't know what's true about it, and we don't either. Tyler, I wish you would help us. You've got more thoughts on this than anybody. Yeah. He takes a stand? Oh, let's look. Where is it? Let's read it. Yeah, there's an italics here about the how. Oh, way down the middle of the page in 255. Okay.
So we shall see that in fact the phenomenon of time taken in a more original sense is interconnected with the concept of the world and also with the structure of Dasein itself.
Oh, but we knew that. Isn't that sort of obvious? That's fine. Nobody, let me gloss that. That is, nobody doubts that world time, that's the phenomenon of time, is interconnected with the concept of world and with the structure of Dasein. Isn't that just a statement about experience again?
What bothers me here is he talks about the fact the phenomenon of time taken in a more original sense.
I see. What is that? Taken in a more original... Could we see that in fact the phenomenon of time... Well, isn't that... I mean, what did Aristotle miss? I haven't read the intervening sentences, but given what he says on 254... I would have thought that the phenomenon of time in the more original sense, namely the world time, is, time in a more original sense. What, more original than Aristotle saw, because the whole intelligibility of the temporal structure of experience in the world is that more original sense. And that's what's going to be. Then he's going to go into the whole story about the clocks, but not just the clocks, but about the structure of significance, datability, spannedness, and publicness, and the story about clocks. And all of that is what Aristotle supposedly missed. I don't think that sentence in italics settles the things, shows that Heidegger has discovered. You want to read that, not only that this more original time is temporality, and moreover, it explains everything. So let's see, given that the Dasein exists, is in a world, everything extant that the Dasein encounters is necessarily intra-worldly, contained by world. So we shall see that in fact the phenomenon of time takes in a more original, is interconnected with the concept of world, and thus this is tied up with, who was saying, yes, this is tied up with the whole notion of world and disclosure and being and so forth. And if it weren't for the fact that you can get outside of the world, according to being in time, when you do the big switch over, this would be really a strong idealist claim But is he going to say that time in an original sense is interconnected with the concept of world? That's true. I mean, we're not going to get rid of that. Time as the non-successive structure of Dasein, that's the most original sense, is supposed to allow us to deduce the temporal structure of the world. That's what we all think Heidegger's trying to do. See, I wasn't clear about this before because I was too many things on my mind. And Bill says that's what he's trying to do, and he's trying to do it without, this is something coming out in a discussion with Eugene, and that's what he's trying to do, and he's trying to do it for everything, including even nature time. But you could say, well, what he's trying to do is to find this originary sense of time, namely us, we are time, in the sense of temporality. He's going to find this temporality, and he's going to show that everything that has to do with the world is tied up with it. And that might seem to be total, except that we know that he thinks that the universe and the world are two different things, and that we can get out of the world into the universe if we do the kind of switchover that pure theory gives us. So we shouldn't conclude from this italics, the strong Bill Blattner idealism, that even nature time is unintelligible. I mean, let me just say one more sentence. If this access story makes any sense, if Aristotle is trying to do access theory, and it might even be intelligible. I mean, why couldn't it be the case that nature time is a kind of a pure before and after of some sort, the time-free movements of nature and so forth? And moreover, we can gain access to that by going through the whole of world time and leaving it behind, so to speak. We will be able to have access to that kind of time, namely the whatever kind of pure time physics finally tells us is out there. That's what's on page 414 of Being in Time. I think it's 414, where he says he does the existential derivation of science, and he says theory and science allow us to get totally deworlded. That's the language of basic problems. And when we're totally deworlded, then construct a theory, a cosmology, which tells us about the world, and that would be access. The practices that enable to do that would be access practices, not constitutive practices. I mean, I'm giving you my reading of Heidegger and Tyler's. You're looking. You're agreeing with me, I presume.
Yeah, but I agree mostly. I just don't get why. So first, I don't see him worried about nature time very much at all anywhere. Nature time seems to be...
Yeah, well, he says explicitly in here, by the way, I don't want everybody to be confused. He says there is no nature time. And that's like saying there is no temporality in nature. Yes, he doesn't worry much about it. That's right. He says, well, surely nature time, whatever it is, isn't temporality, and that's all he has to say.
So I guess the first kind of this question of nature time is when we sort of impose the text, which is fine. But I thought, especially because of Jamie, especially the passage Jamie, like I'm convinced Division 1, what he gives us is real differentiated entities independent of us. So all of the Division 1, there's all sorts of stories about how there are entities which are real and independent of us.
Like what do you mean? What's present at hand when you behind the hammer when the hammer breaks? Yeah.
There are reasons to believe in Division 1 that we can have access to something pure present at hand. And the status of that is something like entities independent of us.
Yep. Yep.
Now Division 2, I think he adds something like movement, right?
Yeah.
We have access to real movement. So Division 1 gives us real differentiation.
I like that. Yeah. We're back to that kind of movement.
And why that's just it. Why are we asking for something like he's got an account of both differentiated entities in nature, he's got an account of movement in nature. Why do we keep pressing him for something more than that? Isn't that just
I'm happy with that. I'm not pressing him for more than that.
something like just say something like, well, what's that? What's nature time? Isn't he just saying, well, you have real differentiated entities, you have real movement, that's what it is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah.
I don't know that he
Wait, what did you say? Where does
I was never clear why they were even individual. It's clearly that in Division 1 he thinks there's something like entities
the famous quote that you probably may or may not remember from way back last semester. The reality depends on us and not the real. Being depends on us but not being. Why not movement depends on us. Is that right? No, that's what. Wait. Yeah, I was going to say something depends on us. We don't know how to describe it, but movement. It was something constrains us. We don't know much what to say about it. But what am I trying to say? I don't know. But movement doesn't depend on us. That's the bottom line. How to describe what does depend on us when we don't know. Is that right? But okay.
Why isn't that enough? I mean, if we accept Nietzsche's non-regularity, but if we accept in Division 1 he thinks he's got real differentiated entities, and he thinks in Division 2 he's got real independent movement, why keep pressing to say more about natural time?
Is it... Okay. I like everything you say, except do we have passages which make it clear that he thinks that movement doesn't depend on us, that the before and after kind of movement is...
I don't think as direct as the entities passages from Division 1. I mean, in Division 1 we have clear statements where he just says...
Yeah, right. Right.
But I think, especially the some passages, we have reason to think there's something like change. Maybe even the way Eugene is parsing it, as change and forward. But something like pure change, movement, independent of us.
Yeah, well, I think that's what he should think, and maybe that's what he does think. He never. I mean, this just to add another element in this. When I think about Blattner, I always want to say to Blattner, look, if you think that Heidegger was trying to derive the fact that our practices have to be ordered in the right way so that the causality and the sequentiality of activity is preserved, if Heidegger's trying to show that, he certainly isn't very clear that he's trying to show that, and he certainly hasn't got any argument. Blattner's got one pathetic paragraph where he says Heidegger's trying to show that. And the simplest answer, if you're on my side, is, well, Heidegger wasn't trying to show that. Heidegger's trying to show how world time depends on us, and it doesn't bother him that spannedness and datability have in them some kind of succession constraints that don't depend on us. Why not? Oh, now Eugene is looking unhappy.
Does it depend on us or doesn't it? I mean, you're saying it does, but it doesn't.
Did I say that? If I misspoke, I didn't want to say that. I want to say world time and I see. Yes, I misspoke. Yes, spannedness codepends on us and on nature is what I should have said. There are these things that there wouldn't be any spannedness and there wouldn't be any datability without us. In that sense, it depends on us. But I didn't mean depends exclusively on us. I meant that we, so to speak, lay it on to something else, and that something else doesn't depend on us. That's what I think he thinks, or should think, or whatever.
I didn't understand the idea of temporality or primordial temporality as the meaning of care and of world time. It sounds like you're saying part of the meaning of world time or the meaning of care is nature. Right?
Whoa, no, I don't.
Nature is what makes intelligible why we have these features of succession.
Aha, that's nice. That doesn't make it very intelligible, though. I mean, it's a funny kind of meaning. Yeah, I see why you say that, but usually meaning is that in terms of which, or we don't know what terms to even use. But I am saying it's true that to make our world and our practices, the order or the coordination of our practices intelligible, we've got to bring in nature. And in technically speaking, Eugene is right. Meaning is always that on the basis of which something or other is understood. And in this case, it would be that on the basis of which constraints on the world is understood. Yeah, I guess I do want to say that, except there's something so, usually meaning is the most articulated and the most intelligible and the most unified. Here, and this is what's giving us all our problems, this quote meaning is something that's not, we can't articulate it, it's even literally unintelligible to us when he talks about it and so forth. So it's a very strange meaning. You see what I mean? It does the abstract function of meaning. It's necessary to understand worldhood, but it doesn't have the characteristic of meaning you'd expect. Namely, when you this is like a review. When you give the meaning of care, boy, you give an articulated story which adds to our understanding of care, maps it on temporality, shows why it's at unity. Big deal. And but here, meaning is just a very formal something or other that you have to bring in order to understand something or other.
So it sounds like there's two options. You can say that nature is part of the meaning, or you can say care and world time have no meaning. Nothing accounts for them. Nothing makes them intelligible.
Well, I'd rather say that it's the meaning and just say, but it's a very, we have very little access to that meaning. We don't, given our way of dealing with things, we can't make it intelligible. We don't get its unity. We don't understand what a now would be out there if there was a now. Yes. You want to say something?
Well, I was just going to say, I don't have a problem with saying that we depend on nature. I think it's more visible when you look at something like our bodies or something like that. I think
It's true. You're saying something interesting. I mean, we tend when you're inside Heidegger to be so inside Heidegger. I mean, the idea that he doesn't just want to assert that we depend on nature. I don't think anybody doubts that. It doesn't take Heidegger to come along and say that we've got bodies and that they're part of nature. He wants to explain what aspects of our experience depend on us being self-interpreting beings, and what aspects of our experience, if any, and that's what we're unsure about and he's unsure about, don't depend on us as being self-interpreting. And it isn't illuminating at that level of asking to say, yeah, well, of course we've got bodies. It's like Boswell kicking a stone to refute Hume, it seems to be sort of. Heidegger's not asking a common sense question, and it won't do to give him a common sense answer. Although, I'm not disagreeing with you completely, because the fact that bodies have been ruled out of the discussion in Being and Time does seem a bit, I don't know, like it might have bad effects on the way the argument works to leave out something as important as the body.
I just think it helps manifest some of this argument into something.
I see. Okay, but you think so? I don't know. Maybe. Yeah.
Okay. I just want to say, if what you're saying is right, then it seems like it has to be revisionary, right? Because Heidegger definitely thinks temporality is the meaning of care.
That's what you're leading up to. Temporality is the meaning of care. The meaning, not part of the meaning of care. Doesn't bother me, but maybe I have to... No, I mean, it doesn't even seem a problem. I must be missing it. Let me just say, temporality is the meaning of care. Meaning, that tells us that it explains why it's a threefold structure, what are the three folds in the structure, how they are unified. It does all that. But that doesn't mean that there isn't more to be done that it doesn't do. Is it to be the meaning of something, does that have to say, tells us everything that we need to know about?
It should make it intelligible, yeah.
It should make it exhaustively intelligible, or just...
Well, it should be the thing that makes it possible, right?
Okay, makes it possible. Okay, well, it is what makes care possible. But it's funny. Well, this is all, I hope we haven't lost you all, but I think you can follow this. It's interesting because, yes, it has to make care intelligible and possible. It's the most basic thing, which is just to say that the being that takes a stand on its being, when it's all laid out, explains everything about the care structure and so forth, including the temporality of the care structure and the temporality of the world. That's all true. And now, but let's go through this again, because you said something that struck me, but I don't remember now. I said, but why couldn't that just be a lot of necessary conditions, but there could be other conditions, and you said, in effect, but it wouldn't count as the meaning of X unless it explained everything there was to understand about X. Is that right?
The meaning would have to be primordial
That would be the meaning of what? Everything. Us, the world. Okay. Because, well, I'm just not sure how meaning, one of the weaseliest notions in being in time. Meaning, certainly it has to explain the unity of it and the structure of it and how that structure makes possible a world. And now comes the puzzling thing. And does it have to explain also the structure of the world? Is it the meaning of, it's the meaning of care? I suppose it's the meaning of the world. I mean, because that's the issue, is whether all these four characteristics of world are being explained. Could it be the meaning of care and not be the meaning of the world? That's what I'm really committed to. It's telling us about the care. Everything you need to know about the care component is if he does it, is in there. But it's not telling you anything at all about the constraint component. But that doesn't keep it from making a lot. But I see the problem, because if it's true that you could only make the world intelligible by bringing in constraints, which is what you're thinking I'm saying, and I am, then there's a big puzzle, because then I see what you're worried about. Then you haven't really got the meaning of the world, because you can't. Then we're back to the Blattner problem. You can't explain that meaningful structure of the world, which Heidegger lays out, without bringing in the constraint. And then you either have to go to idealism and say Heidegger's trying to be an idealist and failed, or go to Dreyfusism and say Heidegger was never trying to. And now you want to tell me, but then he wasn't trying to find, then temporality wouldn't be the meaning of everything.
So yeah, I'm saying, why not say you're right and Heidegger's wrong?
Well, I mean, we could, but we'd have to take back the claim that temporality is the meaning, right? Because it can't explain certain aspects of the world, and unless it can explain the whole intelligible structure of the world, he's failed. That's Bill's big insight. And so I want to say, I'm just trying to get used to what you're saying. Every time you say it, it always strikes me as right, and then I worry about it, lose it again. So I keep wanting to say, yeah, let's fix Heidegger. Let's just put in the constraint. But then Eugene is saying, yeah, but that you have to do a lot more than that. You have to put in the whole claim that temporality explains everything. It's where the explanation buck stops, according to Being in Time. And that where I end up just saying Being in Time is wrong in a way that is just like Bill Blattner. That's a funny thing to find myself on the same side as Bill, except, yes, I can't say Heidegger is a realist. I should say he should have been. How come he is unsure, I wonder, what to say? I guess he's unsure about whether temporality is the meaning of everything. That is, whether it can be given a metaphysical, ontological basis where it explains even the galaxies and so forth, I guess. And he's, okay, so what am I? So the bottom line is, Bill and I end up, to my surprise, agreeing that Heidegger's project is idealism, namely to explain all intelligible aspects of us and the world, and nature too, in terms of temporality. That's the big deal claim, and he can't do it. And has Bill put his finger on where he doesn't do, how he can't do it? That surprises me. You think so?
One part of it, I guess.
And one part of it, yeah. The part of it, he's put his finger on the part that you can't account for why the practices have to be sequentially ordered just out of temporality. The part of it that he hasn't explained, well, it's the same thing. He had no. Maybe there's nothing. I mean, he should have explained that, and he didn't explain that. That's all I need to say. And Bill, is that right? You look like.
Part of it is explaining why our practices are successive, and part of it is just explaining something about nature, how we get to nature.
Yeah, well, that's right. Well, explaining that's the same. I stopped because it seemed to be the same thing. That is, he needs to explain why our practices have to be successive, and to do that, he needs both us and nature. and he doesn't want it that way. He wants temporality, namely us, to be the basis of everything. That's what I think that's what we're both saying. Yeah, that's what Blattner is saying, and I think he's right. That's what Heidegger is doing. And then Blattner and I are saying, well, Heidegger didn't succeed. I see. And then Bill isn't saying anything about, and that's because there is something real out there that's a constraint he hasn't accounted for.
Right. So
And I'm saying there's more to the problem, yeah.
it sounds like you were saying, oh, this all works fine, we just have to put it in the constraint. And Blattner is saying, this doesn't work because we have to put it in this constraint.
That's right, exactly. Yes, and Blattner is right that given Heidegger's ambition, it fails. And I'm sort of happy with what I want to say. Well, let's give up Heidegger's ambition and say this is a brilliant hermeneutic, phenomenological, existential account of the structure of all of our experience, provided you don't claim that it's all depends on temporality. Okay, yeah. Yeah.
I'm worried that that could open up a door to, because then you can say something like, well, the use of hammers or tools or any other equipment does not account for on the basis of temporality or worldhood, because we would agree that there's something in the real enabling hardness, for example, or weight.
Yeah, good. Yeah, that's a point. I mean, are you saying that's a problem, and why doesn't he? I mean, it's such an obvious problem, and maybe the body is sort of put it in under the guise of the hammer. It comes to the same thing, because there's stuff out there which is so obviously the causal basis of what's going on, and of course he's not accounting for that, and can't account for that. Why? This is a new issue about. It's an issue about sort of what it is to have the meaning of something and do the job. Now we have to see if Eugene can help, because okay, first you haven't had anything to say recently. Go ahead.
Well, I feel as though I haven't had anything to say precisely because my critiques remain the same as last week. But even though I feel particularly prepared to speak to you, I feel compelled to do so. I think that, I mean, if we let this go, and we let go of the sort of the final idea that temporality is the meaning of care, and we reduce Heidegger to idealism, then...
Well, we reduce him and refute him, so to speak.
Right. I feel as though we lose sight of what I at least thought was the most interesting and profound aspect of being in time, which was the concept of groundlessness, and that groundlessness is important towards understanding Dasein. Dasein's intimate intertwining with the world, and that one cannot de-world Dasein and seek to find a grounding for Dasein outside the world, and thereby understand it.
So de-worlding is done on the background of the world. It's not like anxiety, if that's any help. I mean, all these scientific practices in the laboratory and all that stay significant and meaningful and everything, but you get access to entities whose essential structure doesn't have any relation to these access practices. That's the kind of realism I'm thinking he has to have if he's going to claim that de-worlding gets us sort of science, if he wants to be a realist about science. I think you're saying.
In the process of doing this, though, we're just resurrecting epistemology, and we're asking how do we have access to these things. And I wonder if then it being in time really had any point. If we end up where we started, trying to figure out how we get at what's real, or how we really project it, and we didn't really get anywhere at all. We're still asking that question at the end of the
Well, that's not quite fair. I mean, it's not epistemology because it's not about how minds and subjects get access to mind. Well, maybe it is mind-independent objects. I see what you mean. Okay, touche. Let me think a minute. I think the answer is something like it is epistemology, but it's okay epistemology because we're not asking about how the mind and gets access to chairs. I mean, that was good old-fashioned Cartesian epistemology, how our inner representations got us access to anything. Now we got a very precise question. How do we account for science? How do our practices get us access to the kind of entities which are science studies. That's not epistemology. I don't know what that is. Scientific methodology theory or something. Epistemology is gone. I mean, you can't have. I think epistemology depends on believing that it's all the inner content of subjects in überhaupt have to somehow get in touch with the outer stuff, and we're not going to talk about that anymore. So put that aside anyway for the moment. I want to follow up. What's your first name? I forget. Yeah. Alex question. Okay, I think that's fascinating. I mean, and we have to think about it a little bit. Surely Heidegger, when he says the temporality is the meaning of care, is also fully aware, and if you ask him, but aren't there hammers with causal properties, metal blobs and stuff, underlying the ready to hand, and that present at hand is there all along, and somehow is a constraint for sure on the capacities of the equipment, what would he say? I mean, I just want to get the terminology straight. He would have to say that isn't a question of the meaning of anything. That's just some kind of fact about the world, that there are these things, the stuff. Remember, reality depends on us, but the real doesn't for Heidegger. Being depends on us, but beings don't. So the beings of the ready-to-hand hammers, the causal properties of stuff, doesn't depend on us, and it isn't the job of a fundamental ontology, I guess is the name of it. It isn't the job of his fundamental ontology to explain that there is this stuff and how we get access to this stuff. Is that right? I mean, otherwise, you go ahead. This is an interesting question anyway.
Could we say that fundamental ontology deals with the question of the interpretation of facts, not the facts themselves?
The interpretation of?
Of facts.
Of facts.
Yeah, because it's going to say we never had a brute fact in Division 1. And so by saying being is that on the basis of which beings are understood, the question is that there's not that there is a fact of.
Now, I think that's wrong what you're saying, but let me say it back to you and see if I've understood you. You can't go and say somehow there are some kinds of interpretation which fall outside of fundamental ontology. I think all interpretation is part of what he's interested in. But there are some facts, like, is that what you're saying? Like metal doesn't break the way ice does. Those kind of facts are not interpretations and are not part of fundamental ontology. He can be a realist about them in a way that he can't be a realist about time. And if that's because of with all this discussion with Eugene, to be a realist about time is part of the project of fundamental ontology, getting the right story, realist or not, idealist, whatever. Seeing the time as the ultimate horizon for making everything intelligible. That he's got to do. But that he's got to account for every fact and its causal properties. That's something he doesn't have to do. So it isn't as if Heidegger, how could you in Division 1 know that there were bodies and hammers and not give up your fundamental ontology before you ever even got to Division 2? That's because it's a different question.
Yeah, I guess to put it in the language of what's being in here, he says that in motion as a structure of dimensions, just something to something, but he never tells you, he never goes into what's the cause or what's behind that. It's almost like we have to take that as given.
Yes, now back to that, just a second. Oh, yes, motion, we're back. I'm just losing track of too many things to keep track of. Now, we already said earlier that the motion in this Aristotle story is something about the before and after, and he's got to derive the before and after, or somehow bring them into the temporal order, claim that they only are intelligible if you relate them to the earlier and later, and lo and behold, if you're actually counting them, you're implicitly already relating to the earlier and later. All the stuff I was complaining about now turns out to be on the other side. You can't leave these taken over into the world aspects of time out. That would be part of his project. If Bill is right, and Eugene, and I'm convinced by it now, he's going to have to explain, and he does try to explain, how all aspects of temporality are finally back to Dasein.
I guess what I'm saying is he doesn't have to account for why dimension is why dimensionality is wrapped up in anything of Dasein.
No, interesting. Let me think. He does think he does. Why is that? He thinks that in order to order the practices, we've got to use clocks, and that we bring them into the story too. And now, but it's so it's hard to think about this. But the motion of the clock seems always to nature is seeming to be roving around on the periphery in the motion of the sun, and this is Tyler's interest. So what? Well, now let's turn it over to Eugene for a second. I mean, how is he supposed to handle motion if he's doing fundamental ontology and wants to say that temporality is the meaning of everything, which is, I take it, everything period for the time being, everything about Dasein and world. What's he supposed to be saying about the kind of motion that you measure with clocks? Is that going to be? Is that what? He's going to have a hard time. Okay, well, that was a quick answer. I see that. Poor guy. He's had a very hard time. Wait, first, what's your name? Devin. I'm sorry. I keep always mixing you up with somebody else. Anyway, Devin, your hand is up.
One of the aspects of your realist project seems to depend on, I believe you said before, you think that science has the power to de-world in some sense?
The practices of science have the power to de-world, yeah.
Because I think this is something that maybe I should have brought up earlier. I got the exact opposite impression from Heidegger, specifically in page 414.
That's the magic page, right.
And here he says things like, the grounding of factual science was possible only because the researchers understood that in principle there are no bare facts.
Yes, wait, stop, that's right. If I were teaching this, and I swear I must have said it last semester, that's already on a stage later. First you de-world, then you re-contextualize in a theory. And he's got this view that you don't just de-world and then there are electrons out there in galaxies. You de-world and then you take what you find when you de-world and you treat it as evidence for a theory, and then all the facts are theory-laden. He's a good sort of Quinian on that one. He thinks that even when you get outside and describe these electrons with and their essential properties, I'm reading. This is now Heidegger, but anyway, when you get out there and describe those things, you describe them always in a theory, and there are no bare facts.
This is the present at hand, the realm of the present at hand.
Yeah, right.
But have we escaped interpretation in the present at hand? Isn't that just a different form?
No, we've escaped interpretation in the scientific present at hand, and that's why he says, remember, that science shows us what the intelligible. Is science explains the unintelligible. And that's exactly why there is no interpretation. Understanding this, he's making this contrast, which is done in Germany at the time. The understanding, which is in the social sciences and the human sciences, makes society and people and psychology and history intelligible. Natural science makes them unintelligible. It breaks it away from all human meaning and all interpretation, where interpretation means drawing out the implicit meaning of this activity that we're in, and so forth. But I don't want to go back. Devin, we can do it in office hours. I mean, it's going to be a tremendous relapse if we go back into this. Somebody had a hand up. You,
Why does the constraint have to be present at hand? Is that something that is essential? I mean, if it's some type of movement or something that we're just trying to coordinate towards, I don't see
movements are present at hand too. All that present at hand means is not tied into the referential totality of equipment, but being a substance with properties. So mostly it's like hammers and metal, and I mean, not even hammers, of course, but blobs of iron and stuff are present at hand. And something like the pure present at hand, which is more extreme than substances with properties, is what you get when you de-world. And motion is going to turn out to be purely present at hand, in that it doesn't connect up with our purposes and for the sake of. Okay. Well, gee, what time is it? Huh, there's still time. Yeah, Tyler. Well, let's see if we're taping it anyway, so I get nervous because I think this is interesting stuff. I'm just curious, is it really working? Yeah, it's working. Go ahead.
Okay, so I don't want to make Heidegger come out as a temporal idealist. I think he'd be crazy if he was a temporal idealist. But it strikes me that Blattner doesn't really consider the possibility. I mean, he doesn't put forward the strongest case that Heidegger may invent a temporal idealist. But that understand it correctly, because he can't account for sequence.
Because what?
Because Heidegger can't account for sequence or sequentiality.
That seems like too small a problem. Is that what you're thinking?
No, that I don't think Blattner ever actually considers. He actually says, "Look, I don't see how he does it, and I don't see any way he could do it." But he doesn't really take seriously the possibility that Heidegger does account sequence in an idealist fashion. And I don't see.
But you don't believe that. You.
Well, I hope he doesn't. But I think there's a lot of evidence in Heidegger that hey, I don't. I mean, we're going to come back to death again. But I think there's.
By now, I'm beginning to see what each of you's own obsession is, and sooner or later, you're going to do that. Go ahead.
Okay, so if you could, I gather Blattner's thing is you can't actually introduce sequentiality at primordial temporality. You can't do it. That's what it means for Dasein to exist temporalizing. It's not sequence.
That's right. Yeah.
So much just stick with Blattner just thinks you can't actually introduce sequentiality at the primordial level. Therefore, Heidegger couldn't. Therefore, it doesn't derive it, right? But why should we accept that claim by Blattner that you can't introduce sequentiality at the primordial level? So we know that temporalizing has to take this weird sort of.
Okay. Well.
But why can't we introduce sequentiality in the form of death? So we know.
The event. There's something like the event at the end of your life.
Yeah. So what you get is this picture in which there's still the temporalizing structure, which is not sequential whatsoever. It's this weird Heidegger cell coming back and become present. But that's happening within the horizon of the sequence, which is Dasein knows it certainly will end at some point, right? So you could actually imagine a story in which the primordial temporalizing itself is not sequential, but it's happening on the horizon of sequence, named finitude, right? Whereby you have all sorts of resources to derive sequentiality of ordinary time from primordial. And if you actually look at the text, that's what Heidegger says. He says, if we look closely at the sequence of ordinary time, time always passes us by. It's always passive. Time always runs in one direction. He's actually saying that the primordial explanation for that is death. It's funny. It seems to me that Heidegger actually has a very strong argument for why primordial temporalizing is sequential in a weird way. But Blattner just doesn't even take seriously. Why should we do that?
Well, what you really are doing is disagreeing with Blattner on death, which I think is a good place to disagree. He's got weird views about Heidegger on death.
But because he so misunderstands death, if you understand it right, you can see how primordial temporality could have very, very loose sequences.
Okay, let me repeat this because nobody's going to hear this on the podcast and wonder how we got into this. So Tyler is claiming that Bill's form of non-sequential structure, which is he makes a big deal about how primordial time isn't sequential. And it's got to be right, because Heidegger keeps saying that too, but you're saying the way Bill reads it is not the right way to read it. That to say that it's not sequential is to say that it's finite, and its death is somehow permeates all of its activity, just like its throwness and guilt permeates all of its activity, and they are all in all the temporal dimensions, and that's the sense in which even authentic Dasein is not temporal or not sequential, and primordial Dasein is just another name for authentic, it looks like. The experience. It's funny, you're doing, I used to do this myself at some stage, you're doing a kind of authentic, when Heidegger says primordial, when he says temporality is primordial and authentic, so Bill is saying it's a structure, and it's a structure in which each element of the structure refers to all the others, and there is no, and that's the sense in which not sequential. You're really saying authentic temporality is an experience or is a way of being, and that's not sequential either. And Heidegger seems to be thinking somehow both, that authentic temporality is the way you live if you've got this kind of structural this structure. And you're not disagreeing, you're just coming in one stage later, I think he would say. But the question would be whether you could get any more out of what you've been saying than he gets out of his primordial structure story. How are you going to explain why the practices have to be sequentially ordered?
Well, you're not going to get, and I think Blattner's okay on this, you're not going to get full intelligibility. You're not going to get the story about why certain things have to come after others.
Yeah.
We're not after real nuance sequence. We're just after some raw sequence. And if it is the case that even Dasein, authentic and inauthentic, temporalizing in that weird structure, is still doing so in roughly the horizon of finitude, and would like to actually live one time forward. That's all there is to it. You can't go back. So both authentic and inauthentic temporalizing happens in a rough sequence, except it can only be lived one way. You can't live it backwards.
What are you arguing for now? That the sequence is built right into the authentic way of living? You know, sequentiality is built into authentic and inauthentic.
But in a very loose sense. So you have to simultaneously think that Dasein temporalizes in a non-sequential way. Yet it does so both authentic and inauthentic within a horizon which is loosely sequential in the sense that it can only be lived one way. Dasein is born and dies, and it lives one way.
Well, I just don't know what to say about that. I mean, I would. Are there quotes from Heidegger that suggest that that's what he thinks? Not the kind of quote I would notice.
For me, yeah, I think it's shocking to me. Like 477, which is the page where he sort of mentions, Blattner sort of mentions,
Of being in time.
yeah, but it's weird. I mean, even if you look at how he interprets the ordinary conception of time, he actually asks, how is it that primordial time shines through in the pokes through the ordinary?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And he actually asks it in the context of sequentiality. How is it that primordial time pokes through in the sequentiality of ordinary time? Right? So ordinary time is sequenced in one way. Heidegger says it could go both ways. Pure sequence is not, it could go both ways.
Yeah.
Yet time never arises, it always passes through.
Yeah, I remember that passage now, and that is a strong argument. That's where that's the and the finite is part of that too. It's finite. Where are you going to get that if you don't bring in your way of understanding death? Yes.
But it's an explicit argument in which we account for the sequentiality of ordinary time on the basis of a loose sequentiality of finite time.
A kind of sequentiality of finite time. But I thought you don't agree with Bill that primordial temporality is non-successive, non-sequential? Well, you do, but in an experiential way, not in the Bill way, not in a structural way.
You have to think both. So Dasein, to make Dasein intelligent, you have to conceive that it's going through this temporalizing process, which is not sequential. It's pressing ahead, coming back. But you also have to think of that weird movement on the basis of a loose natural sequence. This is very close to the notion of body. That sequence in body is something which can only live from beginning to end one time.
I don't know. I mean, and Heidegger does. So you're on your side, a side which I don't want to be on. Heidegger talks about every once in a while our allotted time, or a few times he talks about that, as if there really was this sort of sequence of I don't know, moments or something, and we've got a certain number of them. Is that follow too with the body story?
What's so odd is Blattner asks the story, how do you derive sequentiality? Heidegger has a story. There's sequentiality in ordinary time because Dasein dies. He's fine. And Blattner doesn't, I don't think, even think up the serious possibility that there's something like this, a sequential structure of finitude. The restriction is odd. Why not?
I don't know. Eugene's trying to object to that, aren't you?
Blattner talks about reversibility and finitude and how they fit in the derivation. I forget exactly what he said.
Or does he have a story about that?
There's something in there about that. But I think that's like, but you're going to have the same problems no matter what stage you move in as having to move in
Talk louder so either I can repeat it or they can hear it.
I'm just saying it seems like it doesn't make that much difference what stage you bring it in at. And whenever you bring it in, there's a problem because why does Dasein have anything like that or anything like finishing?
See, that's how I read the last line of Being in Time. He actually asks, in the last paragraph, he asks the question, is there some ontic basis of this ontological story? Right?
Does he ask that? I remember he says I've always been struck in the last paragraph, he says we haven't said a thing about consciousness in this whole 400 pages. We ought to mention it and do something about it. I thought that was pretty funny but and nice. But I don't know about this thing about what you're saying.
But again, I mean, Eugene's problem is you can't actually introduce death the way I want to because it's too ontic. It's not something that could ever happen in phenomenon.
You see, you can't we going back into this other place we can sink into. You don't distinguish death from demise. I can't understand how you do. I mean, it's some event in the future which is going to happen someday. It's not an event. Oh, just because you're not going to be conscious when it happens, that doesn't seem very important. It's something. It's an event in the future which is coextensive with an event in which Dasein loses consciousness. Is what you're thinking. I mean, you can't. That is not very. What? What's that? Yeah, there's an event in the future of sequential time at which Dasein will no longer be. And that's not demise because Dasein isn't around to experience it, but it's still, it's putting your death off into the future in a way which Heidegger, I thought, considered inauthentic. Well, it isn't going to happen now, that event coextensive with the moment when I'm not going to be, but it's going to happen someday. That's not what you're supposed to think, I don't believe. So that's why I don't buy this. But we shouldn't go back over it. I mean, but anybody who's writing a paper on it should find it interesting. Which is?
So rather than actually trying to explain secession, so Blattner says you can't actually have, he stipulates you can't have secession in primordial temporality.
Yeah, because let's just repeat, because for him primordial temporality is a structure, and the structure is all, the elements are in no way lined up successively, right?
So because you can't by definition have it there, you can't derive anything from it. You get it?
Yes.
So does anyone actually try to show how you could have it?
When Heidegger tries to show how you could have it using your argument.
Why does everyone accept Blattner's framing of the problem as you can't have secession because you can't have secession in primordial temporality?
Well, my argument I just sort of gave, because you've got to do it in terms of the ultimate structure of Dasein, which is throw and falling projections, he keeps saying. He doesn't say getting born and dying. That's too ontic, that's too temporal. You get born at a certain moment. And you may not be there around when you die, but you're certainly sort of there when you're born. Or maybe you're not, but there's a moment coextensive with whether you're there or not when you're born. And he thinks, and I agree with him, that's not capturing throwing, falling, projecting at this abstract structural level that he thinks Heidegger wants to do it. But all these are all sort of amazing, unsettled issues. I think everybody's looking pretty exhausted, and we've covered all the obsessions and new material too. So I think we should stop. And notice, I'll make a little final oration. Oh no, I have a little thing, and maybe I wonder if we've covered this. Wait a minute. I mean, if not, I can bring it next time. But I wanted to say this, that remember now we're going to leave all this murky stuff behind, so it's a good thing we spent a long time on it today. We're going to the pure ontology, which is probably very hard and abstract in a new way. For next time, we're going to talk about temporalität, this higher order form of some temporal something or other, which is supposed to explain the unity of all these kinds of temporal something or others that we've talked about. That's right, isn't it? The next time is temporalität. Okay, so prepare yourself. Don't expect this somehow that to go right on from where we are. It's a kind of radical, different issue from where we are. Okay, that's it. Now, I want to, before I go on to the temporalität, which I'm going to keep calling temporalität because I can't, which is the German, because I can't keep calling it temporality with a capital T. That's too much of a mouthful. They're two totally different German words. Zeitlichkeit gets translated temporality in here, and Temporalität gets translated temporality with a capital T. We'll just have to fix that. But I did find one thing I want to do is to go back before we go on to something I found in an essay that Heidegger wrote in 1925, in which he talks about time and realism in science. I don't know if I ever showed this to you. Have I?
We haven't talked about it, but I think I know.
You may have seen it. So I copied it because it's so relevant to what we've been talking about. Oh, that's interesting. Give me back one. I didn't bring it with me, the book, but I don't need the book. So, but I'll wait till you get it, and I'll just fill you in the background of where we are. So, starting at the top of 171, there's a sentence that's cut off, but it isn't important. It starts where we want to start. Philosophy is observation of the world, disclosing it in terms of its being. Here, the real being of the world is nature. This is going to turn out to be not what Heidegger's doing, but we have to read it. The real being of the world is nature, as that which always is. A science of the world is in the first place, therefore, an unlocking of nature. And that's still, that the Greeks could do that. Nature has to be made present and accessible in its perceptual being and regularity in such a way that all those moments are excluded, which now comes the important part. This is how we deal with nature. Nature, well, let me think a minute. Not I can, just a second. No, that's still, the Greeks already are getting a view of nature which leaves us out of it. So let me go on. Nature has to be made present and accessible in its perpetual, continuous being and regularity in such a way that all of those moments are excluded, which, through conditioning our access to the observation of nature, interfere with it. So already in Plato, for instance, you get the idea that you want to contemplate it in pure theory and not involving perception in your body. This tendency first developed in such a way that rather than erecting a nexus of particular laws, it secured fundamental concepts. This happened in Greek philosophy. So they've got their own view of nature, but that's not what we're interested in. But the next sentence, which is important. Modern physics, and this is, remember what I'm trying to argue so you can listen in the right way. I want to say this is going to cast light on Heidegger's claim that there are time-free movements of nature and that we can have access to them, and our access can be totally contingent, that is, in no way affect these laws. That's what I claim he should say if he's going to be a realist about science, and he does say it here. He says, modern physics led to the discovery of laws of motion, defining them in a way that was free of any reference to the contingencies of our access, measurement, and defining of them. So that's exactly the point. And then he thinks the theory of relativity, far from making the laws of nature or the laws describing the time-free movements of nature relative to us, relativity determines what counts as absolute motion. So the theory of relativity took seriously this idea of an absolute knowledge of nature. It's not a theory about the relative validity of physical laws. Rather, it inquires to those conditions of definition and measurement that make it possible for nature to be grasped purely in terms of itself. That is, that's what I keep wanting to talk about. He wants to talk about the electrons, or in this case, space and time, as they are in themselves, purely in terms of itself, and for its laws of motion to be understood. And that's all I want to read. So the laws of motion are going to be these time-free descriptions of change but it's going to be change without respect to us, without respect to now. There's no now in the laws describing the movements of nature, and it won't have in it earlier and later. Now there's a place in here which I marked in my copy, which I left behind on one of these pages, where, but I want to talk about this not in class, but you might notice it if you read it. He talks about science. I wonder if we can skim it. Talks about science describing things in terms of the earlier and the later, and I would have hoped that he would have talked about it in terms of the before and after. Let's skim it down for earlier and later. I tried to find the German.
There's a before and after.
What?
There's a before and after on the right side.
Really? That's nice. Where is that?
On the last paragraph.
I see. But you got there without any earlier and later? It may be that it's not on one of these two pages. I'll talk to you about it later. Anyway, I'm trying to track down the German. It would be what? Vorher and nachher would be one possibility, and then that could be translated earlier and later, but could also be translated before and after. Where's the before and after now? In the last paragraph? Okay. It says Aristotle is what is counted in motion with respect to before and after. Ah, yes, that's the whole discussion of Aristotle that we've got in the basic problems too. That's on the right track, Heidegger thinks. But somewhere, oh, here it is, got it, middle paragraph. Thus time, even thought of as the time, I'm at the beginning of the middle paragraph. Thus time, even thought of as the time of nature, does not have to be conceived of in an absolute metaphysical fashion. This is one of the basic discoveries of the theory of relativity. Physical time is one-dimensional, irreversible multiplicity of earlier and later moments. That worries me. I really looked all over German Amazon trying to find the original paper that the footnote tells this is from. But each now is unrepeatable and so forth. We just have to look into that. But in general, I mean, if that says earlier and later, then that's important to worry about. Because if he really says earlier and later there, then I'm stumped, or he's confused. And this is 2 years before being in time, but I just don't believe he's going to say that. He knows already, presumably, that earlier and later are relative to a now, and now is something that we bring to the time-free movements. I can't believe that he said that. But if this weren't the last lecture I give, in fact, I'll tell you, I've got your email addresses. If he really did say that, I'll send you an email telling you we're back to square one, and that's the best I can do. Let's hope I don't have to. Okay, anybody want to say anything about that? I mean, of all people, I think Jamie might want to, because he just wrote his honors thesis on this issue. Do you think this is a problem for the... He has the interesting thesis that Heidegger is not interested in itself, sort of he's not a metaphysical realist about anything, not even about the things science studies. And his thesis convinced me that Heidegger doesn't care much. You'll notice it goes by in 2 sentences. Doesn't care much about whether we've got access to the necessary laws of motion that make our practices for gaining access to them, namely doing science and so forth, contingent, that is, irrelevant to these time-free motions which we get at by way of these practices. That Heidegger does, I think, believe it, but James convinced me that Heidegger doesn't care much, that it only gets mentioned for 1 page in Being in Time, and in this article only for a few sentences. But I do think it looks like he's talking like a realist about science, at least for a sentence. We could talk about it later. Yeah, okay, because by now it's a big issue. After I've written 60 pages on it, we can't answer. 1 sentence is not going to overthrow your view, I'm sure. Okay, so now then we're going to go to the Temporalität passages. I brought along the German for that, though I have nothing in mind in case something like that earlier or later comes up where this time I be able to at least settle it. Okay, let me just explain before I even start trying to lecture on this. It's really providing me and sort of forcing me to realize how I approach something that is so difficult and so abstract as these pages about temporalität and about présence and so forth, that they are really dense and hard to understand. I don't know how you feel about it. How many had a chance to read what you were supposed to be reading? Not so many. Well, then I'll read passages that will help you understand. And part of what I want to talk about, I didn't assign, and I realize now that I should have. Only then I look out at your hands and I realize now it doesn't matter whether I did or not. You've got other jobs to worry about. But I'll read passages both from what you should have been reading after page 305 or something like that. 302 is where I'm going to go to, but there's stuff between where we stopped and 302, which is important to read. But here, my method, and this is and you have to help me with this, or learn that this is the right way to do it, or not the best way to do it. I don't think there's any right way. The best way to interpret Heidegger, but I'm always saying, and at least I have Heidegger on my side sometimes, saying it's the phenomena that you've got to get in mind. You can't understand these strange abstract terms, and without the phenomena, you're just throwing them around, as there is a whole school of Heideggerians who specialize all their lives in throwing around these fancy terms, who think that his book Contributions to Philosophy, which has more fancy terms thrown around in more ways, is his greatest work, even greater than Being in Time. But I'm trying hard to understand this by thinking of what it is he might be talking about when he's doing it. And hopefully, if I get it right, that's going to be helpful to understand why he says what he says. And on the other hand, and if it does help us understand what he says while he says, that's good evidence that this interpretation is getting it right, or at least is a good interpretation. So, I can't just jump in and list all the phenomena at once. They will come by one in what I want to say in, say, the next half hour. So let's start on 274. Those of you who have, lots of you have basic problems now, or more of you anyway. This isn't in the part that Tyler Xeroxed, I don't think, because it wasn't on the syllabus. But, so those who have it, have it. And so on 274, there's this really dense paragraph, which I think resonates with a paragraph in Being in Time. And I think that what he's talking about, no, let me read it first, and then I'll tell. No, then you have to listen differently. I think that what he's talking about, the phenomena there, is familiarity as the background upon which all of our understanding of ourselves and entities take place. And after I read it, I'll show you the place in Being in Time where he says very similar things, and he says that he's talking about familiarity. That would be nice. That would be a phenomenon. We know what familiarity is. He's given us a good example in Being in Time of a room. So anyway, here we are. I'm going to read on 274 the end of the last paragraph of section 19, starting in the italics. Temporality, remember that's Zeitlichkeit. That means the temporal structure of Dasein, Zeitlichkeit is. It's this ecstatical way of being that we are. Temporality is the condition of the possibility of the constitution of Dasein's being. Remember, in the language of Being in Time, temporality is the meaning of care, and care is the meaning of Dasein's being. However, to this constitution, there belongs understanding of being. For the Dasein, as existent, comports itself towards beings which are not Daseins, and beings which are. Accordingly, temporality must also be, and this is going to be very important to get clear about, must also be the condition of the possibility of the understanding of being that belongs to Dasein. Getting the phenomena right or is tied up with hearing that phrase, the conditions of possibility, right. When we talk about the condition of the possibility of the understanding of being, the distinction between Blattner's approach, which is going to lead Heidegger into idealism, and my approach, which makes it at least incompatible with realism, turns on, or will make a big difference how you understand that. But right now I'm just going to read it. Accordingly, temporality must also be the condition of the possibility of the understanding of being that belongs to Dasein. How does temporality make such understanding of being possible? How is time as temporality the horizon for the explicit understanding of being as such? If being is supposed to be the theme of the science of ontology or of scientific philosophy, sort of you need to be able to theorize about it. In its role as conditions of the possibility of the understanding of being, both pre-ontological and ontological, we'll call temporality. Let's try that again. In its role as a condition of the possibility of the understanding of being, both pre-ontological and ontological, we shall call temporality temporalitate. So temporality, which is a structure of Dasein, when it's the structure that makes possible, in some sense, the understanding of being, we're going to call it, and therefore is the basis of doing, is pre-ontological, because it's got in it an understanding of being, and it's the basis of doing ontology. We're going to call that temporalitate. Now that is pretty obscure, and I'm reading into it the only something, at least, which I can make sense of, and happily, this is a better example than anything else I'm going to say in the lecture. It looks like there is a phenomenon that he's talking about on 119 of Being and Time, which is just what this paragraph is talking about in a much more abstract way. And so I'm going to read it, that last paragraph. That wherein Dasein already understands itself is always something with which it is primordially familiar. So I'm going to claim that familiarity is the phenomenon, and that's on the basis of which we relate to entities. This familiarity with the world does not necessarily require that the relations which are constituted for the world as world should be theoretically transparent. However, the possibility of giving these relations an explicit ontological existential interpretation is grounded in this familiarity. So it looks to me like the giving an ontological interpretation is what this paragraph is about, and this grounding in familiarity is the conditions of what he calls here the conditions of the possibility of the understanding of being. Let me go on. And this familiarity, in turn, is constitutive for Dasein and goes to make up Dasein's understanding of being. So there you see, it's temporality turns out to be the conditions of the possibility of the understanding of being in basic problems. Here, I think familiarity is the same thing. It's doing the same job. It makes up Dasein's understanding of being. This possibility is one which can be seized upon explicitly insofar as Dasein sets itself the task of giving a primordial interpretation of its own being and the possibilities of that being, or indeed for the meaning of being in general. That's ontology. So somehow the familiarity makes up Dasein's understanding of being, and therefore if you do a study of it, you do ontology. You could, when you push it all through, as he does, trying to do he doesn't do it, but he could do the past, present, and future the way he'll do the present, and he will, in principle, if you get the understanding of being, then you get the understanding of all the modes of being, I've said this before, I say it every once in a while to keep my own sanity, then you would get the understanding of being ready to hand, being present at hand, being Dasein, and you would have a general ontology, except there are even more basic issues, which is what we're going to come to. I mean, you'd have the first stage of doing ontology. Then you need to explain something about what makes that ontology possible. We're not ready for that yet. But what he calls here conditions of the possibility of the understanding of being, I think, is familiarity. And why is that important? Well, because if you hear conditions of possibility in a Kantian way, which you would and should, I mean, it's Kant's phrase, then it looks like it's a Blattner claim that there is some kind of structure, which Heidegger is getting at, which is what ontology wants to describe, and which makes possible our experience of objects and of equipment and others. It's going to turn out, of course, it has to do the same job, make our encountering of all sorts of beings possible. But there are two ways you could make our encountering of all sorts of being possible. One would be to have a kind of categorical structure which makes determinate, as Bill says, all the various modes of being. And that's the easy thing to say. That's what you would say if you were reading Kant, as Blattner has for years, ever since he was an undergraduate here, and reading it into Heidegger. But it would be a radical different thing to say that the condition of possibility really means that phenomenon on the basis of which you are able to have all the modes of being or all the forms of intentionality, as he'll put it later. And it's a big difference because that's not a structure. Familiarity is not a structure. Familiarity is a very, very basic phenomenon. And it's only on the basis of familiarity, with rooms, for instance, that we can encounter chairs and walls and windows and so forth. But that's not like saying the familiarity is a kind of structure which structures objects or equipment, say, like chairs and floors and walls and windows. You see what I mean? And I think it's going to turn out. And so if it's hard to know what the phenomena is he's talking about on 274, but it must be the same as 119. I hope I've at least convinced you of that. I mean, it does the same job. He uses the same words. It's all about finding out about the understanding of being. So that but it comes right after the discussion of the phenomenon of world. And I think that it's part of what's going on is he's describing a certain aspect of the phenomenon of world, namely that it's familiar and it's the condition of the possibility of encountering anything. So my first idea, Tyler, good.
I don't understand what you mean when you say familiarity is not a structure.
Okay, well, I think of a structure as conceptual. I mean, in Kant, at least the structure is conceptual. But go ahead. And I think of the structure as somehow abstractable from what it structures. For familiarity is he says that it's in basic problems. I'm going to come to it later, but he says it's pre-objective, pre-conceptual, and there's the third pre. And pre-ontological, whatever it is that this on the basis of. Can you say that about a structure?
Yeah, but it seems like in a sense it must be structured. Like familiarity is something Dasein does.
Yes, it's something Dasein does.
It must be a temporalizing structure.
But I would have thought I thought that was on my side. I don't think one does a structure.
I think that most of the structures in Heidegger are, well, I mean, you have existentiale, which are sort of static structures, but there's all sorts of things. The idea of a phenomena which Dasein has, which isn't at bottom the structure that it does, seems odd. That familiarity must be a temporal structure that's good. But it's not the phenomena that we posit it having.
okay, I got to think about this. I mean, an existential is a structure because it's the abstraction from the existential, and but I don't see that familiarity is like that. I mean, familiarity doesn't seem to be an existential. It seems to be a phenomenon.
A phenomenon which I think if you unpack it must involve some sort of temporalizing movement.
It does involve certainly an activity, a temporalizing activity, some pressing into possibilities and thrown into moods. But those aren't structures either, it seems to me. Those are more phenomena. Maybe we're not arguing about anything. I don't know. But it seems that when Blattner hears, remember the definition of being in Being and Time. It's got this half a sentence of Dreyfus and half a sentence of Blattner. Being is that on the basis of which beings are already understood. That's my version. That's familiarity, for instance. And then comma, that which determines beings as beings. That determines seems so strange. I mean, I don't see that on the basis of which beings are already understood, familiarity, determines beings as being. Determines is a Kantian notion. It's that there are these conceptual structures which literally structure the phenomenon. You're looking worried, both of you, so there's probably something very serious to worry about.
I don't want familiarity to be a conceptual structure, clearly not, but it must be a structured activity of Dasein. But it has to be structured. It's an activity of Dasein that's structured.
Maybe there's a non-issue here. What do you think? You're looking like you want to say something. Eugene, do you?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not seeing the differences yet either.
You
I'm not seeing the differences yet either between structure.
You're not seeing a difference either. Huh. That's a problem.
It's not like it's a chaos.
What's that?
It's not like it's a chaos, right? So
No, familiarity is certainly not a chaos. It's got a lot of, you could say, structure, but it's not. I mean, does it matter that whether the structure is conceptual, abstractable, and so forth? I mean, familiarity's kind of structure is a kind of structure which you can't abstract from the room. If it's a familiarity with a room, it's certainly not conceptual. Now, maybe Blattner's a straw man. Kant certainly has a structure. We aren't disagreeing about that, are we? That it's separable from what its structures and conceptual and so forth. So it's just a question of whether Blattner, when he says that it's a structure which determines. See, I guess here's another way to put it, and then I sort of give up. The Vorauf hin, which is this crucial word that we're worrying about, which I take to be on the basis of which maybe it helps to say, which I hear as the background of the holistic background of coping practices. Blattner always says in his book, in terms of which. As soon as you go to in terms of which, it sounds much more conceptual. And you say, it's that in terms of which we determine entities as entities. Boy, that's a funny way of describing it seems to me, the practices which form the background of the holistic practices which form the background of our specific intentional practices. You don't hear a difference, or you think I'm making it up? I take it.
Maybe it doesn't make a difference, but I think Blattner's onto something when he's insisting that there's a structured activity on the side of Dasein, which is the ultimate basis. It's not structured, cognitive structure in the context. But then if we have to describe the basis of everything, it's going to be an activity of Dasein which should be understood as structured, not as a phenomenon in the sense that it has. So Blattner's insistence is that the structures on the side of Dasein that determine intelligibility.
And the structure will be this threefold temporal structure.
Not cognitive structures, but it's structured activities on the basis of which. So it's closer to Kant than.
Well, what if I just took out the word and said it's activities on the basis of which? What does it add? Either it seems to me it adds nothing to say structure, or it adds something I don't want.
I just want to insist that it's the basis of an activity of Dasein as a structure we can talk about.
Okay, good. Okay, it's based in maybe that's the way to get the two views together. It's based on practices in the background Dasein practices in the background. It's based upon them. That's the upon which that we can articulate and talk about. That's true, because he says you can make it the basis of an ontology. So I guess all that's left of my view is I want to make sure that we don't just start at the second level, where we've got something that we've already articulated and are now making an ontology, that at the very most basic level, it's a holistic bunch of activities that can be articulated. That's all right. Maybe both of you want to say that. Maybe Bill wants to say that, because he does talk a lot about practices. Yeah.
I think a couple lectures ago, when you were talking about phenomena or temporality and phenomena, and Blattner thinking of the structure, I brought up the question of, well, when do we stop positing structures or horizons? But in this reading we did today, it seems like he answers that question. He says temporality is self-projecting.
Self what?
Self-projection.
Self-projection.
If we think of projection as like not existential and projecting towards a role, we think of it as sort of understanding has to be on the basis of something.
That's right. You think of a projection, sort of thinking like projecting a picture on the wall. And that's right. Don't think of the projecting your particular activities into future events. And it's true now that temporality is what now? Projection of Dasein's activity on...
Well, I guess, he says this is on page 307.
Okay. Let me look at... Wait, I get to 307. Yeah, I'll put this way. I want to put this away. And I want to look to see if what's happening here, just so how discouraged to be. That's still working. Okay, 307. Here we are.
It kind of starts in the middle of the page, the second paragraph. Let's say, looking backwards, we can say that temporality is intrinsically original self-projection simply as such.
Okay, good. Let's go on. So whatever and whenever understanding exists, we are here disregarding the other moments of the Dasein. This understanding is possible only in temporality self-projection. Dasein exists as unveiled because it makes possible the Da and its unveiledness in general. And what do you get out of that?
Well, I guess that alone doesn't say much, but then he says, the first thing on the next paragraph, temporality is self-projection simply as such, as a condition of the possibility of all projecting. This implies that temporality is in some sense already concomitantly unveiled in all factual projection. And so, and then to fast forward a little bit, on the next page, he says, kind of the series mentioned earlier, projections, as it were, exerted one before the other. Understanding of beings, projection upon beings, understanding of being.
Whoa. That's a hard place. Where are you? 'Cause we all ought to be looking at that.
Okay, that's on page 308.
Where?
The first paragraph in the middle.
Okay. I mean, that's way ahead of where we are, but let's see if we can deal with it. If we define temporality as the original constitution of Dasein, and thus as the origin of the possibility of the understanding of being, let's talk about that for a minute. The origin of the possibility of the understanding of being. So Dasein's constitution, namely taking a stand on its own being, is the origin of the possibility of the understanding of being, where the understanding of being is I think the background coping practices, and that's all right then. Okay, so Dasein takes a stand on its being through doing all these specific things on the basis of some background familiarity. Okay, then temporality, that's his temporalität, then temporalität as origin is necessarily richer and more pregnant than anything that may arise from it. And We have to get here step by step, because it's not obvious at all what temporalität is ever. But certainly not here. I'll try a little further to myself. That's all. No, let's wait. We have to wait to get there, because it's so hard. And then he gets these summing up paragraphs that condense it all into making it even harder. You look like you want to say one more thing.
Yeah, I guess, I don't know if I was on the right track, but it seemed like you were saying that temporality doesn't need further grounding.
Does what?
Doesn't need any further grounding.
Now that's right. Temporalität is where the buck stops in these levels. So the temporalität is the is a rich something. Says, I don't think the word is structure. What is it? It was right back where you were reading a minute ago. Where were we on 3:9, 3:8? You rich. Temporalität is richer and more pregnant than anything may arise from it. So I'm going to argue or try to show or claim or something that you've got to take apart this rich temporalität into several different phenomena, which he gets to be distinguishing as he goes through here. But I can't say yet what. And maybe we'll agree then. I mean, and when you put all these phenomena together, you get temporalität, and temporalität is that somehow activity of Dasein that makes the understanding of being possible, which in turn makes the encountering of particular beings possible. And why we get these two levels of possibility and no less and no more is very hard to understand, but he tries to explain it. Okay. Anybody else? Tyler, more, yeah.
Right to say that we're trying to determine where the infinite regress stops, where the buck stops.
Well, that's surely one of the things we'd better do in here, yeah.
I think the way Alex frames it's useful. Like, does it stop with an activity of Dasein? In this case, temporalizing self-projection, which seems like an activity.
Yeah.
Or does it stop with the phenomena, which is irreducible to an activity of Dasein? And it seems to me if it stops with an activity, Blattner's right. It's basically a Kantian fiction. And so when I hear you talk about phenomena, I hear you trying to stop the regress with something other than an activity of Dasein. Something to Dasein. Otherwise, I don't understand.
I have in mind I have to check this on what I have in mind. In fact, I don't think the richness of temporalität is an activity. It's sort of aspects of an activity or put together. Well, let me try it the other way. What activity is it that you think it's an activity?
Last week I would have said it was the primordial temporalizing activity of Dasein.
But that looks like that's the Zeitlichkeit with its ecstasies and horizons.
It looked like it ended with this activity of Dasein, called temporality.
Yes, then it looked like, let's just review, it looked like the bottom line in ontology was the Dasein, as a being that takes a stand on its being, has the threefold ecstasies of the past, present, and future in their non-sequential form, and that each of those has a horizon, that is, something in the world corresponds to each of those things in Dasein in a way that they can't be separated. That was the bottom line. That's what we agree at the end last time.
And as such, it looked to me like a non-cognitive Kantian picture, basically.
A non-cognitive Kantian
Something
picture.
on the side of Dasein, which is the condition of possibilities
It's funny that it happens, and I noticed this time reading through, sometimes it looks like that it is sort of a correlative structure between the ecstatic structure, which is due to Dasein, and the horizonal structure, which is due to the world. And it looks like every ecstasy has a horizon, and sometimes it looks like the ecstasy sort of reaches out to a horizon, and sometimes it looks like it makes the horizon, because sometimes he's always taking the horizons back to the ecstasies. You've noticed that too.
To me, that's the difference. Either we're going to find something which is given to the activity of Dasein. It'll be a horizon. It might, for a while I thought it was temporality, but either we're going to
Right, I agree.
Or we're going to find something which is also given to the activity of Dasein.
Good, absolutely. And then it wouldn't be Kantian.
And then it wouldn't be, and maybe we would, I'm trying to pin down, is that what you mean by phenomena? So when you describe something as a phenomenon rather than an activity of Dasein, is that what you're
No, but you're on the right track, and it's not. I mean, it's the difference between an activity of Dasein and the phenomena. I mean, the activity is also a phenomenon, I think. But there are phenomena that are not activities of Dasein, but are correlative with activities of Dasein. That would be the non-Kantian side. That would be the side that makes the horizon equally important to the ecstasy. And sometimes he does talk that way, and sometimes just when I'm thinking, oh boy, he's got it, he goes back to say it all goes back to Dasein's ecstasies, which just happen to have horizons. But the ecstasies and Dasein are more basic than the horizons. And then it sounds Kantian. And if you have a Kantian thing which doesn't have any more a conceptual structure, but has a kind of activity that goes back to the basic way being that we are. It's so why he doesn't see or want to say that one of our activities is certainly taking a stand on ourselves, and that gives us the three ecstasies, but it couldn't do it if it weren't linking up with the world. That was the horizons. I know you don't mind that. That's you want to be a realist of some sort about it and not have it turn into Kant. We're going to go back over it. I've got candidates for what on the world side can't be absorbed into activities of Dasein, which really belong on the side of the horizons. I'll tell you, I don't want to keep them up my sleeve. I think he's getting at very, very deep and fundamental phenomena, and I think one of them is affordances, that there has to be solicitations in the world to which Dasein is responding in its activity. That would be way down in a kind of ontic level, but they're on some abstract level. There has to be, or abstract's probably not the right word, on an ontological level, there's where we're talking about the background instead of talking about dealing with particular objects. There still are, I think, something like affordances. And the other thing I think that he's got is that, well, that's the main one. The other one may be on the side of Dasein. It seems when he's talking about the unready to hand and how you recognize something that's missing, he's got a view about the readiness of Dasein to cope with things or to find its way around in the world. And the readiness is another something. And but the readiness is on the side of Dasein. But I guess on the side, and like the ecstasies. And I'm trying to find out what in the world he thinks, if anything, and I think he does seem to think, is over on the horizon side, namely world. Of course, self and world can't be separated. And of course, it's all being in the world. But it looks like for him, being in the world is finally really Dasein. Dasein is being in the world. And somehow the world gets played down, and the being that takes a stand on its being, Dasein, gets made absolutely basic, more basic. And that's what I wish he wouldn't do. Of course, maybe he does it even though I wish he wouldn't. And maybe he does it even though later he wished he hadn't. I mean, this is tied up with, presumably, why he doesn't go on with being in time, that he's falling into giving a kind of priority to Dasein and doing what he calls fundamental ontology, which is tracing it all back to the fact that there's a being that takes a stand on its being. And he does, and later he'll say that he gave up being in time because he was falling into the ruts of the tradition. I take it that may be what he's worried about. Anyway, let me do it step by step, keeping our eye on the ball as best we can. To what extent, why does he need to bring in temporality at all? if it isn't that he's trying to get the world and Dasein balanced, and the ecstasies and the horizons into phenomenon or a structure, probably a phenomenon that has a structure to keep track of both of these of us. So he's trying to find a phenomenon that has a structure that is more basic than the structure of Dasein with its ecstasies correlated with horizons. And that structure is Temporalität. So let's go on and see if we can do it. I mean, this is so hard. I mean, if you can't follow what's going on, I don't know whether it's my. If it's my fault, I'm sorry. But everybody's got to help to try to make it clear. I don't think I can do it alone. But let's see where we get. Where were we on? I was reading 276 way back there. I have to catch up or go back, and I think I did. I read. So there's a lot about understanding there on 276 as coping, of course. So and it's in the context of talking about the understanding of being, because the understanding of being is the most basic background coping, I think. That's what I think Being in Time says, and that's what I think this says on 274, but it says it much more obscurely. And the understanding at the bottom of 276, if understanding is a basic determination of existence, as such it is the condition of the possibility for all of Dasein's particular possible manners of comportment. It is the condition of the possibility for all kinds of comportment, not only practical but cognitive and so forth. Now, that can cut both ways. I mean, that certainly grounds or the understanding of being, and it makes the understanding of being a kind of coping, but it makes it over on the side of Dasein, because it's Dasein that's got this understanding of being. So if he's going to get it out of falling into Dasein, he's got to do something else with it. And then I wanted to go on to 279. Well, something that I think is important, though it may turn out not to be, but on 279 I want to read it. This is called the chapter or the section called Existential Understanding of Being and Projection of Being. It's still got to do with the relation of the background coping to having an understanding of being in it. Now, the Dasein is being in the world, and in equal originality with its facticity, a world is disclosed, and other Daseins are disclosed, and interworldly beings like us are disclosed. The Dasein understands in equal originality the understanding of existence, the existence of Dasein, and interworldly beings, all of those. At first, however, now comes the part I want to read. At first, however, the understanding of being, Dasein, and of things extant in here is present at hand in the other. So let's read again. The understanding of being of Dasein and of things that are present at hand is not divided and articulated into specific modes of being, and it is not comprehended as such. Existence, being existent, or that's existence is Dasein. Being extant, that is, being present at hand, being handy, that is, the ready to hand. He's listing all the modes of being. These are not conceptually comprehended, each in its own sense of being, that they are understood indifferently in an understanding of being that makes possible and guides the experience of nature and the self-apprehension of the history of being with one another. So what I want to say is, if this is again this sort of background finding your way around in the world, which is something which is not separated out, but is which makes possible, in the sense of guides, our experience of everything. I think all of this is very similar to being in time, and I don't think we need to read it. It's because it's all doing. He's explaining the understanding of being, which is fine, but it's the temporality, which is one level more basic, that we want to get to. So I'm not going to read that. I'm going to go to 289. Okay, yes, here's one of these places where it looks like the world gets priority on 289, the bottom paragraph. We understand ourselves by way of things in the sense of the self-understanding of everyday Dasein. To understand ourselves from the things with which we are occupied means to project our own ability to be upon such features of the business of our everyday occupation as the feasible, urgent, indispensable, expedient. Now that again looks like it comes back to us. The Dasein understands itself from the ability to be that is determined by the success and failures of its commerce with things. The Dasein thus comes toward itself, this is where it looks like the other side, from out of the things. It expects its own can-be as the can-be of a being that relies on what things give or what they refuse. That sounds more like these affordances. It is as though the Dasein the Dasein's can-be were projected by the things, by Dasein's commerce with them, and not primarily by the Dasein itself from its own peculiar self, which exists and is always dealing with things. Now, I don't know how and why that sounds right, and that seems like it makes it equal the way things in Dasein contribute. I suppose you like that, Tyler, then. That seems to be giving more credit to the things than usual, and I think that's, but I don't know if that, but that keeps getting taken back in such a way that I'm not sure that it's doing a big deal job. It may be just existential, is what this section is about. But I'd like to use it to say what I wanted to say. So then I was going to read Being in Time 119, which I read a long time ago, and show you, but nobody doubts it, that what Heidegger's talking about he calls, but it's just in case you want to look it up, 281 and 282, he talks about the pre-objective, pre-conceptual, and pre-ontological. That's what he's been talking about. And he talks about openness, functionality, contexture, significance, and worldhood, openness, and transcendence. Those are all important ways of describing the fact that Dasein is open to and encounters entities. They all seem to me, this is on 299, they all seem to me to be put together in familiarity. But the whole list is on 299, where he says, about 20 lines down, equipment and the ready to hand confront us in the horizon of an understood world. No, it's coming from the side of the world there. If it's horizon, it's always the side of the world. Equipment and the handy confront us in the horizon of an understood world. They are encountered always as interworldly beings. World is understood beforehand when objects are encountered. I wanted to start one sentence before that. In dealing with ready-to-hand equipment, Dasein always already understands functionality. That the Dasein returns to beings of that sort only from its antecedent understanding of functionality, contexture, significance, and world. Being must stand in the light of understood functionality, and so forth. Well, I think that familiarity is a rich notion which needs all of that. All of that is in familiarity. The functionality, the holism, the significance, and worldhood. And that's fine. I mean, I don't think that's controversial. It's just that in Being in Time, he just dumps them all into familiarity, and here he sort of spreads them out. I don't have anything to say about that. 284. And then, and then comes these fast 2 paragraphs at the end, just when it looks like he might as well be talking about familiarity, and he's already done it, and he says so on 301, the end of the top long paragraph. We call the unity of these relations the Dasein's being in, with the sense that the Dasein possesses an original familiarity with itself and with others, with entities and extant. This familiarity is, as such, familiarity in a world. That's the same claim as in 119 in Being in Time. So you can put them all together and call it familiarity. And now comes these fast paragraphs where it turns out that familiarity gets spelled out. It doesn't seem to be basic. It seems to be spelled out further in the well, where shall I read it? In the structural elements. And now we're back to the ecstatic, the Zeitlichkeit, and that is the temporality and the Temporalität structure for the last paragraph, where he seems to be getting, I presume, thinks he's getting at something that explains or makes intelligible familiarity and all these other things he's been talking about. But I'm going to read some of it. The ecstatic character of time makes possible the Dasein's specific overstepping character, transcendence, and thus also the world. So notice there it's the ecstatic character, and you don't even hear about horizons. But of course soon you'll hear that each one has a horizon, and that seems like a good idea. So a little further. As removals too, and thus because of the ecstatic character of each of them, they have a horizon which is prescribed by the mode of the removal. And removal is a funny term. It means that you're putting something at a distance. The ecstasies go out to something that isn't Dasein, which is something in the world. The carrying away the mode of the future, past, and present, which belongs to the ecstasies themselves. Each ecstasis, as a removal to, has at the same time within itself, which is odd, because I would like to think that it has it outside itself, but has within itself and belonging to it as a predelineation of the formal structure of the whereto of the removal. We call this wither of the ecstasies the horizon, or the horizonal schema of the ecstasy. This is all extremely dense, but it seems extremely going in the Kantian wrong direction. It keeps getting, ecstasies are what's important, and then inside these ecstasies, or implied by them or something, is the world. Each ecstasy has within itself a complete determinate schema, which modifies itself in accordance with the manner in which the temporality temporalizes itself, the manner in which the ecstasies modify themselves. Just as the ecstasies intrinsically constitute the unity of temporality, so in each case there corresponds to the ecstatic unity of temporality, a unity of the horizonal schema. Well, that's giving them equal, which is where they should be, it would seem. And then in italics, the transcendence of being in the world, meaning that there's an opening in which there can be intentionality, there can be encountering of entities, and that world is more basic than, or makes possible, the encountering. The transcendence of being in the world is founded in its specific wholeness on the original ecstatic horizonal unity of temporality. So that's still temporality. Now comes the next section where it gets harder. Temporalität. So the title of the next section is and that's where you start in the assignment if you did it. temporality, temporalitate, and being. So it says the task now is to comprehend how, on the basis of temporality that grounds Dasein's transcendence, the Dasein's temporality makes possible the understanding of the Dasein's temporalitate makes possible the understanding of being. So far we've seen that temporality with a lower t makes possible the understanding of being, but now temporalitate makes possible the understanding of being. What's going on? Why do we say it that way? Let me read it again. On the basis of temporality that grounds the Dasein's temporalitate makes possible. So it's somehow the temporalitate is going to make possible the temporality that makes possible an understanding of being, I guess.
The way you just put it, though, brings in how weird this question is. So, Zeitlichkeit gives us the conditions of possibility of Dasein's way of being, which include the pragmatical understanding of being.
Yes.
So if we get Zeitlichkeit, we get a story about our understanding of being.
And we ought to be able to do ontology right off, you mean?
Sure, yeah. And now he's asking further. So we assume that we have a pragmatical understanding of being, and then we told the story about how that's like, what's the conditions of possibilities of our understanding of being, where Zeitlichkeit just was an entire story.
Yeah, I exactly had the same feeling. I hoped somebody would. It seems like there's a one level too many of explanation. That we've already got to the basis, on the basis of which every kind of intentionality is possible. Everything that shows up can show up. There's a clearing, namely in which they show up, transcendence. And now, what in the world does he want more? I want you guys to help me. Yeah.
The part here is a little strange too, because it sounds like he's saying, first time it sounds like he's saying temporality is on the basis of temporality.
Ooh, that would be very, very bad. Does he say that? Where's that?
The first sentence.
The first sentence? The task now is to comprehend how, on the basis of temporality that grounds the Dasein's transcendence, the Dasein's Zeitlichkeit makes possible the understanding of being. So that is really weird. Yes, on the basis of... Yeah, go ahead.
That sounds like it's backward. And then the next sentence, the most original temporalizing of temporality is temporality. It sounds like temporality is a kind of temporality. So there it sounds like they're even somehow.
Okay. Hey, I want to give you the German because that first sentence is so strange. Can you pass this back to Eugene? The first sentence is so strange that maybe it's wrong, but that would help because I don't understand how, on the basis of the temporality that grounds the Dasein's transcendence, which was just what we've been hearing about for the last 20 pages, the Dasein's temporalitate makes possible the understanding of being. That is an incomprehensible sentence. That's what it says. Okay, well, I don't have any idea what that means.
Why is it so weird? I mean, it's just the same paragraph for saying, on the basis of Zeitlichkeit, Dasein already understands being. Right?
On the basis of Zeitlichkeit, Dasein has an understanding of being.
If we can grasp Zeitlichkeit, we can understand how Dasein has an understanding of being.
Yes, and now comes, and how does temporalitate come in?
Temporalität is also the conditions of possibility of understanding of being. Right? So they're both the conditions of possibility of understanding of being. One goes through Dasein. One is supposed to be a condition prior to the story we just told about Dasein.
But it seems to be on the basis of temporality that temporalitate does its job. How can it be prior? That's just the Eugene question. How can it both be prior to it and do it? I mean, how can temporality be the basis of the understanding of being and also the basis of temporalitate? Is that what I got lost?
Strong, but there's certainly equity from Orwell that you wouldn't have temporalität, which is the condition of possibility, if you didn't have temporalizing activity of Dasein.
Which is already the condition of the possibility.
You know, that's what's weird. It's like a superfluous story. Like, you already got the story about how Dasein understands being with Zeitlichkeit, and now he seems to think there's more to that story. We need temporalität to talk about the conditions of possibility.
Now, you look like maybe the German's helping or something.
I was just adding weirdness, so that's one So it's prior and derivative.
Boy.
We can make sense of equiprimordial. I don't know how we can make sense of
It's definitely on the out of this like ground, yeah.
And we can't say that he didn't have time to write this book. I mean, it would be easy if this was Division 2 of being in time. We could just say, poor Heidegger, they just didn't have time to finish the manuscript. But he had plenty of time to finish the manuscript. It took him about 50 years before this was published. I mean, this didn't get published right away. This is a course he gave right after being in time, but he could revise it and do whatever he wanted. Anyway, so he must mean what he says there, but I don't know what it is. So let's go on. Maybe it'll get clearer. It didn't get much clearer to me, I'm afraid. So where are we? On 301, we got there. Okay, so now adding originary, here's my version of it. Adding that this originary temporality brings back the threefold character of Dasein's temporality and the correlative temporality of the world, and claiming that this ecstatic horizonal temporality is even more basic than familiarity. Oh, that's all right. That he's been doing. That the horizonal temporality explains even familiarity. We can do that. But what it looks like this other stuff that's coming in here about not ecstatic horizontal temporality, which is fine. Remember, that's the name for the way Dasein becomes a clearing or an opening in which you can encounter entities. Now we've got this new story that we need something else, namely temporalität, and that's what we're trying to understand. Does it help to read the third sentence? I suppose not, but I'll read anyway. In connection with it, that is temporalität, we have always already oriented our considerations toward the question of the possibility of specific understanding of being, namely the understanding of being in the sense of presence at hand in the broadest signification. Wow. Why is that? If anybody knows anything, if anybody thinks they've understood this paragraph, they should come in and help. If not, I'm just going to go on reading it until Tyler's got more to say about this than any of us, which is good.
There's a strategy for reading this which is slightly different than what we're doing. We start with that passage in 274 where he distinguishes, I think that's right, that's where he makes the shift. He distinguishes the conditions and possibilities of Dasein's way of being, which is Zeitlichkeit, and the conditions and possibility of our understanding of being, right? And then we see that, one way of parsing that paragraph is to say, oh, now we're going to account for what Heidegger's doing, ontology. We're going to account for ontology as a way of being, the science of ontology. And we actually need, so Zeitlichkeit accounted for all our ways of being except for this weird way of being called doing ontology. And you need temporalität for Heidegger to account for his own activity.
Uh-huh.
It seems like the way you were starting. And I'm thinking it's different. I think what he's saying is...
Yeah, I don't want to say that. I don't know what to say, but...
That's one possibility.
That somebody could say that.
There's two readings of that passage. One is that...
Wait, the Heidegger in Being in Time.
No.
Here. Okay. I was thinking of the one in Being in Time, where he gets to ontology straight from the understanding of being to ontology, the one I read earlier on. Okay, I'm sorry, I just got sidetracked. What's he doing here? Okay.
One is that he's accounted for our way of being with Zeitlichkeit, but he hasn't accounted for the way of being of himself, someone doing ontology. So you need temporalität to account for his privileged understanding of being from the perspective. That's plausible. I don't think that's what he's doing. So it's as if he literally, in Zeitlichkeit, he accounted for all the ways of being of Dasein, including himself.
I think so.
Right. So Zeitlichkeit
Right.
would include the
Right.
basis upon which he does come in ontology. And then it seems like he thinks there's two possible things which we have to think further beyond Zeitlichkeit.
Zeitlichkeit is temporality with a small t. Keep everybody in.
So Zeitlichkeit accounts for all of our ways of being. But it's as if it hasn't accounted for everything quite. There are two things left out, and he keeps wavering between them. So one, he talks about that upon which we project. So it's as if Dasein is temporalizing primordial, right? Zeitlichkeit. And it's accounting for everything, except there must be something upon which we're projecting, right? So he's told the whole story, which is your story, that on the basis upon which we understand. And now he's flipping and saying, well, what do we project upon, right? So it's as if there's something
Well, that's nice if we can make that work. Okay.
And I think and that's sort of what you're doing with the horizontal schema here. But there's as if there's something upon which the horizontal schema which we're projecting upon, but that Zeitlichkeit doesn't capture the relationship between the upon which and the basis upon which we're doing our Zeitlichkeit.
Okay. So that's one line. Tell us another line.
So the first one is that we left out the upon which we're projecting, and we need to think that relationship. The second one, which I think is more prominent as he moves on, is so we left out the upon which, but also the conditions of possibility of projecting upon anything. And here it's light. It's as if Dasein is the opening, right? There's entities it's encountering, it's projecting upon something. But it's as if he literally wants to say there's a further condition of possibility of Dasein Zeitlichkeit, which has to be given to it. It's roughly it's the good of Plato. It's that which is not Dasein's activity, but is the condition of possibility of Zeitlichkeit.
I mean, the condition of the possibility of Dasein's temporality, namely that it has something to project upon.
So that's the first one. The condition of possibility of Zeitlichkeit is that there's something upon which it projects.
Okay,
And
that's the first one.
We might think Temporalität as the relationship between our Zeitlichkeit projecting and the upon which we project. That seems plausible. He certainly has to tell us this. I think he's also saying that there's a condition of possibility, a further condition of possibility, of Zeitlichkeit projecting upon something. And it has, metaphorically, it's light. It's the good in Plato. That only because there's something like light, not the sort of light we can provide ourselves, not optic light, but literally there's something we must think, which is prior to our Zeitlichkeit activity, which projects upon. So the two possibilities are upon which we project, which isn't contained in the Zeitlichkeit, or actually something which is a condition of possibility of Zeitlichkeit, which is metaphorically something like the sun, light, good.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's beyond being the good, as he says.
Both of them are beyond
Yeah,
being.
and it's like the illumination in the room. This light, it's the clearing. It's the light which withdraws and lets us makes everything intelligible. And why he needs that, which is all when he hasn't already got it. But I think I see what you mean. That it's something from outside the practices of Dasein has to provide this illumination in which even the practices, even the coping which makes us understand being, can only take place in it. I see that that's the structure of what he's saying, as a possible structure anyway.
Very sort of vulgar story. Like Zeitlichkeit gives you the opening, which is Dasein, we argue, and it gives you intelligible entities. Right? Roughly, for entities to be intelligible in an opening, there has to be something illuminated. Only by having an opening in which entities can appear, that's part of it. But two, there has to be light, which makes entities.
Well, okay. I mean, Eugene wants to say something about this. I see. Yes.
274 goes against that. Like,
274. Okay, let's go to 274. Against the light version. Okay.
274, temporality is temporality. In its role as a condition of possibility, the understanding of being.
Okay, temporality is the condition of the. Where are you?
So right the end of 19, and then again at the beginning of the end of 19.
Okay, by the way, you have the German. Where it says temporality in the sentence I just looked at, is the condition of the possibility of Dasein's being. That's Zeitlichkeit.
Which sentence?
That's right. He puts the German in, so then I believe him. So don't. I mean, didn't you just read that as if it was Temporalität, or did I mishear you?
On 274.
Yeah. What did you read? What you said on 274?
So there's two sentences. The first one's the end of the section 19. In its role as condition of possibility of the understanding of being.
Ah, okay. Wait, I got to get there. Its role as the condition of possibility. Okay. Yeah.
We shall call temporality temporality.
So then that's interesting, isn't it? That just says it's the same thing, but we're giving it a new name because we're giving it a new function, or we're calling attention to a particular function, which in fact we've already described. And we've described a function. Now we're going to tell you a name for something when it's performing that function. Boy, does that make it a lot simpler.
Right. And then again, the section 20, the second sentence. When temporality functions as such a condition, we call it temporality.
Gee.
Right. So
Yeah. So all this that we've been reading about, the way temporality with a small t structures the understanding of being is temporality. We're just going to call why we shouldn't have. That just makes this is making Tyler go crazy. Okay, why not?
The problem is it's completely ambiguous. In some sense, both Zeitlichkeit is a condition of the possibility of understanding of being. The condition of the possibility of the understanding of being we always have.
Yes.
And so is temporality.
Yes.
The condition of possibility of the understanding of being. But so both of them are conditions of the possibility of the understanding of being. So.
But they aren't two different things. This passage says. This passage says it's one thing with two different functions.
It's two different. So there's Zeitlichkeit, which is the condition of possibility of our theological understanding.
Yeah, and which opens a clearing in which we can encounter entities.
And then there's something called Temporalität, which is the condition of possibility of our understanding of being, which includes Zeitlichkeit, but it's also a further condition of possibility. But they're both would be rightly described as a condition of possibility of understanding of being.
Go ahead, Eugene. Yeah.
We're going in circles now, because that's one reading, and then there's this passage which goes against that reading.
Yeah, if they are the same thing, I don't understand what we're doing. They must be different.
Well, we could just be naming them from the point of view of their function. One of them opens up a clearing and makes intentionality possible. That's one function of this, I'm going to call it familiarity stuff. And the other, that the familiarity stuff is what makes ontology possible, because it's, as you guys kept insisting, has a structure which we can spell out in a science of being. And then and when we're treating it as something whose structure we can spell out in an ontology, we're going to call it temporality. That's how Eugene is reading it, I think. And it seems like that's what he's saying, but it seems like such a perverse and useless thing to say, to introduce a whole fancy new terminology just to describe a different function that you've been describing already, only you haven't given it this name.
It's not just a different function, it's the first version of the function. Zeitlichkeit is actually inadequate to the phenomenon. So if we just understand Zeitlichkeit, we think we have a disclosive space with entities.
Yeah. Well, I see that if you bring in light, it's not going to be that we're just renaming things. But he looks as if he just says the role of condition of the possibility of the understanding of being, both pre-ontological and ontological, we will call temporality. And we've been just discussing that role, and we discussed it fine in Being in Time on page 119 without ever having to bring in this technical term. And that's weird. But so anybody else who wants to join in, go ahead.
Seems like, I don't know how to fit into that discussion, but it seems like one of the questions Heidegger is trying to answer can't make sense of an understanding of the mode of being of resonance or present and just from the static movements of temporality. And it seems like he's asking, so while he says transcendence means understanding oneself in the world, to understand oneself in equipment, being already in. And then he says that really is the static horizontal unity.
Wait, where are you? This is
Kind of on 302.
302. Because I don't understand what you're saying, but that's probably because I'm not on 302. Okay, let's go to 302. Now tell us where you are.
Well, he talks about the transcendence of being the world is founded in its specific wholeness on the original aesthetical horizontal unity of temporality.
Of temporality, yes, and there we haven't even gotten to temporality. That is not a capital T yet. Okay, well then what do you add? Why is he adding this capital T at this point?
Well, the capital T, well, in saying that there's a unity between horizons and Ecstases, he's saying that there's this temporalizing movement that's about that existence.
Are you saying that we need to explain how come that all these horizons, all these ecstasies have horizons, and that we sort of need another something or other to explain that? That would be an interesting move. Is that what you were saying already? That seems to be a new possibility.
Well, based on Being in Time, we were kind of, just based on Being in Time, without basing on problems, that seemed to be where we were, right? That he needs to bring together the Ecstases and the horizons under a new horizon called temporality.
Well, under a new something. We don't want to call it a new horizon, or he warns that we go into a regress if we do that. But it's some new something or other, which we call temporality. But does he ever say that he wants to do that? I don't remember. What? He's certainly not in Being and Time. In Being and Time, he just says, bah, every ecstasy is a removal. It must be a removal to something. Whatever it's a removal to, we're going to call that the horizon, and no problem. And now all of a sudden he's got a problem, how to get the ecstasies together with the horizons. Well, he's got another 2 years. He could get a new problem, but I don't see it yet.
I mean, if we define that unity as there's some aspects of the world which allow there to be this primordial, or link up this primordial.
Between the ecstasies and the horizons.
Yeah,
Where's the quote? That's so interesting. I mean, if that were true, that would certainly be helpful. Where do you get that?
well, I'm kind of putting together from what you say from the present. If it goes into in the being of the red hand, there's an understanding of the horizon of presence, and that's not in present and future. That's not the temporality. That's not ecstasy. And it seems like he's saying that along with kind of the movements and thought type things that you're expecting, there's behind all this sort of ontological presence. Like, I don't know if I can put it. I don't know if I can make it make sense.
That's when I think I got desperate for affordances, that there's something out there that is soliciting me, or Dasein. Dasein is coping with something. It's got an ecstatic structure that enables it to encounter things and cope with them. But things have this other aspect, namely they solicit us to deal with them and cope with them. And that's what temporality tells us, is how it fills in the horizon in some phenomenological way as not a projection, but a response to a solicitation. That would be turning him into Merleau-Ponty. I would like that, but I don't know if there's any. And I have down here sort of passages which I think might be read that way. But I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I think because if you just try to go from Dasein's movements, temporal movements, and try to explain present to hand or ready to hand from that, you really can't. You can't say just because I'm expecting.
Well, I have an idea about how to deal with that as a problem. So let me stop there, and I'll try to put in some text. But first, I thought I saw another person who wanted to contribute to this incomprehensible discussion. No? Okay, well then we'll go on. I have to see where I am. So we're at the bottom of 302 with that complicated worry about what's going to explain what. So you think, I gather, tell me your first name again. I'm still... Alex? Okay, Alex. You think, Alex, that the sentence that comes close to saying what you just said is 5 lines from the bottom of 302. It must now be shown explicitly how the understanding of the readiness to hand is as such a world understanding, and how this world understanding, as Dasein's transcendence, is rooted in the ecstatic horizonal constitution of Dasein's temporality. But he seems, I still don't, he doesn't seem to think there's any problem. It's as if he thinks that he just has to do what he's done already in Being in Time and in here. What's he going to show? How the world doesn't...
Because the first temporalizing theory didn't work.
Wait, temporality in being and time?
If it was doing anything, I think the best guess would have been it posited these two different types of temporalizing, and somehow they have to come together, as Alex is saying.
What two different modes of temporalizing?
So-
Oh, yeah, authentic and inauthentic.
No, you get the authentic and inauthentic, which he thinks are unified. But he thinks that actually doesn't. Those two modes of temporalizing can't account for the multiplicity of ways in which entities show up their modes of being, and that's either ready being or present being. So he has to tell us. Alex tried to do this first about temporalizing of comportment, and different sort of temporalizing of scientific discovery. And then he has to tell us how they fit back together. And I think he's just repeating it here, but that doesn't mean it's not a problem. I think he's just repeating the problem. But it's the exact same structure as he gave.
Okay, I mean, go ahead, Eugene. I can see you want to say something. Well, Alex, go ahead.
I'll look up. It seems, I mean, on bottom of 305, he seems to say kind of what I was saying. He says, when we describe the handy, ready to add, as being intratemporal, we are already presupposing that we understand the handy as handy, understanding this being in the mode of
Wait, stop. I'm lost. I can't find you. On bottom of 305. Where at the bottom of 305? When we describe the handy, that's starting there. Okay, now go ahead. Well, let's read it. Start over now, where you were.
When we describe the handy as being intertemporal, we already presupposing that we understand the handy as handy, understanding this being in the mode of being on handiness. This antecedent understanding of the handiness of the handy should become possible precisely through presence. So,
And présence is a dimension of temporality. And it's going to make something intelligible. You're on an important track. What are we going to make it? We understand the handy as a mode of being of handiness. This antecedent understanding of the handiness of the handy is we get thanks to temporality. The understanding of the handiness of the handy. It's so weird. I mean, we've understood that since back in the beginning of being in time. It's practically the first thing in being in time tells us that what we encounter most of the time is the handiness of the handy. Maybe it's understanding the handiness of the handy as a way of being. I'm just trying to desperately generate a problem. Yeah, you got to generate a problem? No, go ahead. What are you going to do?
Well, since I'm right at the beginning, he does readiness to hand, and then in which he says we have to do it again to really understand it. So it's,
Does he?
yeah, so that's why we have to do the temporality of everyday concern.
Ah.
Right. But there, I mean, all of those things, in Division 2, it doesn't go, we need to understand temporality of everyday concern, constituting horizons together, and all that's a big problem, and I don't know how to solve it. Ask me again later, right? Because there's a temporal problem of the transcendence of the world. Here's the solution. Here's the temporality of everyday concern, right? Here's how we make sense of all these things. That's supposed to be what Division 2 does. It's not supposed to leave a big gap that he doesn't know how to do it, thinks he's doing it. Isn't that right?
I mean, you didn't hear you well enough. Say it again. I just didn't.
But it's not like Division 2 is setting up a problem that he thinks he's only going to solve later.
No, it looks like he thinks he solved it in Division 2. Yeah.
And here again, it looks like it's the same thing. So on the 302 here,
Oh.
the second sentence, that section, he says the most original temporalizing of temporality as such is temporality. So that's again saying it's the same thing, right? So temporality just is primordial temporality.
I don't see where you are, but I'm happy with it anyway.
Section 21, the second sentence.
303, did you say? 302, the second sentence. The ecstatic character, let's see, oh, I see. Oh, I got it now. Okay, the most original temporalizing as such as temporality makes possible the understanding of being. The most original temporalizing of temporality as such is, it's like the same redefining again. It's saying that aspect of temporalizing, which we've already discussed, we're now going to focus on that aspect, and then we're going to call it temporality. Is that?
So in the language we've been using, that sentence just says temporality is primordial temporality, right? It's the most original.
Yeah, that's right. And it's calling it, giving it a new name because now we're interested in its what?
How it does that.
How it does it. Okay. Yeah, Alex again.
If you read, you keep going, the next sentence says, the now as a determination.
Whoa. Doesn't say it to me. Where do you see the...
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm 305.
Okay, where on 305?
At the bottom, where we got done with the...
Okay.
The now is a determination of time, qua intertemporality, cannot therefore take over the temporal interpretation of the being of beings, which here right again. So I mean, that's a clear sentence where you can't explain the understanding of goodness or that mode of being through temporal, process temporality or something.
I never found that sentence. Tell me again where it is.
It's like the last sentence on 305.
Okay. I see. Way down. Okay, just a second now. The now is a determination. Yeah, but that's a way off different issue. I mean, that tells you how wrong all the traditional people have been, period. Yeah, but he's got to be doing more than answering the tradition, because that got answered in Being in Time already. I mean, that we aren't going to have any supra-temporal now series doing the job of explaining worldhood. What?
Why do we have to generate a problem? Why can't we just say he's talking about what he was talking about in Being in Time?
And he's just giving it a new name. I think that's what we're converging. Well, I see. Tyler, we can't. So why not, Tyler? I don't know what to think. I'll say I'm neutral.
The textual evidence, I think.
What's that?
You just have to reread the textual evidence that Eugene's persuasively pointing to. I mean, I'm going to try and do. So you'll find passages in which he says temporality just is primordial zeitlichkeit, basically, right? These are the sorts of passages you keep.
It's a name for primordial temporality under the description of basis for ontology, something like that.
So whenever we see any formulation which is something like temporalität is primordial zeitlichkeit, we should not allow ourselves to collapse them into equivalent. They're not the same thing. Just as before we had said primordial time is zeitlichkeit. And we said we call zeitlichkeit primordial time because they're both. He has a whole argument about why it's justified to call zeitlichkeit primordial time, why it is a time phenomenon, why it's not something else. But we would never say time is zeitlichkeit. We would keep them different. So whenever we hear the formulation X is primordial Y, we shouldn't say they're the same. They're not the same. It's just saying, so if temporalität is primordial zeitlichkeit, it's saying they're both temporal phenomena, but they're not. Because if they were the same, then it's silly that that's what's so strange about these passages. If they are the same, he just wasted 30 pages telling us a story he didn't need. So he obviously must think they're not the same. So I think we have to read all those formulations where he says temporalität is zeitlichkeit.
Okay, well then we have to understand what we've added. So either...
We've added one of two things.
Okay.
We've either added that upon which zeitlichkeit projects. He's got this whole story about horizons, and I think the phrase ends, and he's adding something on the side of the world with future.
Yeah, well, that does seem like he might be doing that, yeah.
There's these endless pages about Plato and light. So it's one of the two. They're not the same, and what's added is either the upon which we project, or the conditions of possibility of projection, namely light. But if they're the same, neither of those stories do anything. It's like, why is he doing it? So the only sense in which they're the same is they're both time phenomena, right? In the same way that zeitlichkeit is primordial time, but they're not the same.
It would be nice, I'm just bringing in my desire to find phenomena that I can already understand, if he was saying both that we need to understand sort of how the world solicits us to make our projections. That would be the solicitation story, and the light would be something like the holistic bunch of all the affordances. I mean, there would be two things. We need to understand how existential particular things solicit us to cope with them, and we need to understand how there is some holistic background in which all these particular ones are intelligible. That's the light. Is that sort of the structure you would like?
I wouldn't count that way, but it's the same structure. Yeah, I want just a really basic story to show.
Yeah, well, I want some content for the light. That's what I'm struggling for. I want to know what phenomenon it is. It isn't Plato. We agree.
But the structure, I want the structure to be the same. That temporality is a formal condition of possibility, and then we tease it out of the phenomenon. But there's actually no concrete phenomenon. In order to think of an encounter, an intelligible entity in an opening, you have to think light. And you have to think of that light as given outside of Dasein's intellect.
Well, yeah.
That is the primordial temporality story, though. That's
That is what?
That is the primordial temporality story. That's supposed to be how primordial temporality. No, just primordial temporality. That's supposed to be what solves the temporal problem of the transcendence of the world. Right?
It's the clearing in that there, and the clearing seems to be the same as the light. So is that what you mean?
I guess yeah. It has the horizons already.
It has the horizons, and it's the background, the sort of intelligibility. That's I wrote in my margin, where is it, where it sounded just like the clearing when he talked about the light, and he calls it, where's the light talk and Plato talk? It's when he finally sort of transforms Plato into his own story. Somebody must be able to find it. It goes on for several pages. I lost it completely. You got it? What?
My notes say it should be on 282.
282. Is that where he got he gets to Plato at the? Oh, here it is, 281. For I, near the top, 5 lines down, for I can comport towards beings only if those beings can themselves be encountered in the brightness of the understanding of being. This is the necessary condition. In terms of fundamental ontology, it can be expressed by saying that all understanding is essentially related to an affective self-finding which belongs to the understanding itself. It's funny, it goes off into talking about mood and stuff at that point, which is not. Is that what you think is okay for what you want to say?
That's the affordances side of the story. But take the last sentence on 282. To no extensive demonstration of
Okay, no extensive is needed to make clear how immediately, in our attempt to get beyond being to the light from which and in which it itself comes into the brightness of an understanding, we are moving with one of Plato's fundamental problems. Okay, I'm going to give a wild interpretation of this, which I mean, don't all throw things at me. But I mean, there is one issue which he could be worrying about. I'm going to try to spell this out, which has not been faced at all, and that is, well, how are we conscious of all this? Of course, he's not going to be able to say that. That consciousness doesn't show up in the book at all, except in one of the last sentences of Being in Time, in which he says we ought to talk about it sometime. But so he's not going to say how are we going to become conscious of all this. But that's got to do with the illumination. It's sort of what is it? Let's try next. Well, how we become aware of all this? Well, that's getting closer. If you're not aware of the equipment and aware of the present at hand stuff and aware of the affordances, you're nowhere. And he hasn't talked about it because he wants to stay out of that. That's falling back into Descartes. So it's not awareness. So let's back a little safer. Maybe he's talking about the way you have to take account of the door. Remember, I talked about this a lot earlier. As you do the to go out, even though you don't have to notice the door, be aware of the door, be conscious of the door, nonetheless, the door had better be maybe illuminated for you. I mean, you can't go out the door if in some sense you haven't picked it up in its intelligibility as the to go out. So I copied my favorite sentence in here. What is first of all given, and he says every once in a while that he's talking about what is antecedently there. So what is first of all given is the for writing, for going in and out, for sitting. This writing, going in and out, sitting and the like is what we are a priori involved with, what we know when we know our way around. Maybe this is a story of the way we are taking account of all the stuff he's been writing about as we know our way around in the world, and he can't call it consciousness or awareness or noticing, so he'll call it the way our illumination, the way our activity is illuminated. Does that make you, how do you feel about that?
Is it being in time that story?
Is that what Being in Time says? I don't know. I don't find it in Being in Time.
Isn't the whole Being in Time that story about how things show up?
Yes, I think it is, except that it is and it isn't. It manages to talk about all the time somehow they're showing up, but it doesn't really talk about what it is for them to show up or something like that. It just, and now I guess I'm not sure he's talked about it now, given it a new name, illumination and so forth, but it looks like, I mean, I'm just trying to say the only thing I can think of that he hasn't talked about already in Being in Time explicitly, even in a formal way, is the fact that we are in some way or another aware or taking account of all this. How does it show up in Being in Time? What language is it? Minus. I doubt it. I think minus is more on the side of authenticity, and it has to do with my calling. But this is a different comment.
Doesn't in each case mind, even inauthentic doesn't.
Well, yeah, I think this is, some of you are going to find this a little off the beam for a minute, but I think everybody's got a calling, even when they're not listening to the calling of their silent conscience, letting the one drown it out. So I think minus is way over in that sort of existentialist thing. I don't think it's mine. It seems odd to think that it's minus just that I'm taking account of the door as I respond to the to go out. It doesn't seem very mine to the to go out. Anybody's to go out. It could be a very Das Mann to go out that I'm responding. So I want something like how it is that we are taking account of all this, how it is that these things are showing up. But I must say I don't see that temporality really contributes anything to how things are showing up, except name it, or the illumination maybe names it. Alex again. No.
I guess I'm trying to boil down what I see from Heidegger trying to base this.
Yeah.
Seems like in Division, or in Being in Time, he says basically transcendence to anything, object or transcendence to outside, based on familiarity.
Yes.
So we just take it as we're familiar with the rooms. But it seems like he's saying here that, oh no, that to be familiar, there's some a priori or antecedent condition of an understanding of being emotive. And I think that's what he's getting at. So how do we even come to be familiar? There's this thing called the Horizonal, we have temporality, which explains how horizons meet up with.
It worries me only that I don't see that it's explaining anything. It just seems to be naming something. But he thinks, so we got to be careful. I mean, he thinks that he's doing something besides just rename familiarity. He thinks he's explaining something about familiarity which he hasn't explained before. And I can only say one more thing. I mean, the two things it seems to me he hasn't explained but I'm not sure I can map them onto what he's worrying about, is the holism of all these practices, how they all hang together in one unified world that we can find our way around in, instead of just coping with hammers over here and with people in the classroom, And so there's some unified phenomenon called world, and I don't know if he thinks that he's done tell us a story about that. Yeah. No, not yet. I want to go on. What? Wait, the two. And the other one is, again, I think that he's put something like the awareness of it, as we find our way around in the world. We're responding to go in and out and so forth. And there must be some way that we're, I hate to say it, experiencing them, and that he wants to do something. But I don't understand, I'm afraid, how the Temporalität story does something for either. Jason, yeah.
Well, doesn't you think he can answer your question with something else entirely, namely historicality, and Dasein's being thrown into his history?
It's through history our practices have become more and more interdefined and unified. Possibly, that would be a Hegel-like move.
Just to sort of look at the phenomenon, how do we know that doors are used to go in and out of rooms? Well,
now, but that's an epistemological question. That doesn't interest me.
Or how do we account for the practice of going in and out of doors? That's based on our historical...
Well, it's not how do we account for it. How does it show up for us? What is it for it to show up for us? And that's one. And what is it to be integrated in a referential whole? Of significance. I've got quotes about this where it looks like the Zeitlichkeit has something to do with the significance story. But anyway, you want to say something, and then I'll get back to my quotes.
Yeah, the unity is in division 2, right? So the point of division 2 is to get us
Dasein in its unity, but how about the world in its unity? The world that I'm finding my way around in, which he talks about. That
world is a characteristic of Dasein, right?
Yeah, but somehow the unity of Dasein, namely what it gets when it's authentic, it seems that you can't get out of that the way all these practices hang together so that I can find my way around in the world.
You're talking about the unity of Dasein with its world?
Oh, that unity, yes. Self and world get unified.
So that's the transcendence of the world, right?
When he's got it the way yes, he says self and world are just two aspects of the phenomena being in the world, and we are the world existingly story.
So we did all that.
We did all that. We did it without asking just how we are aware of. I'm trying to put in there. We are the world existingly, yes, that is. And what does that mean? It means at least this, that we're defined by a for the sake of which, and the practices all end up in a for the sake of which, and it's the same for the sake of which, we've gone through it, and therefore it's unified. That's fine. But I still think you need a kind of question, but how come all the particular practices add up to one world of significance? Where did that come from? That doesn't seem to follow from the fact that there's a bunch of for the sake of whiches out here, so to speak, and a bunch of Daseins taking stands on their being. How come that meshes like that? The Temporalität answers that as I doubt. I don't know. I don't see how it answers it. It seems, if anything, maybe names it. I saw a hand over here. Did I? On the periphery? Okay, Jason.
I don't understand why. Do you think that the practices are in the world?
I think the practices are the world. When you find your way around in the world, you find your way in not just practices, in a coherent, interrelated stuff of practices, equipment, other people, roles defined by the one. All that goes to make up the phenomenon of world. I take it.
You can't have practices without the world, but I'm not sure I understand why you think we have to have a world unity in which all the practices can be accounted for?
Well, I think I see what you mean. Maybe it's more what I said to Eugene is appropriate. Not that the practices are all unified, because maybe they aren't. Maybe there are practices of the bikers which just aren't unified with the practices of the Christians or something. So, but maybe the right thing is to say we want to understand better how self and world are unified, and why it should be obvious that there's a for the sake of which for every Dasein, and in order to for all the streams of equipment, and the streams of equipment and the Daseins all get connected in a way that works. That I'm not sure what to make of that, because I don't think he's got an answer to that, if that is a real question even. Yeah.
You don't like Jason's suggestion that we resolve the holism through some sort of sociological Wittgenstein story?
Well, I did. I mean, I sort of accepted it without saying clearly enough that I accepted it. Yeah, that's when I said, maybe the bikers and the Christians aren't really unified, but a lot of the Sittlichkeit, the customs that have come down to us, have gotten more and more integrated. I call that the Hegelian sort of thing. So so when you ask sort of how come all the practices don't get in the way of each other, you can tell a historical, sociological, das Mannisch story. Pragmatic. So then, but I stick to the other thing. I mean, I think he's got a problem of how he just neatly made self and world connect. But I don't know. Let me take time because I'm going to be unhappy if time runs out. I have quotes that sort of go in the direction I'm trying to go. So I want to at least read them, and then we can see if they do or don't work. So let me find out where I am. So we are all agreeing that temporality grounds familiarity, which grounds the understanding of being, are we, in spite of those weird sentences in which it isn't clear how they all relate. Temporality is that on the basis of which there is familiarity, and on the basis of familiarity we encounter the various ways of being. Never mind. That's regressing in our discussion. I want to go where I am now. So we got to presents on 309. This is in the actual reading, so everybody should feel at home now. This is the stuff that you supposedly at least tried to understand. Well, here's an interesting one. Under light of our discussion, it now seems to me to mean something different than I would have thought. Namely, but I'm just feeling unhappy that what's happening with this. Is it still recording what we're talking about? It looks like it is. Yeah. Okay. At the top of 309, I now think this isn't what I thought it was. I thought it was, well, let's read it and see what it is. The handiness of the handy, the being of this kind of beings, is understood as presence. Presence which, as non-conceptually understandable, is already unveiled in the self-projection of temporality by means of those temporalizing anything like existent, by means of whose temporalizing anything like existent commerce with entities handy in extent becomes possible. So that, I marked that, I guess, because I couldn't tell whether that presence is part of temporalität, right? So it looks like now he should be contributing something new there, but I haven't understood it there yet because I don't see what's being added. So I was going on trying to find out. It seems like what makes our openness to familiarity possible, I said. Let's see if we can answer that. What could that be? Well, here I am going off into this thing which I already did, but I hope maybe I've got pages now. Then I said we're awareness of things, and we're going to describe the passage which I thought I sort of understood something was 309. And it looked like for a while there was a phenomena he was talking about 2/3 of the way down. And it was when he says he's going to talk about presence and absence and affordances, I think, something like affordances. So on page 309, in the second paragraph, about 50 lines down, we do not always and continually have explicit perception of the things surrounding us in a familiar environment. See, that got me off thinking, gee, he understands that we sometimes have explicit perception of the things in our environment. That sounds like Merleau-Ponty more than Heidegger, even mentioning that we perceive the things. And then he says, going on, certainly not in such a way that we would be aware of them expressly as handy. So now we're going to talk about awareness. And we're going to say, well, we're aware of handy things, of ready-to-hand things, but of course we're not explicitly perceiving them, that is, noticing them, nor are we aware of them as handy. That's this business of the two go out. You don't have to notice the door. You don't have to be aware that it's functioning equipment. It is precisely because an explicit awareness and assurance of their being at hand does not occur that we have them around us in a peculiar way, just as they are in themselves. Well, that's good. I mean, that's just to say that we've got them around us, and we cope with them, and we take account of them, but we don't have to be explicitly aware of them. In the indifferent imperturbableness of our customary commerce with them, they become accessible precisely with regard to their unobtrusive presence. Well, all of that is already in being in time, but it looks like he's coming back to this issue, and it looks like it is a kind of story about how we, I want to say in some minimal way, take account of the things that we cope with. The presupposition for the possibility of the possible equanimity of our dealing with things is, among others, the uninterrupted quality of the commerce. It must not be held up in progress. That's fine. In Dewey language, he's talking about ongoing coping. It's amazing how similar they are at that point. At the basis of this undisturbed imperturbability of our commerce with things, there lies a peculiar temporality. Well, now we're going to see if we can get Zeitlichkeit in here. A peculiar temporality which makes it possible to take a handy equipmental context here in such a way that we lose ourselves in it. So he said already in Being in Time that we, when we're coping, are absorbed and lose ourselves in the hammering or whatever. Now he says that, I don't know whether it really answers anything, but there's a peculiar temporality, a peculiar dimension of temporalität, which is what makes it possible for us to lose ourselves in things when we cope with them. At least there's a phenomenon there. I don't understand what he's doing but naming it, but he's got something there. So let's go on. The temporality of dealing with equipment is primarily an presenting. But according to what was previously said, there belongs to it a specific presential constitution of the horizon of the present. So we're in the horizon business. This is all sort of as near Merleau-Ponty as Heidegger's ever going to get. So we're the constitution of the horizon of the present, on the basis of which the specific presence of the handy, in distinction, say, from the merely present at hand, becomes antecedently intelligible. There's the antecedently. I mean, so what is first of all given is us immersing ourselves in going out the door. I think that's the bottom line, and maybe it's more bottom, maybe, than anything he says in Being in Time. The undisturbed character of imperturbable commerce with the handy becomes visible as such if we contrast it with the disturbed quality and so forth. Well, that's it. So has he added anything to Being in Time? Has he told us that at least that that we have to explain absorption and ongoing coping, and it's a capacity we've got, and we're going to call it presence, and we're going to focus on it because it's a capacity we've got that lets us take account of the horizon, what the horizon points to, removes itself to. So we now get to take account of and get absorbed in the ready-to-hand. That's présence. That's a part of temporalität. Is that? I mean, I don't think I'm making it up. I'm just not sure that it's getting us anywhere that we weren't already. I'm going to just finish. I've almost got to where I. So there's one more move, just as long as I got them all. There's another thing that he's going to add here that I don't think he ever added, which is how it is that we deal with things that are absent, equipment that is absent. He says we experience it as absent, it gets in the way and all that. But then he starts asking on 311 about the phenomenon of absence. That is, there has to be some kind of expectation for something to be experienced as absent, and that is, in italics, the top of 311, a specifically modified horizon of the presence, of présence. And what it seems to be, it's a special horizon called absence, now all spelled funny. And I think that is, and then skipping a little, if circumspection, letting function, were not from the very outset an expectance, and if this expectance did not temporalize itself as an ecstasis, in ecstatical unity with impresenting itself as a pertinent horizonal schema, if that weren't all there, antecedently unveiled, first of all given in the ecstatic unity, if Dasein, that couldn't happen if Dasein were not a temporal Dasein in the original sense, and so forth. So I think all that means is that we have a kind of readiness, along with the fact that things solicit us and let us become absorbed in them. That's one of the things that happens that he's talking about. When the things aren't there that we are ready to deal with and become absorbed in, then we have a kind of readiness, and he's never talked about that, a kind of readiness which is our relation to something absent which we were expecting would be present, to account for something experienced as missing. And maybe, what I'm happy about is at least I think I see the phenomenon is near the surface for a change. Now, if we can just relate those phenomena to what temporality is supposed to enable us to understand that we haven't understood before, we'd be in good shape. Did anybody want? Yeah. Okay, Alex.
Well, the distinction of phenomena seems to be drawing on is that we take temporal presence as just there are things before us and there are things that aren't before us. So there's this room, there's chairs, there's a bunch of things, entities outside that aren't in our presence.
Okay, sounds plausible.
And then he says, but on the bottom of 310, that missing is not finding of something. If you're not meeting with something, it's not meeting doesn't always have to be the missing element. But it seems to be drawing the distinction that something's not ready to hand. It's not like it's not. It's not simply that it's not before us.
That's what I'm saying too. It's missing, and how could it be missing unless we had a readiness, an expectance, as he calls it, to use it, and that's somehow going to be called par excellence. That's a dimension of primordial temporality, which he hasn't talked about in Being in Time. That's all I can say about it. And you better have it. And if you have a notion of presence and absence, these two funny words, then you have a way of explaining aspects of the use of the ready to hand, which he hadn't explained in Being in Time, and so that there's some excuse for giving them a new name. At least they're new phenomena that he's introducing, and he's claiming, and this is, I don't find it very explanatory, but he's claiming that some, what are you going to call it? I don't want to say structure after all the trouble I went to get rid of structure. Some aspect of Dasein's coping capacity, is something like that, is what he's interested in. And presence allows him to describe aspects. It's a rich phenomena, remember, he says. So why doesn't it include readiness, for instance, and solicitations, and significance, which is how they're all interrelated? All of that has to go into our finding something either ready to hand or missing. He just produces missing in Being in Time. He doesn't say, well, how can Dasein cope? How can Dasein experience missing? I find myself talking in awareness and experience terms, but I think it's all right. Okay. Now, you want to say something, right?
My intuition would have been the opposite of yours.
Really?
There's a quick presence and absence on the side of the world.
I was trying to do that. Well,
But it came out on the side of the capacity of Dasein.
I see. Well, I guess I want to put presence on the side of world. That's the affordance side. That's definitely on the side of world. But I do want to put readiness on the side, the absence part on the side of Dasein.
I thought we had already. Was that there's something else is funny that there's
getting ahead of ourselves, coming back, taking a stand on ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
So like deaths are showing up as present, or stuff out there isn't showing up as present. But for something to go missing, when something does go missing, what you see is there's something like an underlying, which can either be present or absent in a real sense on the side of the world, right? So I can be presenting, I can be in the workshop, things are showing up, and then something goes missing, and there's something like a real alteration.
A real alteration in the way the world
On the side
shows
of the
up.
world. It's like, so the reason
Yes.
when my hammer goes missing, it's not because I changed my projective structure. I
That's
started
good.
doing something else. It's literally as if something in the underlying became absent, right?
That's good. That's good. The world looks like it lacks something. That's in the look of the world.
That lacking needs to be understood as a real lack of the underlying. And so then presence and absence, I think, captures that dimension, the horizontal dimension, in which things can show up as present or absent, not on the basis of our activity, but sometimes on the
How about I'll meet you halfway. How about a correlation between that and our activity? Because we have to have a readiness, or the world isn't going to look different. I was ready to. I got to switch to Sartre. How many know the famous Sartre stuff about Pierre in the cafe? Anybody? He obviously got it from Heidegger. Well, I don't know. He didn't read this, so maybe he got it from the phenomena. But anyway, once you're looking for Pierre in the cafe. And now in my terms, you've got this readiness to see Pierre, and he isn't there, and now everything looks different. The cafe looks like it lacks Pierre, and it looks like it takes both. It takes something from the side of the world, namely the world without him, and it takes something on the side of us, namely readiness to see him, and that's all right. I think it's enough if Heidegger keeps, the world side in there and doesn't reduce it to the readiness, which I almost did. What was the other thing? Oh, yeah, and the two go in and out and so forth. That's certainly on the side of the world. And if I'm and if I'm dealing with things as to go out, then he has to have a story about how I can do that without. Now let me think a minute. Well, I'm projecting going out. I'm trying to think of the parallel. I'm projecting going out, and that amounts to respond. And the world then shows up as two go out, and I respond to the two go out. I mean, if I'm not projecting going out, then the door doesn't show up as the two go out. But I can project all I want of two going out, and if there isn't any door, then there won't be any experience of anything affording going out. You got to have both again. So I would like to think that presence, and thereby as an example of temporalität, is an example of the phenomenon that he wants to get at as the basic way Dasein, in coping, Dasein is the world existingly. It has a lot of structure, and he's trying to tell us the structure. Now, the question is, how does that relate to what he says about the temporalität as this sort of more fundamental phenomenon than temporality? It is more fundamental, but in a kind of phenomenological way which might not be appropriate for this very abstract discussion. I don't know. Tyler probably thinks it's not.
You're not going to like them.
What?
You're not going to like it because it's in the two forms.
I know we're at the extremes of formal and phenomenal now. Okay.
But roughly, I can buy into your story. So there's a meshing of a readiness, but a real underlying presence or absence. They need to mesh. And temporality is not an activity of Dasein. Temporalität, sorry, it's not an activity of Dasein. But it's the conditions of possibility of those two things meshing. It's just formal, though. It's that which we have to think. There must be something on the basis of which the real underlying alterations of the door being there or not being there somehow meshes with my making the door present. Temporalität, you can't get that meshing just on the side of Zeitlichkeit. There's no guarantee that it'll mesh. Temporalität is just...
Why? I mean, that's interesting. But why leave it formal? I mean, I think there's nothing wrong with it being formal. But then, and maybe that's all he's saying in here. But I mean, once you got the form, I think you're saying somehow we can't fill it in. The phenomenon couldn't live up to what the form is asking it to be. And I want to say, sure, we can fill it in. I just filled it in. Why not? But you might be right. He isn't filling it in. I'm putting it in.
My concern is as soon as you fill it in, there's going to be some story about what you filled it in with.
And with something wrong with what I filled it in, with something that has too objectified it or conceptualized it or something.
Some basis behind that. So what we want is your phenomena in which two things have to mesh. One of the phenomena is on the side of the world, so it's not just Dasein doing stuff. So you win against Blattner. But then we have to stipulate, or we have to think something outside of Dasein's activity which brings them together. But the only evidence for that thing, temporalität, is in fact that they are brought together. But there's no further phenomena. It's just a condition of possibility. So like good in Plato doesn't actually add anything to the phenomenon. It's a condition of possibility.
I'm trying to see if I get used to it, and it's okay with me.
I mean, so long as you nearly present an absence on the side of the world and don't say that it's tied up in Dasein's practices, I think you come out winning against Blattner. There's something.
Okay, I agree, and I think, and that I would say is the minimal, at least this much. In a formal way, Heidegger is trying to fight his way out of idealism, namely grounding it in temporality with a small t, which is a structure of Dasein's activity. And he's trying to explain why or how or that. I guess maybe that there is always a horizon tied up with every activity. And he needs that he's got this phenomenon of something being missing. Once you've gone that far toward the phenomenon, it seems to me you ought to be allowed to go on and give the phenomenon that makes something missing, that makes it possible to experience something that's missing. But anyway, certainly the formal thing is in there, and I'm glad. And I want to fill in the phenomenon because if there is such a formal something or other, then either, but this is what I just realized listening to Tyler. I mean, there are two possibilities again. Either Heidegger just isn't telling us, because it's not his business to write the phenomenology of perception and so forth, or it's something we can't think and conceptualize and point to. I think that's more what you think. And that would be something like the way the time-free movements of nature can only show up for us in the clock and already counted as nows. And that you can't talk about or think about or make intelligible the time-free movements of nature. They are unintelligible, Heidegger says. They just have to be there to get to mesh with our concerns in order for there to be a clock, in order that we can count the nows. And maybe here again, we're going to say something like, well, you can't really talk about what it is about Dasein that makes it able to experience something that's missing, which I call readiness. That's too psychological and too much cognitive science. We don't know about that. But there has to be something that Dasein is open to when something is missing. And we can't say anything more about how Dasein has that openness. That's what you think. And that might be true. That's fine. And then, and the other one was what? The affordances. Again, maybe that's who existential. After all, we want to stay on the level, if we want to stay on the level of world, that's not what we can do, but we shouldn't stay on the level of world. The present story is on the level of coping with particular equipment, it seems to me. And if it is, then you want to know how that particular equipment manifests itself to Dasein or something like that. And then I want to talk about solicitations. But then I want to say, well, Heidegger, instead of saying Heidegger says you can't talk about it, Heidegger's just not in the business of talking about it. He's not going to give a cognitivist account of the existential fact that, what now? That there is, on the side of the world, if I don't say solicitations, what do I say? It's all right? Okay, then there is on the side of the world affordances. That's fine with me. Okay, it's just time to stop.